let's at least try to salvage this in the interview portion. How old are you?
I'll be 22 next week.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I'm a mortgage broker.
Mortgage broker. Jesus. Is that what you wanted to do?
No, but I do want to do it now. I kind of find myself into it, and I do really like it. I genuinely do have the opportunity to help people. So,
you're into it?
Yeah,
It's amazing. We're doing the Intuit Dome in Los Angeles. 16,000 seat venue in LA. Wild success that amazing. So you seem like a decent looking guy, right? What's your love life like?
A little difficult. You know, I'm really busy with work a lot of the time. But oh guys, come on. You guys think I'm not laying some puss? Give me a break. Come on.
You guys don't think I'm laying puss over here, huh?
I'll tell you. Look, I'll tell you honestly, Miami's a tough place to genuinely find somebody that you'll like.
What are you talking about? It's literally like it's always hot. Like it's like everyone's like humid and they're pulling out their pussy all the time.
These women, oh no, I love it. It's great for me to have a good time, but in terms of
you're trying to settle down.
Oh, I would appreciate it. Girl to like take it with, you know what I mean?
You can't find one.
Miami's tough.
Okay, you're just saying Miami's tough.
Well, especially for me, guys. I moved to Miami when I was 16, so.
Where did you move to Miami from? I'm trying to save you here. If you just focus on me, pretend like it's just me and you in the room. Don't be gay about it. All right. Where are you trying to find good women at in Miami? Where are you going to try to find them? Or what are you doing? Are you on the apps?
No, I don't like the apps. No. Usually at strip clubs.
Just focus over here. Focus over here. Oh, you're trying to find a good girl at a strip club?
Well, you know, sometimes you can find a good one.
Have you ever found a good one at a strip club?
Yeah. My mom actually works in a lot of the major clubs in
major clubs?
Yeah.
What does your mom do at the strip clubs?
Well, she does not strip, I'm not clear. She's a VI post and the host. I'm homophobic for that to be your one redeeming factor.
Everybody wanted to be like a 35-year-old stripper that shoots ping pong balls out of her ass. I just made the what the fuck guy dance. Alright, there's gotta be a saving grace. Nunzio Gianni, I'm trying to save you here. Win over the entire crowd here in Houston, Texas. There has to be something that you've done, some accomplishment, something. He's looking to his family, like this is the Price is Right. He's looking for advice in section 101 here.
I grew up in a funeral home.
Oh, you grew up in a funeral home? Okay, how did you grow up in a funeral home? Tell us about that.
It was my great-grandfather's funeral. It became my mother's. She handled it for most of the part.
Your mom was working at a funeral home and strip club. Did you have a dad in your life?
You know, I did. It was kind of difficult, but yeah, I did have a dad.
What do you mean it was difficult?
I was split between two households. So, yeah.
Check in with Hall of Famer Adam right here. I want to see what's going on in your head.
Yeah, this is not great. What's happening? But, you know, you're in the pocket. I got to give you some credit. You're not like, you know, crying or turning and running the curtains. So it's tough to be out there. What people don't realize is that it's tough to walk out here and even find signs. So, yeah, it's pretty bad. You missed 100% of the shots you don't take. Can we ask Carrie homophobe what he thinks of there? That's about.
Hey, what the Gianni? Only that guy. And everyone else be quiet. Everyone else be quiet. And here we go. Okay, a bunch of people tried. We knew that was going to happen. Turns out a lot of guys have an opinion about you. Let's check out the pin comment there.
Well, I just really noticed something, and maybe I could give a little piece of advice. Half Italian, half Puerto Rican. We're like, you're giving us like I think you in Puerto Rican thing about it.
I
don't recycle.
You weren't on a show for a year.
I like the
Okay, you know what, Michael, here. Come on, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there it is. Hey, that's what they're good at, everybody. There you go, that's good, that's good. All right, stop. That's enough, it's unbearable.
Oh shit, there's ice.
Okay, I'm getting you out of here. Nunzio Gianni, just a little joke book. Oh, right off the chest. Wow.
thank you, sis.
I need to do. There you go, get it out of your systems. The good news is this is working out. The flow of this show is working out perfectly because coming off of my gallery. Every time someone struggles, a winner or regular or whatever we've had so far, someone does good and then someone does bad, and then I always have something to clean up the mess. This is another one of those situations. Ladies and gentlemen, this next comedian won a golden ticket live in an arena on Netflix on New Year's Eve. She is with us here tonight, an absolute sensation. Make some noise for one of the newest stars of Kiltony. This is the Houston debut of Young, everyone. You know her. Chinese.
What's up, Houston? Just finished the Black History Month. Fun Black History Month. Asian Heritage Month too. Show. Seems like everywhere I go, they want to ask for my race. You apply for a school, what's your race? You apply for jobs, what's your race? See, where I grew up, they don't ask that question. Because we're better at keeping our bloodline pure. So many different races to pick from under that question too. Hispanic, non-Hispanic, black, white, Pacific Islander. In Asian countries, we'll just put people into 2 categories. Asian or intruders.
Another exact minute for Young. Very funny, great stuff. It is true. You guys keep your bloodline pure. Remind us, how long have you been in America?
Since 2012.
Is there anything that surprised about all the white people that saw?
I think white people are very good at being functional drug addicts. Yeah, I snorted cocaine for 10 years and I'm helping people with the healthcare.
That was pretty good.
RFK Jr., you're like P.F. Chang's Jr.
I love you, Adam. Can I please get on Dr. Phil Live?
Just Chinese people.
Things. I was trying to save up for Dodge Challenger.
That is tonight's Doritos. Show me that.
I was actually I aborted a half black baby.
did?
Yeah. Rest in peace, LaQuisha.
Oh, God. Damn it.
If I kept her, she'll look like King Kong.
That is true. It's amazing. Oh, goodness.
No, I'm just kidding. I never had an abortion. My mom did 3 abortions before me.
Let's get to a clip. Don't have it.
Why did your mom have 3 abortions?
She just hated my dad.
We're naming whites.
Not anymore. Now they need girls and not have to.
You're going to die. People who are dumb. People who are showing emotion. Incredible.
But I don't take it personally. One time, in this country, like it's hard to survive. And one day, my mom called me. She's like, "It's hard. Why are you here? Like you're struggling." She said, "Nobody's gonna help you. You'll never find anyone that will truly love you." Redman has been stalking me online. Like, he follows all my social media. Like, I see him talking on my TikTok suggested account.
Yeah, well, your name is his type of girl.
From the red line to the red line.
Yeah, I'm not concerned. I think Redman is like, his face is getting dark. I was concerned his wife is being sick poisoning him because
A lot of late night home cooked burrata cheese.
It's been a lot of noodles.
no, she's gonna play the sound effect at his funeral. Ching! Mommy!
Only you can say that.
I got in trouble for saying that once.
Yeah.
Oh, I can say it. Let me say it.
Hell yeah.
Just like my
Young, you are hilarious. That was your first time.
First time hilarious. Met you at the mothership a few times, but very funny to see you live. Good job.
This is your first time in Houston. I happen to know for a fact you had your first time ever at a Buc-ee's.
Oh, yeah.
What did you think about Buc-ee's?
Well, everything is bigger and better in Texas. I love Texas.
Brandering.
What? Together we cause the most chicken fat.
Red light, yellow light. That's what I call you too. Young, you are Jim. You're so different than everybody else. Every time I see you, how about one more time for Young, everybody? Let's keep it moving along. We have our first one-word name of the night. Now, these always, historically, if you end up looking at the statistics of the last 13 years of Phil Tony, you'll find that the one-word names are always a little something. They're either brilliant, insane, anything can happen. Make some noise with what I believe is the Phil Tony debut of Smithy, everybody. S-M-I-F-F-Y. Smithy. Oh, hell yeah. Here we go.
Sup, niggas? Easy. Y'all ever try to be friends with a gay person? So watch out for them. Some niggas, they will try to fuck you. Like, I went out with Buddy, and we went shot for shot. We was having a great fucking time. But he waited until I got good and drunk. And he started trying to do, like, weird games. So, I bet you, I can beat you in a dick sucking competition. And that shit really blew me, because I'm like, there's no way I'm going to lose to him. Like, listen, I'm not gay. I'm just competitive. Times are changing. Times are changing. We got bigger YNs now.
Like, I don't know if y'all ever thought about this, but whatever happened to old black people? They used to be in the church. They used to give great advice. A old nigga at my job last week came up to me. He was like, "Where the hoes at?" Nigga, your kids are the hoes. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, this is my time.
Smithy. Fuck yes. Smithy, welcome.
What's up, Tom?
How you doing, buddy? How long you been doing stand-up?
About a year.
I love it. All here in Houston.
I started in Savannah, Georgia.
Okay. So, Fred?
No, I'm from Connecticut.
Okay. Wow. Very rare Connecticut life. When did you move to Savannah?
I don't know. I just got it. I was living in Missouri. I was in the military. So, like, after living out like white country people, I was like, I want to be surrounded by black country people. So,
What branch in the military did you sweep from?
oh, you bitch, you got it.
I got ya. No, but seriously, what did you do in the military? Black Ops?
Oh, shit.
Black Hawk down?
This guy.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? What did you do in the Army?
I was a mechanic.
Awesome. Did you serve overseas at all?
Just Korea. A little bit in like Kuwait.
Korea, like, did you have any fun out there? Go out?
Not at all, really. Honestly, it was like the most depressing time of my life. So I had an ex at the time, and we had broke up. So I was just in Korea, just heartbroken, eating chicken, getting explosive diarrhea. It was a trying time. Like I got to buy like a bunch of. They have like all the clothes there, so it's like I got to get like a bunch of drip. Yeah.
Do you live here in Houston now?
Yes, sir.
What made you move to Houston?
Honestly, a show. I just didn't have any money to move to Austin.
3 hours away.
What the? It takes money, Tony.
You sign up for Kill Tony sometimes?
Actually, this is my second time.
I signed up once in Austin, didn't get up.
Funny enough, it's like I didn't go to Austin. I went to LA to like a forum show. Yeah, so I didn't
Pick LA.
I don't know. I just try it. I was like, sometimes I like trying my luck. I'm like, it might work out.
Amazing. So you live here in Houston now. What do you do for work?
I'm a truck driver.
Truck driver.
I'm bringing sexy man.
I love it. When people drive by you, okay, we know you have a soundboard thing.
Only little kids.
Right.
Grown ass man is. Get the fuck.
Really? Because I do it all the time. Me too. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, you son of a bitch. I swear to God, you do that one more time, I'm going to give you the toothiest blowjob you've ever gotten. I'm telling you, tooth or false.
Don't let me with a good time.
Okay, but you relax. Okay, so why haven't you made the drive to Austin? If you moved to Houston for Kill Tony, why haven't you made the drive to Austin to sign up?
Because it's like, I be working, man. It's like, it's hard. It's like, I be tired. And I got insomnia. I'm like always tired. You think I'm wearing these glasses on late. I'm just tired.
That's the same reason why D Mathis wears his. Not a lot of people know that. Not blind, he's just tired.
How do you stay awake if you're driving the truck?
You
have a special regimen that you go through?
I just usually, to be honest, it's probably not healthy. It's like, just like thermogenic Celsius. You know what's funny? I actually been trying to, like, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it Kim Kondo or it's Kim Kondo? How do I say it?
It doesn't matter.
Sorry.
Smithy, do you have a girlfriend now?
No.
What's your dating life like?
Yeah, like, so it's like I don't get a lot of girls because of that. Like when I walk, like,
Let me see you. Put the mic in the mic stand. Walk past Michael's drums. Walk that way. Sweet ass. Alright. Walk back towards me. Fun fact, he did shit his pants. That's what's stopping. No, it's not. When's the last date you had? How long have you lived in Houston?
Probably like 2 years. It costs like $50 to just go outside. So I was like, I still play video games.
Don't you make money traveling jobs?
Yeah, but it's like I gotta save it.
For what?
For my dog.
For the dog?
Yeah.
Your dog's drinking habit? Like, what do you buy for your dog that he needs so much money?
He's spoiled, man. Yeah. And I'm a black guy, so it's like I don't dress like a black guy, but
Oh, I remember you saving up for a dog challenge. What do you spend your money on? Give us some fun things. A belt?
Yeah.
You stole that, but what do you spend your money on?
He's a hound / boxer mix. Yeah, jumpy little fucker.
Why not a pit bull?
Well,
That is a racist question, Red Man. And when you say things like that, it makes people of color not want to sign up for the show. Why not a pit bull?
they have like policies. So if you say like apartment complexes, you can't you can't have something.
If you give us one more fun fact about your life before I get you out of here.
I just found out a couple weeks. I'm a dancing ass nigga. I'll be too.
So, when you say you're a dancing ass friend of ours, what exactly do you mean?
It's like I was walking up like HEB a couple days ago.
Make some noise for HEB, ladies and gentlemen. I will not let it be mentioned without giving it its own special time on the show. It is just an unbelievable anomaly. We were talking about it literally on the way here, on the bus here, because we stopped at Buc-ee's, which is a national treasure, and the conversation just comes up every goddamn time. Texas has the best gas stations. We have the best grocery stores. We have just like winter weekends. This fucking is unbelievable. Tell us about Street Beach.
I just had my headphones in. I was playing like grinding by the Neptunes, and I just freaking hot like so crazy.
I was literally playing that on the drums earlier. And your black friend John Dees, he knows that song, and it's the only song we talked about before the show was grinding by Clips, my grab. And then what happened when you were playing grinding? You were dancing in the HEB. And then what? Someone entered you into a dancing competition. You found out you were dancing.
No, it's like sometimes you just come to realization. It's like, like the first time you probably figured out you was gay.
Yes, absolutely. I was in an HEB. I had my headphones on. I fell onto a breadstick. And why don't we see a little bit of dancing from you? And then we're going to have the great Hall of Famer Adam Ray, who happens to also be a dancing ass motherfucker. I'm gonna throw Adam on the spot with a punch in. This is what happens here. Our cover of the clips. Oh shit, whoa. Oh shit. Go pigeon toe. Go pigeon toe. It's your birthday. Oh shit. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, there it is. Breaking into the jewelry store. That's what we call that dance. Oh.
Wow, that's literally what I was going to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, a man who's never taken a loss in the the people over the window sill. I don't know how to swim. Oh my goodness. Whoa, oh, he transferred it. Whoa. Oh, he's got his heart. Oh, he took a bite of his heart. Oh my God. Oh my God. What a hit for Adam Ray, ladies.
Calls it a gay guy, too.
We're getting sniffy with it. Sniffy, you are so fun. Amazing stuff. Here is a big joke book from my side that just so happens to be played in because I know your people like things that. Sniffy, ladies and gentlemen, take note. A man has never jumped a joke book in the history of the show. 13 years running. Don't know how to not catch things, including HIV. Now, your next book. That's so stupid. Goes by the Make Some Noise for Chris Martinez.
Hell yeah, sorry for spilling that drink on you, by the way. That was rude of me. Appreciate you guys up there. Yeah, I'm not retarded, but I spent $15 for rocks. Anybody have that problem? I don't know. I'm starting to think that Cam Patterson sold out, you know what I mean? He jumped off the Kill Tony show and straight to SNL. And all of a sudden, he's selling rocks for $15. It's like they were promised him 3,000 years ago. Am I right? All right. Well, enough about the Jews. Let's talk about Corpus Christi, Texas, where Donald Trump was just there yesterday. Everybody give a hand for Donald Trump. The greatest president to ever live. You see this beautiful bridge? I built that bridge. My administration to be built in 2017. Sleepy Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe Biden. He cut the port. He cut the funding. And then we brought it back in 20. Am I right, Tony? Am I right? Let's not get too political, though.
Okay, you went over his time there, Chris. Stop. He's the only president right now. There's only one. So you spent the first 10 seconds apologizing to a group of people that you spilled a drink on that no one would have ever known about.
Yeah.
And then you took shots at one of the most beloved humans in the history of the show. First, these people all watch you a new minute and an interview every single week. You don't like it? Is that the implication?
No, I love Cam. I bought his rocks for $15. You know, you gotta love him.
Is that true? I'm confused. So it's like an online store or something?
No, it was actually the Austin show. The New Year's Eve show.
Okay.
Yeah, $15. They told me they might be signed. So I felt for you guys. Yeah.
All right, so you made a deal about that. No one knew what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Said that. And then you went on to do a bad impression of the current president, which you just said things that he's actually said before. There's no comedy added to it or anything like that.
Yeah. Extreme.
Okay, like Chris, before I get you out of here, because you did nothing here tonight. Mexican has been pulled out to you. Okay.
I fucking love you, Adam Ray. You're the best.
Okay.
I love you too, player. I thought we supported all you guys. What's going on?
And that's your Topo Chico joke of the night.
Okay. No one knows how to bring the room to a halt like you do. It's incredible. Chris, before I get you out of here, give me one redeeming quality about you that will make all these people fall in love with you. Because right now, you've wasted 3 minutes.
I'm just going to lean into the hate. I'm a door-to-door solar rep. I'm not going to go over solar.
It's okay. We're going to keep it moving along. Here's a little joke book. Here you go. Chris Martinez, everybody. He caught it. Gotta give him that. Caught it. There you go. There he shows some strange eye contact and pointed at him right as he walks off.
I think I found out what's made of my dad's.
That made me miss my mom.
Sometimes I think there might be a six dog. Sometimes I don't feel flying. Your next bucket pull goes by the name of Clay McLaren. Everybody, Clay McLaren. Here we go. Here we go.
Hey everyone, how's it going tonight? Well, I'm probably gonna suck harder than that other guy, but I'm gonna do my best. So, I had my first sexual interaction with a female-to-male transgender person. What sucked is that her clit bigger than my dick. Also, I went and met some dude named, I don't know, like Dr. Bill or something a while. I gave him a hand job. Also, I work at a comedy club, and I give mini hand. The best part about it is that I get to eat all the time.
That was the punchline that you held your hand up and like made us all wait for it. Hand up, this guy, jerked up that guy, thank you, good night. You work at a comedy club? What do you do at the comedy club?
I'm in the mid-7. It's been the worst comedy club.
Where is this comedy club at?
It's in Houston.
What's it called?
Punchline Houston.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're adorable. I think you're funnier than what you did on stage tonight, so let's talk shop. I just want real answers. I like a big flag.
Yeah, of course.
How old are you?
I am 30.
30. When you wake up in the morning, truly, without trying to be funny, take us through your routine. What's the very first thing you do? You lay in bed for a little bit, you get out of bed immediately. What do you do?
Take a drink of alcohol.
Just so good at this job.
Thank you, Red Band.
Go ahead. What's the first thing you do?
Take a drink.
Drink alcohol while still in bed.
Yeah, even though I just got out of the free trail. The wagon. What? I had to
talk about this.
Before I went to rehab, it was happy hour. Yes. Wow. Around 25.
What happened?
Yeah, I had some relationships. I was supposed to get married, and then I did. Yeah.
Why did you do that?
No, I'm
Hold on, everybody. Shut up with your fucking angry boos. Shut up. That's why the Astros can't hunt up areas. We laugh about you all the time, and meanwhile you're only 2.5 hours away from us, and we think you're sad. Shut up. The Rockets suck. The Astros suck. I'm interested in this guy's story.
For the record,
He was my favorite player of all time.
Yeah, I'm kidding. I like the guys.
No, she wanted kids. I wasn't financially stable, so I thought that it would be inappropriate to bring a kid into the world without being able to take care of it. She didn't say jack. She hadn't said it. You said we were all like, it was, you came out with energy, right? You came out, you cheered, they were rooting for it. They wanted you to succeed. And then you built up, you had this feel of like, I did this and I took out the thing. But the best part about it is, and then you said, I hate the comp, and that felt like more like a confession. Like one side. Did you have other alternative one sides like that you were deciding between, or did you just think this? Yeah, you just like some regular. I mean, it's not like a recreational thing, but
Answer the question. What do you mean when you say you need comedy?
Sometimes there's shoes on my feet.
Hold on. Stop this. What the fuck?
So you're gay sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay. Or you can consider yourself bi. You're just gay. Or straight. But guys should come on your face sometimes. I'm gonna get you out of here. Okay, very good. There you go. Yep. That's a good draw. You guys all have to talk about this. You don't make these different things. The water is make sure you don't figure baseball. That's my favorite the upper deck one out there. With extra money down here. Real workers are
Make it legit, make it as legit as it has to be, especially now. Things are being regulated, things are becoming more official.
So again, those are oppressors.
Yeah, you love to see something related to it. Detail, and then you give them the platform that they really and they can be I gotta be transparent and say I don't think anybody should be using keywords. And seeing through and to me very easy to for security. It's kind of Jericho right. Once somebody come on up, you're welcome. Our rooms are always welcome. Welcome everybody up. Have your voice heard.
There's nothing
Understood your point, Jeff. If you really your audience and reach out to everybody, if you make it ready for everyone, basically, and make it as easy as can be for anybody from newbies to, just experts like you.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Rowan.
Is it your belief that every system, no matter how secure one may think it is always possible to be hacked?
And one more time.
So, basically, your belief that any system, no matter how secure one may try to build it,
So
like basically, is there any way to make any system impenetrable? Either perhaps not now, but maybe future, or the system have type of vulnerability, and will it always? Is that some inherent issue, kind of security?
it's a good question. I gotta be honest, it's a great question. So man, it's loaded. So I don't know if you were in here the whole time. There was another group developing a marketplace, and we wanted to help them and do testing on it. But also, what I would say, I apologize for holding it probably, and it might require a couple of revisions. But there were some, they apparently went through multiple audits, and I didn't do an independent audit or look or scan or anything. We welcomed it, but I didn't. I'm too busy with everything else. In any event, looking at it though, like one, to connect to that platform, and everybody's security knowing the risk of QR codes. That's a problem. They obviously don't know security. QR codes are not secure. Don't ever use a QR code. Hey, this goes back to something I talked about too. I'll just briefly segue into for 1 second, Rabbi. Recently, mechanics now use license plates as a way of what the car is. Okay? A license plate isn't the official method to identify what engine size, what all the components in that vehicle are, because all they're doing is mapping that air quote license plate, aka QR code, to the VIN number, because they're too lazy to give you the address or the VIN via reading it to you or cutting it and pasting it. I'm doing an analogy there. The QR code is very, very dangerous. Don't use it. It's like, again, don't click on an email you don't know who it's coming from. A majority of the emails that you get that are coming from your bank or coming from things related to COVID or CDC or whomever you're subscribed to when there's a pandemic or things of that nature is always going to be, unfortunately, a scam that you know well done, you don't know. You never know your fish. Anyway, in ending what I'm saying, and I know it's long-winded, even that you don't know about here, that one of the reasons why I have these rooms, I provide links for people to click. However, the biggest concern we have, and the conundrum is, I've been teaching everybody, don't click fucking links that you don't know what they are. You don't know who I am, but I'm a security expert, and I'm asking you to click my links. But in any event, it's a huge problem. To answer your question, correct, going into is it of my opinion? Dude, I've been the security ones. Security was really security. I started a security company before there was any security companies that I know about. So unfortunately, there's always risk. There's always, there's always going to be a zero day. There's always going to be a vulnerability, depending on what you're talking about. There's always going to be there's always an issue. You're always going to be paying attention. Go ahead.
Earlier today, I already saw on the news, one of the biggest exchange platforms for crypto has a bunch of their wallets hacked. So it's like, it's crazy to hear when these large top exchange platforms happen to have these issues. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of wallets,
I'm in agreement with you that really every system had a sort of vulnerability, and I'm sure this has been debated, but and just pondered. But really, in the world that we're in, moving towards supercomputing and then quantum computing, especially within the crypto world, there are going on to create a quantum computer that essentially can uh, deal of the given cryptocurrency of the world and all the passwords of the world. Basically, what I'm thinking is there is a certain point, almost inevitably in the future, that you could create a computer that is so intelligent using and so powerful that it is able to unlock every single password on Earth. And if that's the case, um, is this something that you think governments and perhaps non-governmental organizations are racing toward in competition with one another because it is such a it'd be such a goal of an organization to be able to have that kind of power, perhaps from a clandestine perspective, perhaps for a warfare perspective, or an economic advantage, or something similar. Thank you for letting me ask that question.
Yeah, that's a lot to retain. As I said, but the bottom line is, think about what encryption we use for TLS and SSL. It was created in 1997. So, what is that? 2007? That's 30 or 20 years ago. That's the government standard of the best encryption that we have, AES-256-bit encryption. People don't even realize, though, because they're still talking about using DES or using 128-bit. All these things have been cracked years and decades ago, and they're still implementing and using that because they don't understand security. Anyway, GPUs alone can crack and brute force. There's so many tools already just using dictionary attacks, dictionaries and performing dictionary attacks that can brute force a large majority of passwords already, instantly just running through a dictionary file. Many dictionary and open source tools to do all that. When you get into thinking about China, for example, or any major nation state, and then the power of their supercomputers or the GPUs that they have available, they can brute force our passwords now. Instantaneously, they've done it. Now, the entire phrases or sequences or even the entire chain can be completely decrypted. But the problem is they're not going to tell you. They're not going to. All of the communications are in the clear. It's way too deep to go down in that rabbit hole. So the simple answer is you think you're secure. You didn't know 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20, 30 years is in Utah. They don't have the keys to already what you were doing then. In the modern age of AI today, and AI alone, and GPUs, and quantum computers, everything that you ever did in the past will be revealed in the future. It's just a matter of time if and when it's not already encrypted, that all of that is exposed. You'll never hear me say that again, but that's true. That answers your question.
It does. I'm in agreement with you. Just like in perhaps the 1940s, there was a race to create nuclear weapons, and in the 1960s, there was the space race. I think that we are in a security race, and you said something that's very key. State actor is going to admit it. But essentially, there is the echelon, an idea that if you are to be able to computer that's fast enough and intelligent to be able to hack the passwords, then almost instantaneously you would become the most powerful on Earth. You would basically have a backdoor into all of the cryptocurrency of the world, all of the buildings and certainly people's personal computing access. Uh, I really, the only thing that I understand that may not be connected to this type of system are some of these like nuclear systems that aren't connected to the internet. But basically, anything that's connected to the internet, you would almost overnight have control of because of your security access. And I think this is a race that's currently going on. Perhaps it's already been won and we don't know. Perhaps it's in the future, but no one's talking about it, especially after they've been very insightful. And I think really a point that you mentioned is that nobody is going to want to discuss this at that level, and thus we may never know about it.
Yeah, you brought up a really good question. Really good question. So, no, I appreciate you asking and, joining us in here. We kind of lost our mojo when we were, doing some other cool stuff. But anyway, it's all good. So yeah, thank you for being co-host. I hope you come back again. We get to have you as a co-host again in the future. And we'd love to hear more about you too, because we had a bunch of people in here earlier, and it's slowed down now. So feel free to talk about anything you'd like to share.
Oh man, it's just I love every time. Keep it open to a lot of different things. Things from gardening, survival skills to, I don't know, cars, anything. But yes, that was interesting. But I think, like as you said, there was either a disconnect or if they just didn't want to open the doors to look beyond to what you're saying, because I agree. Most apps going all these changes that do have laws and stuff, they don't have instructions, and I definitely make them stand out and they just to do that a little bit. Rabbi?
Oh, I just saw, I wanted you to know how I came into here. I saw that it said shill space with cybersecurity and all of those other things. Do you mind if I tell you about my project and what I do?
Not at all. Damn it, and I forgot.
Hopefully, if you don't know who I am, you most likely will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show. If you ever saw that movie, if you've ever seen that phrase, content is coined, and I'm doing my make that true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data than any person ever. I'm live right now on more than 20 simultaneous YouTube streams that I restart every 12 hours so that you literally can watch my life going back in time, almost like a time capsule or a timeline. And I do my best to archive not just my life, but world history events, and I think it'll be quite interesting in the future. So for you all who I know are interested in cybersecurity, and certainly data and connectivity and such, I thought that might be interesting to allow me to contribute. So I appreciate that.
Hey, thank you for sharing that so much, Rabbi. That's really amazing. The Truman Show was such an eye-opener of a movie for those that have seen it. And so make sure that you check it out. It's so cool to that you're streaming live to 20 different, if you wanted to take the time at some point, if you have a moment, I have a platform that's basically a replacement of Linktree. Linktree wasn't able to do what I needed. That platform would be very beneficial to you and to us because it would allow you to put the links to your YouTube channels and all your socials for us to be able to follow you and find you easy. So if you have any interest in it, it's called youbigdad.com, and I just see that my other account that was in here, it's only overheated, it was covered up. But Rabbi, if you look at my link file, there's a link that says youbigdad.com, and YouBigDad is kind of a fun way of the way you used to say you dig. That's where it came from, the being a little bit fun. So in any event, Rabbi, if you at some point have thoughts like that, make your account, and that will make our whole community grow. We can find you can find more people to interview and continue to build the awesome stuff you're building.
I'd love to do that. I appreciate that. And I'm very much a heavy user of Linktree. If you have the opportunity, take a look at my Linktree. It's linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't want to click the link, I have some of those to your website when I have followed you, and I'll take a look at that when I can create an account and transition a lot of those links into onto and to network. So thank you for the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, absolutely, Rabbi. Great that you have Linktree. Just to add one more thing, too, I have a Linktree importer that literally will take you less than 5 seconds. One click, you type in your Linktree that you just gave me in our platform, it will pull everything over. It does a good job. Some of the things will go in the right buckets as far as the social buckets, but it will take all that work away from you. But then it starts to have the ability, like if you collect NFTs, or if you have people that follow you that want to donate an NFT to you, your NFTs will show up in your profile as well. And that's something that Linktree doesn't do. I see a lot of people that in their bios and social, they show their to their NFTs. But the problem is there's only 2 places available in on X to share links, and you might have 4, 5, 6 different wallets, and you can't put them all on there. So anyway, the short thing is that not only is it all the links and all the stuff that you have, but then it's integration of video that are people aren't going to be afraid of clicking on because they're integrated in. I do a lot of cybersecurity that they actually don't. For example, if you were to go put in Facebook and you put it in the wrong field, Telegram, you'd say, hey, you can't Telegram in the Facebook URL because Facebook requires any
transfer all of that information very easily, and I will do so as quickly as I can. So thank you so much.
Have a great evening.
You as well.
Oh, I love that because everybody just honestly, we're going to a day and age where everybody wants it at the tip of their fingers, and that's what it is. It's probably all the attention span that we don't really have. So what's next?
Yeah, I thought we were going to be minting some NFTs tonight. That would have been a lot of fun. But anyway, what's next? I'm not really sure. We were setting up Alberto's profile before the other group came in, and we wanted to help the best we can. I've tried education. You're talking, I have some 6 Spotify in that part, but yeah, the dashboard, but in the page. Oh, when was that? Why did video get so big there? Yeah, I'll have to look at that. So yeah, just out of curiosity, what time is it where you are out? You sound exhausted. Yeah, just one. Are you in Spain? No, I am en América, yo no. Oh, entonces hablas español. Hablo español, sí. Yes, we were glad to see you Latin America. Yeah. Are you in the USA? I am in, yes, I'm in the US on the East Coast. Okay. Nice to meet you. Go ahead, I guess we're gonna wrap this up, right, Jake? I'll still have a couple. I don't know who Maid and Maid King are, but you're welcome to hang out. I know Dragon's playing tonight. How you doing, Dragon? Might be busy or something of that nature, but yeah, maybe just hang out a couple more minutes and then head out. But Alberto, I think you should get some sleep, bud. You sound exhausted. Yeah. That's the rhythm of the night, he said. When Samantha wakes up, I go to sleep. When Belma goes to wake up in England, is when I go to sleep. Don't wear yourself out. Don't wear yourself thin. I'll take I'm looking at your profile and see there's a couple those exercises. I will go and remove that, so I'm going to make sure because especially if Rabbi or anyone uses that LinkedIn or know what that happening. Yeah. So yeah, and yeah, it's
Speaking of which, on you dig that. Where's the importer section?
Oh, I didn't know you were going to ask, but that's awesome. Let me tell you where it's at. It's under dashboard at the top left. You got a hamburger, kind of eye the three lines. Click on that and click on set it, and then scroll all to the right hand side. You'll see it, and it just asks for
Excellent. Yeah, I don't know. So thank you so much. Really great site. Just want you to know from a third-party perspective. It's excellent.
Yeah, thank you. How easy was it for you to create and onboard your account?
Extremely easy. I mean, I just had to verify my email, which is really smooth, and then my link tree, and then we're all set.
How many hours did it take you, Alberto? Actually, 2 days. When I started to create the account to access to it, it was like 3 or 4 days. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, it's a day by the court. But the problem was distributed, which means made that No, I'm just making some silly, and that's all the things that was happening were really funny. Yeah, it was funny. It was fun too at the same time. So hey, let's stick around just a little bit longer for Rabbi to finish filling out his account. Hear any feedback he has and stuff. And man, he's got so many people following him. Can you imagine if we could just get a couple of his followers that joined the platform too and understood truly what it is? It's incredible. I see a hand up. Go ahead, mate.
I just want to thanks for the information. here. Do follow her. I don't know anybody else, but like, I like the knowledge you share with everyone else. And, if any other spaces you're going to be on, just feel free to let me know.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Appreciate it. Sorry, I appreciate it. Good to see you. It's 20 different YouTube platforms live right now. So
That's exactly right. To give you a breakdown, I'm live on more than 20 simultaneous channels on YouTube. We're live on 22 additional X spaces. So one and completed one entire year of X spaces 24/7 live on video. So I'm live on more than a dozen different Discords now on video. Live on more than and let's see where else. Oh, and basically to live my life on them. And in relation to the link tree, I am a link tree in. I'm going to try one other thing with the address. I'm getting an error code back though, so I'm wondering if I have to put it in with the short code that's linktr.ee/Rabbi Rothschild. I'm going to check that. I'll give you some feedback on that in a moment. Thank you.
Man, that's so exciting, all those platforms, guys. And like I said, can you imagine just getting a couple of those users that convert, that hear what we're doing right now while Rabbi is here sharing this space? Oh my God. Rabbi, it's like I said, it's a pleasure. And, after maybe you can show your audience, the difference. And I don't know if you have any NFT wallets or not, but one of the things that we do a little different on the platform and why we created it was Linktree wasn't able to do some things related to music. And I did that because I needed to create a monetary. I needed to create a of some type. Linktree would only do Spotify, Amazon Music, Apple, and YouTube. Let me any of the small guys or any of the guys that actually Tidal and Shazam and all of those are doing over 100 million streams. I guess it was per month, but still, that's a lot of traffic. I mean, would you give up? Not the answer. Would you give up 100 million? Size streamers and just really focus on the big guys. So anyway, that's boring. And go ahead, Rabbi.
I was successfully able to transfer my link tree, so it transferred 98 links. If you want to look at my profile, is excellent. I am at Rabbi, so it's udigdat.com/Rabbi. And if I could make any suggestion, and I'm sure that you've got a lot on your plate, but when you do put in that link to be able to transfer things, it does seem like it has to be that linktr.ee/ whatever your username is. And if possible, to just have the ability to put the full linktree.com/ at whatever your username is. I think that I know a lot of people like to use that as opposed to the short link. They think that a lot of people don't trust the short link with security issues that can occur, so they just give the full link. But aside from that, it was, and I see all the functionality with videos and things like that. Really, Linktree could learn a thing or two from your platform. You're giving them a run for their money, so kudos to you.
Yeah, I appreciate all the feedback. I've noted that, and I'll add that into the pipeline for feature requests of, next things to add. So I'll have that added in there this week. And I noticed looking at your profile, you've got 3 wallets. I want to, if you have a few minutes, I want to show you how to integrate those wallets, and especially so your followers can see, because we don't connect wallets, we don't do anything of that nature. We just, the same information that you're providing right now, that you provided to a link, you put that in the dashboard down in the area under crypto. So on that, go down to crypto and you open up the Ethereum area. You cut and paste your wallet address in there, and then you get a box that pops up that says "Discover My Collection." You click that button, and it will discover everything in that particular wallet, and then you select it all. And after you select it all, you hit save, and then all of those NFTs will show in a gallery at the bottom of your page. And, over time, you can, obviously clean up all these links and put them where they're supposed to go. Unfortunately, all of your things that imported, you have so much, which is amazing, but it imported into links instead of importing into the social media area. Well, actually, a lot of stuff did import in the social media area. Yeah, man, you've got a lot of stuff going on. It's really cool. You'll have the biggest freaking probably profile on our platform. And so, let me know if you have any questions about what I just, as far as showing your collection in your profile.
Appreciate that. Yes, I figured I would probably have one of the biggest, if not the biggest, profiles that you're going to have. I have really what I think to be, for one individual, more social media than any person. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, use Instagram or so posts. I even have created bots on Instagram that automatically upload my life every hour. I have over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, all handmade, 1,000 Twitter accounts, all handmade, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So basically, I've done my best to be as uncancelable as possible. And you may say, well, Rabbi, why did you create all these accounts? Why don't you just have one main account? Oh, I started that way, as everybody does. But fine, when you live stream your live 24/7, really sleeping online, you'll get a copyright strike randomly. Song came on the radio, because just random things that you're watching on YouTube or whatever, and you get 3 of those, and then they end your account. And the appeal process isn't still early on in this endeavor. I said, you know what? I'm not losing them anymore. I'm going to have redundant streams and backups of all my backups, and so that's why I do have so many of those links included in my profile, but that isn't even close to as many as I have in total. So when I have a few moments, I'll go through and clean everything up, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able and the information that you provided to be able to connect my wallets. And it's not even connecting my wallets, but just changing the way that it's displayed. So thank you.
I used to stay totally learn from Rabbi on his high availability at DR and a big brother by shutting Lloyd down. So absolutely. Yeah, when I that's the big necessity distributed to all of the podcasting platforms, and also to YouTube. I also have an empty save that is on my website. I publish here in Twitter. So yeah, YouTube. I was broadcasting driving in my car, listening to the radio. I was listening to the radio and music. I was getting a strike one, copyright infringement, because of the song that's from the background. Imagine I was on the streets streaming, and somebody was playing some song, well, more than 1 minute. I would get punished because of that background song playing there, copyright, and after 3 strikes, account, and
That's absolutely correct. And I've gotten that where I've been just at an intersection and somebody just has their windows rolled down, and all of a sudden live stops because it's considered to be copyrighted material. It's like, oh, I wasn't even listening to that song. That wasn't even in my purview. So I have figured out a way of this, and I think it's quite simple, but quite ingenious. And that is, if you play a song on a continuous loop that isn't copyrighted, the algorithm of YouTube and all the other platforms is not smart enough to be able to detect the copyrighted material with a non-copyrighted song playing over it. So I have just a song that's playing in the background of all of my streams that is non-copyrighted, and then that means if I'm ever watching the Olympics or the Super Bowl or the World Cup or anything else that may be copyrighted, I don't get those copyright flags because the algorithm is not smart enough to be able to detect the copyrighted material in combination with the non-copyrighted music. So I've been writing on that for the last few years, and has allowed me to really document some really important aspects of society. And I do know of some other people who are doing this. They haven't gone as, but they also feel that it's important to document human events. We're essentially modern day diarists. People would write in diaries, or journalists. People would write in journals, but for the 21st century. So, as I say, everything from the death of a queen to the birth of AI to the coronation of a king to wars that are going on. I keep a radio going on in the background of all my streams 24 hours a day that literally is creating a timeline and time capsule of not just human achievement, but also world events. And I think really people will study my stream or perhaps similar streams in the future, not just to know what a person's life was like from all of the biological aspects that we'll be able to learn, including eating habits, sleeping habits, drinking habits, circadian rhythms, all of the aspects of the human body, but also how people reacted to historical events. I find this to be an extremely important endeavor. And for a platform like YouTube or Instagram to want to shut down that entire project because you listen to a Cardi B song for 31 seconds and their limit is 30 seconds is really, it's quite devastating. So what I end up doing is ensuring that I have another song playing over the to be able to avoid many of those copyright strikes. So if that is a benefit to anyone in here, if you ever want to avoid it, play two at the same time, and the algorithm won't know what you're doing.
Actually, music that I create using AI, okay, it's very, very sad. I'm sorry, this is your AI created music. But yeah, I mean, this is qualified. I have a business trying that's popular because it will be very funny to me to spend it from YouTube or listen to a song that is belongs to you. That is in the background. So that YouTube account that was dependent. I was, uploading automatically good service. Maybe pages which I want to market. I have also found more than 2,000 pages. 2,100 or 2,000 or 2,000 and 300 pages in the last years. I was having a copy of all of them in video format in YouTube. I don't know, the things were public data conversation with, as you said, events that happened. Well, in real time, we discussed them. It was not fun that were happening. We're talking a visual alternative to the mass media narrative that's reflect well, the discussion for me was extremely valuable. Well, on God, now I will just download my basis audio file, and I summon them, I upload into a podcast format, and most of them using AI. I should content where, the content of the space that is content that are taking place and are created in a video format and audio format and distributed to get all the platform callers casting also YouTube. So YouTube can capture that and keep the streets and really love talent that are content like already almost 1,000 videos with budget basis are really interesting. Some videos I think also what has happened, you should have the option to download the file with your videos. Also, they can download your video, they can suspend your account, but the videos they belong to you. You should be able to actually download them. You have no better access to YouTube.
I absolutely agree with that, Alberto. If you ever do have the misfortune of losing an account, one of the options, the very few options that you have, is to download your data. And when you do this, what does that mean? What does your data mean? And usually it only means, the date you created the account, maybe some your profile picture or something like that. I'm an advocate, and I mean, I know it's probably a losing battle, but eventually I'd like to lobby once I have a big enough platform that says when you get banned from one of these platforms, that's fine, but you own your data in congruence essentially with these platforms, and you should also have the option to download all of the content that you have on that was posted there, because in my opinion, and I'm sure with some of you, that is your data as well. Who cares about your creation date or how many likes you had on the account? Who cares about that? You want the content. And so I think that that's something that is going to have to be revised as more and more people do get banned. If you are someone who has major connections to managers and agents and such, if you lose your account, you're done. And many high profile people do lose their account, but they have different connections that allow them to bypass the traditional appeal process and accounts unbanned or unshadow banned or whatever it would be. The average person does not have this. Everything is being so automated, and it's usually, if you're ever going to get a hold of anybody, it's not someone from your own country. They're not going to understand the same issues that are going on. And it's really this faceless entity that you have to deal with. And while that's certainly unfortunate, I'd like to open up those discussions as well as I continue to gain traction. I cannot agree with Alberto more than when you get your account banned, download your data means everything, and you should have the opportunity for everything. And on top of that, it shouldn't just be for a set period of time. I sometimes they only give you 30 days or something like that. You might not even know you were banned if you haven't logged into the account in 30 days. No, these are, in my opinion, basically systems that these platforms have created to be able to give themselves all of the power, which I understand. They've written the terms and conditions. Everything in their system is going to go in their favor. I get that. But it's not always going to be that way. I feel you'll eventually have you'll eventually have some creators who speak up on behalf of your smaller creators and hopefully can change the system. Go ahead.
Yeah, and talking about that, that's why I think technology and innovation is really taking off, especially for crypto, different ways of making, money. But with your point, I have a couple of friends that are really trying to make here for crypto specifically to make content. You own it. You won't have to give up your soul like they make you on these sites, basically signing away your soul. That's what it feels like. That they own everything that you post and whatnot. But I think we're going to take soon a change in that, because there's more, like I said, people getting involved and like, you know what, I'm tired of people having my information, owning everything I have, and now people are saying, enough is enough. Like, And I think that's evolving again.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, for example, in Meta and Facebook, more than I think 5% of them have their account taken over, ownership of their account, and they want to report. Actually, those numbers made me think, okay, if I was Facebook, I would think, okay, 95% of the people are actually take over a person's account with their recovery account feature, or is it actually Facebook that is failing in the way it's working in order to return access to the account to the real owners? I don't know. I was working last month with the actress Nicole Lagos that in Facebook she's been for a couple of years telling the story of her journey fighting against cancer. It's like her diary that fight all the things she's been through, the other her support, her she's inspiring, and somebody come. She couldn't actually see herself meta. She was not getting recognized or accepted. She has a legacy account, a celebrity her profile, and she tried with her ID, the first line communications, AI, and AI. Having been interacting for years, because I do not care about a ticket, an administrative task, but they care about money. I rely with the and enough about information because eventually of the yearly profit. So I feel a complaint in Ireland regarding this. They took the case and then they started sending me some questions and then they reply, oh, as was the colleague in Europe, we cannot proceed with the case or we will close it. Then I point also they have and some security. Yeah, the message of using the yes, because government knows it happened. So I put into the communication to the police in Italy and to the office in terms of the privacy in Italy. That okay, that I was on my life, that they was having anxiety attacks. So instead of being just such a ticket regarding data is related to criminal regarding the risk of a person. So it's the speed of something that was going on. Actually, they went back to Ireland, and Ireland is where they contacted our friends. And they had to open the case again. And okay, she got to the police. And was really, she used 2 years of contact.
I agree. I feel in its own way it's a discriminatory system between the haves and the have-nots. Again, if you're a have, you have a connection at Alphabet, at Meta. If it's just say Alphabet with Google, you can't log into your account. and it may say to you, just do a two-factor authentication. Well, you might not have had that phone in the last half decade or so. People do have their telephone numbers changed. People do break their phones. The higher net worth individuals are going to have workarounds for those systems, but your average may have changed their telephone number a couple times in the past 20 years, and because of that, they're locked out of their systems. And that isn't because they did anything differently. They might have the same IP address, they might have the same device, they might have the same password, but just because Google wants to flag your account for one reason or another, and you don't have that telephone number, uh, then all of a sudden you can't get back in your account. I find it very, very strange too. I mean, I create a lot of, as you can tell. The first thing that Google, oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I live my whole life on the internet. In fact, at least with Discord, when they do the wrap up every year, like Spotify does a wrap up, Google does it, or Discord does a wrap up. I'm not in the top 1%, nor the top 0.1%. I'm in the top 0.01% of all Discord users, which tells me, I'm probably perhaps the person who uses the internet maybe the most in, in the world. And I can tell you, keeping all or another flag me, I think is really unfortunate. And I also think this is a topic, and we don't necessarily go down it, but the use of VPNs. I feel as if Google is very anti-VPN. They want to be able to connect you and your data as much as possible. And so that's when you log into your Google account. If you haven't set up an alternative method of logging in, like a telephone number or an alternate secondary email, they're gonna ask you every single time, and then they want your questions to me about that too. Like, why do you need this? I'm just using the internet, using it for my email. Why do you need this? And it really, to me, Alphabet wanting to connect all this information to you. And then if you do use a VPN, using Google is very difficult. And I'm sure you've all, if you've ever used a VPN, find it difficult. You have to do a CAPTCHA every single time, and basically makes the search engine unusable if you want to search a few different things. And because of those reasons, I feel as if this is planned by Google to make things very difficult to use and separate people from their data when the people do not want to connect people with their data when it is in Alphabet's best interest.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. This is interesting. Years ago, let's say 5 years ago, Twitter, I was using VPN all the time, and whenever if your location and login into Twitter account, nobody that had to answer test, get an email to verify me. To answer challenge to countries that happened. Now I can enter right now from Chile, and in 10 minutes from Finland. Twitter will not say anything. Which is really weird, but yeah, it's annoying. You need to do a search, and okay, you have to go and capture to continue. It's really up, and I still think it's an accident. I think that and the data of the people is really something, one of the most, the thing that Google wants the most from the users, I think is that for security reasons.
I agree. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Ben, real quick. I'm going to say one thing and then pass it back to you, Mitch. But think about all our data breaches that we have that literally happen every single day. Everything from healthcare to OPM breaches to social security breaches, everything. I got to be honest. Maybe I'll stick my foot in my mouth by saying this, but these government organizations and companies that are responsible responsible for maintaining the confidentiality, the integrity, and availability of our particular data need to be held accountable. They shouldn't continue to want to collect or be able to continue to collect our biometrics, our photos, our addresses, and our personal information. Puts us at risk. We have a right to be able to protect this information. We literally have thousands of data brokers collect all of our personally identifiable information, trade it, and sell it. We have corporations such as Crow, an example, that make $2 billion. Will be on that, but $2 billion a year just selling our personally identifiable information. That are selling our data. We literally have every metric from every single ad, every single tracking network, all being, completely communicating and going back home, and the level of data collection is, I could talk on that subject for a week straight and not even cover it at all. But the biggest thing here is we have to push back against the collection.
Sometimes the teams with Cambridge University problem was trying to give that information that company was not made. It was something that, completely unethical. They had to find somebody.
Yeah, you're fine. I just wanted to say thank you so much. I will be stepping down and going to bed now. It is 12:42 a.m. So I'm actually going to work tomorrow. It was a pleasure to meet you, Jess, everybody on this panel, and everybody down below. Joining us. Midpoint, making, I believe
tonight, Ms. K. We look forward to seeing you in the future.
All right, and I will see you. Goodbye.
Go ahead, Rabbi.
Jeff, you raise an excellent point. And the penalties for data breaches are essentially either non-existent or are easily payable by some of these multi-billion or multi-trillion-dollar organizations. And in my opinion, Facebook in itself maybe should have been shut down after some of its scandals. It had an election scandal. It had for manipulation. Nobody went to jail over that. No last anyone across the board who's gone to jail for their white collar crimes. It's almost as if with many of the lobbyists that what ends up happening is the penalties are all financial. So you steal $1 billion worth of penalties. Well, you just $999 million on those actions, and no one's going to jail over it. And then all of a sudden, the same people who are in, let's just say, the FCC, who created that law or whatever, are now going to be your president of marketing or your vice president of security or operations or whatever it may be. It's a terrible system. I've heard it discussed previously that the penalty for a crime is financial, then it is just a penalty on poor people. And I agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's oh my God, some fucking right. I mean, I have been through a criminal case. I mean, justice in Pennsylvania. Tell me how much money you have, and I will tell about you. Shut in my ear, not apply to you. I don't have money. Yeah, for this company, you have to find me. I mean, it's fine. I mean, I will be profiting 10 times or 100 times more than the fine, so I don't care. So, no, that's not the case. It's like this victim from, I don't know, born arranged, and that, okay, there's been so much time, and it's the easy way to territory. But in civil case, they win, they will only get money from the person who explains private pictures online. And okay, if they bring people that is new to the cases, that is not being punished. Actually, they did that, yeah, for feeling of control. I don't know. So actually, it's completely nothing damage or it's not that penalty is not something that they're it's like doing that the punishment so solving toxic with money is not the way of solving sin or in other ways like most of the people that don't have money and buy it. I mean it's the crime most of the cases of the people that are in prison is poor. Yeah, that's a crime. That's actually a crime. That is terrible.
That's absolutely correct. And it's based on rules for thee, not for me. And it's that type of system. It's really unfortunate, especially as well, that these companies have become large and so powerful that they should be regulated like a utility. Now the people have a right to be able to use their services because it is so expensive to be able to run one of them that basic competition. It is an endorsed monopoly. And unfortunately, we don't have many of the people who would be able to make those laws or at least enforce those laws, judges and legislators are afraid. No one wants to go up against Google. You know, the Google's extremely in Facebook, especially for themselves or their children and their reputations. These companies have just become these just absolute a competitor to Facebook now or a competitor to Google. And get any kind of market share. I know one interesting thing, at least in the EU, I'm not totally privy on all of this information, but something along the lines of the EU is deciding now the monopolistic behavior of Google and may force Google to make a change to their business model. Right now, Chrome, I believe in the EU, and Google Chrome as the default browser that Google has on any of its competitors. But on top of that, in the EU, but also in the Western world, Google is basically has monopolistic tendencies, and the EU, I believe I've heard rumors about this, is going on a monopoly. And so Google will find that having the ad revenue, which is their big money maker, is more important than the browser. And so you may see them have less of a promotion of their browser, and that's going to give perhaps I've heard OpenAI and its Atlas browser an opportunity to become a major market leader in the browser world, because OpenAI is going to have the opportunity to have AI integrated essentially monopolies or have become monopolies. I mean, this goes back to the Meyer was where the Internet Explorer and the default browser there, and considering that to be, and it's one of these things that how are you going to be able to compete? Jeff launched a security company, many years ago or so, and I bet it'd be a lot more expensive. Is that not correct, Jeff?
Catching up some messages. I had my mute mic. I mean, it's probably a little bit of both. I mean, I would say that with the advent of AI, there's a lot of things that allow really startup things right now and spin up things that they couldn't do previously without a large development team and a large amount of venture capital. If you have a little bit of money set aside and you will to learn, I mean, you can do amazing things right now. And, there's a little bit of controversy between, vibe coding and using, things of that nature versus true developers. But you got to realize there's, again, introduction of Cloudbot, aka, the additional names. So it's exciting times right now. And I want to mention one thing, Riley, that I didn't get to get in there that I agreed with on your point of the pay to play, or I like to call it, not eating your own dog food, meaning the constant policies that are implemented, they don't affect the top tier. They don't. The bottom line isn't necessarily, I would say, that they're creating something that's pay to play. What it is, it's a lot like what happened with the NFT thing we were just looking at from the other development guys. They've been in development for 6 to 9 months, looking at the same platform day in and day out, probably 16 hours a day, but they can't see what they can't see, meaning they can only see, it's very, the human mind, as far as what I'm saying is you can only see, even if you're reading something that's a different word, your mind still actually picks it up as that way that you thought that it always was, when it's not. But what I'm saying is, security people that are enforcing policy, whether it be these social media platforms and things of that nature that you're talking about, they're just not realizing what they've done, any visibility into it, because they're not required. That checkbox that says basically apply security policy across the board, the leaders are immune box there, so they don't know that's happening. So what I'm trying to say is the little guys, they're not saying to the upper level because they're afraid. They're afraid of losing their job. They're not going to ever speak up. That's the problem we have with society. They'd rather just go with the flow and keep quiet so they don't lose their job, rock the boat. And that's why we're in the state that we're in. Speaking up with what the true problems are, and we're allowing that to get up to the level of the CEO. Because I tell you what, the CEO has no idea that his policies are kept down below.
It's an excellent point. I'm in many subreddits of people who are currently suing these major companies, either Google or Facebook. And the general process is, let's say you've lost your Instagram account and you had a business on Instagram, and now not only do you not have access to any of your followers, but none of your pictures, and you've lost your business. So there are some who are suing, basically just have a boilerplate letter that they send to you. You can try to sue them in small claims court, and essentially immediately, this happened dozens of times, is the case, and sue in federal court. And if you're familiar, that's extremely expensive to do. So only a few people have been able to actually take this all just to get back your Instagram account that was like a foodie account. It's just it's really because of a either a mistake or some kind of AI oversight or whatever it may be. Lost your account, and there's no accountability at your account back, but they accept no wrongdoing. And this
This kind of silence, I mean, you are able to log in again, no messages, no anything, any message, reliability. So yeah, the silence recovery, that's what it was. Absolutely, that's how they do it, if they do it.
absolutely, and what we're moving toward is a system where only a handful of companies have. What do I mean by that? You basically need servers to be able to store your data, and if you don't own the servers like Alphabet or Amazon with Amazon Web Servers or Meta, then you have to pay one of those companies, and there are only a handful of them that can types of servers for services, and that means even in times where a company, a competitor of Meta or Amazon or Alphabet, basically has to, in order to stay active. I know about 2 years ago, Elon Musk did an interview. This is when Twitter, its headquarters was in San Francisco, and they were going to move away from the Bay Area because of all of the different difficulties to do business. And the first server system, and he just said that was just unbelievable that he was having to pay this giant bill every single month to, in many ways, a competitor or a very similar entity. So what did he have to do? He'd find other places to host, or perhaps create his own set of servers. But basically, at the end of the day, data has to be stored somewhere. And if you're not working for one of these monoliths of Amazon, Oracle, Alphabet, or one of those, then you're going to end up having to pay them. And eventually, they're going to raise the price on the service to a point that you won't be able to afford it. And if you play this out long enough, this scenario, then you end up into a corporatocracy, which we really are moving more towards, where you're just going to have maybe a handful of companies that have an agreed upon monopoly and these different, and they're happy about it, want to compete to pay them, and then if we see that you're becoming competitive, then they're just going to raise the prices on you. It's what I'm saying is it's a no-win game. We're at basically the point of no return to be able to compete with some of these, and it's just really an unfortunate situation. And unless somebody speaks up, and I don't know who that's going to be, because even the biggest creators now, a Mr. Beast or I Show Speed, or though they're not big enough to be there who's on this type of advocacy to be able to revise the system. And I don't really know where we're headed, but for sure. But I can tell you that we've moved a lot away from freedom on the internet into these, a lot of restriction of speech, continuing to the point where you're running into what people say is the dead internet theory, where everything is just bots. Basically, the only people who have any interaction are just liking something or posting something. There's no real creative entity behind the internet anymore. And then that's where we see the end of the internet. Frankly, I do my best to be the anti dead internet theory. I'm live all the time. All my content is 100% authentic and 100% organic, and I'm going to do that as long as I absolutely can. And I have to be the advocate for these types of beliefs. I absolutely will be, because there's no person on the internet right now, and perhaps in the world, who has gone through, perhaps I would say, someone in here like Alberto, who actually has been prosecuted over these things unfairly. So I know I'm not alone. I know I'd be able to build allies, and perhaps a group of people can one day speak out about this. But really, if you all recognize, and I think we do, that this is a world where the internet is heading down a dark place, where uh, freedom of speech and freedom of expression is really constrained, and it's all about money.
People started getting notification from the police to talk to a prosecutor. And yeah, he posted that living in good was like living, and then other people started doing that. Oh my god, it's a I mean, how can they find the people? I mean, to the people, I mean, you can see a tweet, what is the people, later, this year, for example, I tweet, I send similar account. They can come to my house, oh, it's about to come to my house. That is not the area, for area, which will be, you can be, as the copy of it, a copy of that tweet, script. The school, they have to have a prosecutor, child, have a send to X for it to send information that the tweet. And then they come to see it. Yeah, that's necessary. But I mean, otherwise, without investigation, calling up for posting something like that, something that you could consider information or something that was, yeah, that was clear at least foolish to criminal code, yeah, I mean, if you're saying something about someone's information, I'm going to be interested, that's here, something that is right. But no, I mean, it's typically going to politic, some countries, the politic, stupid, and that's happened to a lot of people. I mean, and I actually made a lot of content that was English and Spanish to make my mind out here. And then that trending here for days. So that everybody was seeing what happened in that. So I'm saying that everything was very careful when it comes to treating, because they actually wanted to be having to going to your court to review a notification to a prosecutor. So that's terrible. I mean, there's no censorship here. Yeah, what's that? It's really terrible. I really was hoping this guy to be a competition for Twitter. Unfortunately, now for me at least, not I feel really
like that's good. If that's creative, I feel like community is connected from everybody in their time, download spaces, like yeah. And it was blue skies that was going to do yeah, it's nothing actually between them. So we have so many options that Elon Musk
Absolutely, I'm in agreement with you. I expected more out of Blue Sky. I was a heavy Blue Sky user. I mean, like I was in accounts. Their CEO knows who I am. I am someone who feels that these companies should move faster. I use this example often, but no one in here, to my knowledge, has heard me say it. But we have X, which was bought for $44 billion and has actually regressed on some of the features that they have. You used to be able to have anybody live stream at any given time. Well, now you have to have a premium account to be able to live stream. Still, 99% of user base who's going to be able to produce live IRL content. And I understand that Elon Musk is saying, well, it's because he's worth $800 billion. This is literally a drop in the bucket for him to be able to have this feature. Another very interesting one, in order to be able to be on an X space and be on video, you have to have an iOS device, and it's been this way since around March of 2024. Why don't you have the same ability on Android? The fact that the apps don't match and that the capabilities don't match after more than 2 years is shows laziness in the development of the company and the development of the systems. I think that over X has really not changed that much, and I expected more out of it. I expected something like a Discord where you could have multiple people and video calls. There's been none of that, no plans to do anything like that. It's really just the basics that we're seeing here, and they have no competition, so they don't have anybody motivating them to make the systems better. And it's really it's absolutely unfortunate from that perspective. And just another perspective that I feel is unfortunate is the fact that we as a user base have to be satisfied with this. We have X. If you don't like X, go to Blue Sky. If you don't like Blue Sky, go to Mastodon. Go to Truth Social. But they're all based on one really good system that you're able to use. And to Alberto's point on the element of the authoritarianism that occurs with these companies for what you post, and perhaps, I'm recording this all right now. It was 3,000 people like last year in the UK, and it's only increased to now more than 6,000 people who have been arrested for things posted on the internet. It's just, I don't know, 20 years ago would have been just seen as just, you got arrested for posting a, it's just like, oh, that's a joke, get out of here. But that's actually happening, and now it's starting to spread in the United States. And that's how things happen. I mean, the United States court system is based on the British court system, which is based on the Roman system. But basically, once something gets passed within the UK, many times, and there's a lot, especially on the East Coast of the United States, a lot of people who are either married to people from the UK or have interactions with people in the UK, and there becomes this understanding like, yeah, you can be arrested for something that you posted online. And then people start to think, oh, okay, well, it's okay over there, maybe it'd be okay here. And I know that there have been hundreds of people for things that they've posted, or even just had the police come to their house. People come, I mean, if you would have that you made on somebody's Instagram, but I and most of America would have laughed at you. But that's becoming a reality today. And something else that I've seen recently are police coming to people's homes to enforce terms and conditions of platforms. Now, I'm not talking about laws. I'm talking about terms and conditions that are essentially created by lawyers, counsels of these platforms, be it Meta, Alphabet, Amazon, whatever, and the police basically being an arm of the corporatocracy coming to people's homes saying, hey, did you know that you did ban evasion and that this goes against the terms and violations of the terms and conditions of a platform will be seen as a violation of the law. And that is that we have corporate systems that are creating essentially laws, and they have no accountability. It's not like you can go to your local councilman or your local representative or your senator or anyone to be able to fight these, or to be able to give your input, because you don't have that kind of Meta or an Amazon or an Alphabet. And that's just really scary time. I mean, that's why I know with my project what I'm doing. I don't just stream on one platform. I do my best to multi-stream. So I use what's called Rumble Studio that basically allows me to multi-stream on like 30 different platforms simultaneously. So if any one of these services says, Rabbi, we don't want you streaming on us on our platform anymore, which some of them have, that's okay. All of my streams are already backed up on all of the other platforms, and it would literally take an entire team of people long periods of time to be able to erase me from the internet. That's what I'm doing. But I recognize that this is the wild, wild west of the internet, and we're moving towards a day where if you lose your Instagram account, you just can't create another one, or if you lose your Twitter account, you just can't create another one. I know one of the things that Twitter even advertises when you're creating an account, it says need another account, create an account here. Okay, well, like they're endorsing basic accounts, but in a perhaps the not too distant future, you will have one account. You will only be able to have one account. You have to make sure that you toe the line with that account, or you will lose it, and you will not have the ability to make another account. Considered ban evasion, and if you do somehow come into possession of an account while you're under a period of this ban, you may have a knock at the door of the authorities saying, why are you doing this? One last thing I'd like to say on this topic, as you can tell, I'm extremely passionate about it, is the idea of permanency of bans. Look, you have people who have raped people in this world, and they don't have lifetime bans. They're not in jail for life. You have people who have committed manslaughter or even murder. They don't have lifetime bans. They might have gone to jail for 25 years or 30 years or 40 or 45 years, but eventually, because they have served their time, they are allowed back into society and do their best to become positive members again, no matter what it is they do. Not in the case of Facebook, because you posted something that even Facebook might have thought at the time was controversial and may have come back and said that they were wrong to have that policy because of some kind of medical opinion you may have had, or some kind of political opinion you may have. For the rest of time, you have a permanent ban. There is no, we will reevaluate this in 1 year or 3 years or 5 years. There's none of that. And I think that's really unfortunate as well, that we basically have stricter penalties for what you have for criminal punishment. And that's really unfortunate. You can do some heinous things, but even society says that you should be given a second chance after you have paid your debt to society. But not Facebook, not Twitter, not, you cannot create another account, and it's considered ban evasion. That is really unbelievable. That fact that if you lose your YouTube account, you're not supposed to create another one. It's considered ban evasion. But yet you could punch someone in the face, go to jail for 5 years, and then you could be basically a society eventually, if given enough time. But you couldn't create. That's ridiculous to me. I mean, to just use this example, if you were on YouTube and you, let's say, held up a bank while live streaming, you might go to jail for 25 years, but eventually you're going to be let out and eventually allowed back in society. But your YouTube account would have been permanently banned, you would not be able to use that again, even 25 years later. That's ridiculous to me. That basically power over you than the laws of your jurisdiction. That's ridiculous. The idea of permanency of bans, to me, needs to be reevaluated. It should be 1 year, and then perhaps it can be reconsidered, or they could continue the ban. But the fact that because somebody made a decision 5 years ago that you shouldn't have an account, maybe it was AI, maybe it's someone who doesn't even work there anymore, means that you cannot contribute on in an online form. That's ridiculous to me. Thank you for letting me contribute that. Most certainly is. And there is a pay to play element in the influencer world as well, a major one, especially with botting. Uh, if you know, basically any influencer who has 1 million or more followers, chances are most of them are botted. And what was done is, I mean, I can give you the websites and I can tell you how much it is for 10,000 X followers or 100,000 X followers or even a million followers. There are services who run the platforms, even though they know that those individuals many times these types of botting services will be major influencers and they want those influencers on their platform. But if you were really to dig into how much interaction their posts are getting organically, it's basically nothing. And that's what happens with many of these celebrity influencers and many of these influencers that you're going to find on you just basically on YouTube. But what is really unfortunate is that makes someone who has quality content who doesn't bot themselves basically invisible to the common person. And there is a way to be able to censor people using the system. So basically, the powers that be say in order for anybody to get on the trending or whatever, they're going to have, let's say, 50,000 followers, 100,000 followers, or whatever it is that they feel the number is to be adequate. And let's say one of those people accidentally says the wrong thing or says something that goes against whatever it may be. Well, all of a sudden they're going to lose their account. And all you have to do is do that to a few people and everyone will understand what the message is and they won't touch that subject anymore. Or they won't perhaps that anymore. And then the only people who are trending on your website are people who are towing whatever it is that you essentially want. And the people who may be creating excellent content but just are doing so organically are never going to be seen. They're never going to get on the front, and they're going to be basically visible. And that's what you want them to be as the owner of the site, or perhaps as some type of mental body that comes to mind at least. And it happened on X when we heard about the Twitter files when Elon Musk bought Twitter, and we saw all the suppression of certain influencers from whatever their political leanings may have been. They were banned under the Jack Dorsey regime. And then all of a sudden we got to see how Twitter actually worked. But there were no consequences against Jack Dorsey. He got to go start help to fund Blue Sky. I don't know. Had it as a side project at X. X gets bought, and then he just takes the technology and creates a competitor. And how that's considered legal, I have no idea. We saw it with YouTube with medical misinformation. You could not say anything. You can't say to drink 8 glasses. I think this was an example. You couldn't say drink 8 glasses of water on Twitter, or pardon me, on YouTube without getting a medical misinformation strike during the height of the pandemic. And then YouTube reversed its course on that a few years later and said, well, maybe you can say more things, but who knows, if we get into another pandemic, they may tighten down on everything. But that doesn't help the hundreds, if not thousands, of medical lost their YouTube accounts, of people who lost their followings, of people who lost their content. It's an incredible, an incredibly unfair system. And to me, as I analogize this, it's like when you're an influencer, you are climbing a mountain. And as you climb the mountain at any given time, someone can push you off the edge, basically ban your account, and you have to start. It's difficult to do, incredibly frustrating to do. And if you're big enough, they'll just make sure that you're completely removed from the platform altogether. And there are so few alternatives that you don't really have anywhere to turn. So that's why we see so many mainstream any direction that isn't the mainstream centrist belief, for fear of being pushed off that mountain. And as a small-time creator, as I know I am, I have found that, people ask me all the time, Rabbi, how many people are watching me right now? Well, on one of my streams, maybe 3. But if you combine all of my streams, it's like 120 or so. But here's the thing, they don't know about each other, so they don't realize that I'm much bigger than I am. Same with Discord, same with Twitter. And I don't have a way to combine all of the accounts into one. There isn't that kind of ability. And so people think that, oh, well, there are only 2 or 3 other people watching right now. That's not that much. That means that this person isn't that exciting, or they're not having great conversations, or whatever it is. When if they in combination you've got over 100 people, oh well, then they feel like they're part of the community, and they're going to start typing and joining the Discord and going to the link tree and all of those other things. But because of the fragmentation that these websites force upon its user base, no one's ever going to know that, though they will when one of the big creators is out there, one of the 1%. When it comes to Reddit, I think, is a very interesting one. If you remember the early days of the internet, forums were very popular, very, very popular. There were dozens of forums out there. Today, very few forums, very few forums. All of the forums have either been considered beacons of hate speech, or just didn't have the finances to continue. So everything moved into, and Reddit has GPT's answer something between of chat and 60% of all of ChatGPT, and thus it's incredibly influential in terms of AI. And what you will find is, if you haven't read it, you're never going to have the opportunity to get your account. Who helps to run Reddit? The first person to 1 million karma is what they call it, is a very controversial account. Many people think that this may be the name of the account is Maxwell Hill, and many people think that that was Ghislaine Maxwell's, if you know who that is, her account. It was an incredibly influential account on Reddit. It moderated world news. It moderated quite a few other accounts. And if you look into the moderation system of Reddit, of the top 500 Reddit subreddits, over 100 of them share fewer than 5 of the same moderators. So what am I saying? Basically, the place where all of AI's information is being chosen is Reddit, and of Reddit, those moderators are very distinct, very limited amount of people, and no one knows who those people are. They are all anonymous, and I've read that Reddit is at a point where it doesn't necessarily want new users. It just wants the current users who are there, who are towing the line, who don't say anything controversial, and that's why it's very difficult, if you ever get banned from Reddit, to be able to create a new Reddit account. And there's a reason for that. The reason is because Reddit is so influential when it comes to AI and other areas of discourse, that they don't want you as a user. And I think we're running into that in all of these platforms. YouTube may not want you as a user anymore. Nevertheless, you may think you have a right to it because it's so large in a utility and a way to express yourself, but YouTube might just not want you anymore. And Reddit may not want you anymore. And Instagram may not want you anymore. And these decisions are being made behind corporate boardrooms and general counsel offices, not being discussed and debated openly in your local legislatures or your national legislature. And I think it's really unfortunate the way that these systems are being run. And I know I covered a lot there, and I'd love to hear anybody's opinion on it.
have an image that what they don't understand is not very accurate. And that's they have no mercy with that supported by areas that like where we sometimes I mean we did something for it. I was having a deep reach of Venmo and there's hundreds of celebrations in one way to another. Right now, I don't know. It's 10% of that would have. I don't know. I mean, if you have 40,000 followers, that's 40,000 people that are interested and they're going to, you're going to reach them. In my case, I'm just
Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
I'm sure the technology that you mentioned earlier across all media platforms. I only have two. I'm unable to register on any platform. When I start the process, it immediately bans me even before I can select my username, and it's some type of control that I don't know what it is. Exertion control across all the generic message is simply something went wrong. That's what they all say, without going into any of the details. So it's all this is happening behind the background, and I think really the only reason I'm here right now is since I created this account in 2013 and I never used it. I didn't use it at all. I came here 4 weeks ago and started to use the platform. I had 30 users. Now I'm hearing, so, I've got a great organic, I guess, rate going on. I don't know if that's good or bad. But in any event, I want to say something important is that it does definitely earlier when you work and build all these things up, especially on platforms where I had 1 million followers with no reason. No response whatsoever back to anyone. Just reach out to either Instagram or another platform, explain the situation. Told them, hey, I'm just trying to register an account. And they're like, well, our system detected it as strange because, one of the things is just the creation of the account apparently is strange. Even though I've never had any social media, it's just strange, which in itself is strange. So they looked at the logs and they see that it was, shouldn't have been done, and the automation did it wrong, and they felt for me and whatever, and they're putting in a appeal, for me or whatever, but then don't hear back. That was weeks ago when I came here, but it's just, a lot of people open and, sharing their thoughts to really what's going on in this world are being shut down. And I have this account and one other that's a business. That's all I got. Anyway, and then back to one more thing. Saying and shit, it was so important. Thing that I wanted to talk on, and I don't remember it now, but if you could jog my memory, it's the last thing you just said, it'd be helpful.
Was that Alberto or me?
You, the last thing you said.
Certainly. Okay, so I covered Reddit and its importance with AI and such. I covered YouTube and just influencers in general buying followers. Alberto covered impressions, and then we talked about as well just the oligarchy, basically changing the terms of conditions of the corporatocracy, changing and technocracy, changing the terms of the conditions, and basically having police forces enforce those like they are laws. Those were some of the topics that we mentioned. I don't know if that triggered your memory at all, but if not, I did it, or if not, we. It's an absolute joke, Alberto, and this discussion here is a really important discussion. And guess what? We've got 6 people listening to it. And if you go to the Twitter search, you won't find it. You'll have to find the specific search term, but it's not like listed. If you all want to know the best website for spaces, it's known as spacesdashboard.com. I don't know if anybody's ever been to it, but it is what X needs to be. It lists all the spaces in order of largest to smallest, or most recent to longest duration. It lists all of the people who are in each space, how big their listenership is, when the last time they hosted a space. So there's all kinds of data in there, but you'll never see that on X. X shows you like a random, just like 12, 15 people. Don't know there are over 1,000 English speaking spaces going on right now, but we'll never be able to communicate with each other because you're not botting the space. And it's so obvious. And I know, Alberto, you've seen it. You see it every single day because I've seen you in a lot of spaces over you 250 people, and at the bottom it says, yeah, absolutely. Please go ahead. Yeah.
So I wanted to say, you think about all these social media platforms and they're government controlled, etc. But all of these great minds. I mean, we have great minds in this room. We have a great dev in this room that's listening to in this space. Extremely smart gentleman. We have the resources available to us to network with to rebuild these platforms and do it at a fraction of the cost. It's going to take time and all that kind of thing. But it makes me, I've always wondered, why can't we rebuild any of these platforms? We literally have millions of people out of work. They have the skills necessary. We can give them incentives and stock options or whatever. We just need a leader to lead some of the development and spearheading, some of these things. What I'm saying, the 6 users and in the future, the millions of followers and hopefully billions of listeners that you get. I've been out of work and I'm having difficulty getting back into the job market due to the whole ATS process. It's just completely broken. We need to turn that whole process on its head, and we need to make a site where everybody comes to us where the talent is, and that's how the talent pool works going forward. Instead of always following this bullshit that doesn't work, we need to build these platforms. So how do we do that? Well, we have the people. People are out of work. Obviously they're looking for a job. The job market is broken. There are people doing 5,000 resume writes, 5,000 cover letters, 5,000 calendar rescheduling. Things probably happening a million times to get the interviews set up, followed by AI interview about the internet traffic. Going to be dead internet theory of bots. I mean, and now we've got this dead slop content we're watching. It is so draining and so non-motivating, so non-high vibrational that you can't do anything probably but to bring that human psyche down, as a whole. But in closing, what I'm saying is we have the talent. We need to create a talent pool, and they can't hire one unless they come to us to get talent. And if we change the way the world operates, and we create platforms to take it away from these minor few from the major corporates, it's not even enough money to do it anyway. It's like anything. It's like the poison of the food that we're eating. Or all of the things, stand up as a nation, stop the bullshit, and recreate and make it right again, and make America great again. Anyway, I'll have a plane. deceased no information.
In terms of Jeff's point tracking system, I can tell you when, unfortunately, I become somewhat independently wealthy to be able to pursue my goals of my project. But when I was in the workforce, I'm a certified project management professional, and I did well with a startup, essentially, and I have the background. I was able to launch a very successful app on the App Store and Google Play. But even thereafter, getting contracts, I found that I had to apply far more than what the average person would think that you would need to apply for a job. So a lot of people think, well, I applied for 10 jobs today. That's great. And frankly, is a joke. You need to apply for like 200 to 400 jobs a day. And if you're like, well, that's impossible to do, it's not. With one click apply, it's really possible. You can set up bots of your own, able to do this automatically. Use the automation system to your where the bot, just using a Windows computer, absolutely free, will recognize where the applicant like apply button is, the shape of the apply button, the color of the apply button, and only click the apply buttons for you. You can use these to your advantage and basically make it about quantity, not necessarily quality, because as you know, and it's not the way of the old days where you work on one resume and one cover letter and apply to one job and you get that job. No, if you check on many of the recruiting and job finding subreddits, people are having to apply to at least 1,000 jobs to be able to just get some and certainly to get an offer. And they don't always accept the offer. In the old days, you had to apply for 10, 20, 200, 300 just to get an interview. I know, though, that it's a system that you can use to your advantage. You can automate things on your own. You can also go to AI and say, I want you to match keywords to beat the ATS system and make sure to use the standard headings that recruiters are looking for. Use clean fonts, ensure that you use all of those things to your advantage. Now, let's say you do all of that and you're still not getting hired. I would say, okay, how many jobs did you apply for? If you don't say 100, then I'm going to say that I'm not saying trying, but you could try harder. Netflix and just hit apply all day long on ZipRecruiter, on Indeed, and on LinkedIn. And you're going to have some opportunities. Somebody's going to send you an email saying, hey, I saw that you had applied to this job. And especially, I'm sure with some of the background information that you've shared, that they're going to be interested in you. Additionally, I think a really underutilized but excellent resource is to get with a headhunter. That's so key. Some people may say, I don't want to use a recruiting agency because I don't want to give up part of my salary. Well, guess what? If these organizations are able to get you a $300,000 a year job, but they want 50,000 of it, and you're going to make $250,000 a year, most people will say that's not that bad of a deal for me. I'm going to be able to provide for my family and such. But you shouldn't give up. But if you aren't applying for not just dozens but hundreds of jobs a day, I'm gonna say that the numbers are against you, because there are people out there who are. In terms of the overall ATS, the system, it has changed. As we know, everything is automated. Networking has become really important. I'm sure that you said you've gotten millions of followers on different platforms, so I'm not teaching you anything that you don't know. But you need to make sure that your LinkedIn has followers, that you have connections, that you have a really great photo. Just basically things that a recruiter is going to want to be able to see. But then again, the best advice I could give you, and if it's a surprise, don't let it be. If you apply to 10,000 jobs and you think that's too many, I, I don't. I think that that's what's starting to take. At least if you start looking for, you need to be. Um, I help people do. It's just out of the goodness of my heart. I get a lot of people who come to me and say, Rabbi, I am a developer. I'm in the third world and I don't have any opportunity, but I've got the skill set. Okay, great. Did you ever run your resume through ChatGPT and ensure that it is has I call it like career keyword enhancement? No, I've never done that. I just wrote it the way that I wanted to write it. Well, make sure that you do that. ChatGPT can be your ally in this. And then I ask people, how many jobs did you apply for today? And they'll be like, oh, well, like 3. Okay, that's fine. But because these systems have one-click apply, you can literally be doing something else and just have to hit the button, and it will apply for 2 or 3 or 400 jobs for you a day. And if you do that for a month, you've got to think that that's something like anywhere between 12 and 15,000 jobs that you may be applying for over the course of a month. That's far more than your average individual. You make it about quantity, and you're going to have recruiters who are in your inbox and hitting up your phone and wanting you to get your dream job. I don't know if any of that is not enough, because that's how cutthroat it is out there.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing, Rabbi. It's information, but I gotta be honest, it's not good enough. The system's broken. To hear you say, or anybody to think that's listening, that it makes logical sense that you need to apply for things. I mean, these headhunters, these charge of hiring and things of that nature, they don't even understand what's going on. And the point of what you're saying or what you're mentioning, I think it would be contributing more to the problem than any. Everyone's following that same methodology. These job postings that get listed, people underqualified, they're being, you're saying or anything. No, I mean, you can apply for jobs, talking to 200,000 to tax or 250 salary range, but if you're applying everything, you're going to get 40,000, 50,000. You're going to be applying for 500,000.
Amazing, my man. Just be patient with me for a second. Excellent.
Please come for me. I've got this position I need to fill, whatever. None of that happens anymore. It's not a lack of networking. I mean, my entire LinkedIn profile is made pretty much mainly of recruiters and networking with recruiters all my life. But I don't know, something's happened. Recruiters are not recruiting anymore, and everyone's applying for these jobs, like you're saying, all at the same time. Those jobs completely filled, so you can't take any more applicants, and then they don't hire anyone. You know why? Probably because they're all overqualified or underqualified. They don't meet any of the requirements. The salary range or whatever requirements don't match, because they're doing probably what you say out of desperation.
Well, I'm in agreement with you, Jeff. This is not the way that it should be, and nor do I endorse it. What I'm saying is, if everybody else is gaming the system, you have to do so as well. But do I think this is the way that it should be? No. Do I think it's efficient? No. I think that this is a combination of factors. I'm sure has to do with AI replacement of positions. It has to do with companies are literally just data collectors. So they'll put out a position and have no one hire anyone for it, but they'll get 5,000 people who apply to it, and that's a lot of data that they can parse. And I know that this the ATS these systems were created to perhaps make recruiters' jobs easier, but in many ways, it has just created a system where at best who can ensure that their resume looks perfect, and who can ensure that their previous experience matches the not in reality, but they are on paper, and that's the person who's getting the job. So I did want to clarify this is the item 2. But it is what it is, and one other thing, I didn't mean that you should just apply for every single position that's out there. No, of course there are filters that should be utilized, and of course there are, whatever your salary range is or your the required experience. I mean, but basically what I am saying is that anything that meets your salary and your background should ensure that you're applying for it. And there are a lot of jobs out there posted, but I completely understand it. It has gotten much more difficult post pandemic, and I think it'll continue in terms of the competition that's out there, because those positions are getting replaced. On an unrelated topic, one thing that I wanted to mention about what Alberto said and led me to start the discussion is the botting of these different platforms. And as you know, this is a great conversation, but because Jeff's account isn't one of these mega accounts, and because he is not boosting this space, then nobody's going to hear these types of really excellent conversations. Yet, someone who wants to spend a little bit of money to get 200 listeners randomly for 15 minutes or whatever to game the system, they're going to do that just so that they get their boosts and they ensure that their space rises to the top. And that's not how the system should work in this case either. It's really unfortunate. You've got quality here, but because of the way the system is set up, it's just not gonna it's not, at least under the current conditions, people aren't going to see it. They're not going to have the visibility. I was a user of Facebook when it first started. I was a user that year, March, at least from a Facebook perspective. And if anyone used Facebook in its early days, there was no algorithm. It was a chronological list of what your friends had posted. And that is such a better way for social media to be organized. When you get into the algorithm, you get into people who are curating what you want to see. I don't care what you think I want to see. I want to see what my friends have posted. I want to be able to delve into that. If you want to throw a thing in there every once in a while, that's fine. But I want to be able to go back literally like a timeline and see what everyone has posted. And when social media acted that way, it was so much more beneficial than what you're getting today. And the pay-for-play system, that websites, X especially, it says we will not show your tweets or whatever posts to anyone outside your friend group if you don't have. So I basically know, and I don't use X to get tons of retweets or interaction or anything. I know that my voice carries very far in these spaces and people know who I am, and I know the 3,000 people who follow me are real organic people who I've connected with. I don't have to worry about them necessarily being botted or anything like that. But then I also know that if I were to tweet something, nobody's ever going to see it and act that. You have to pay more money. That's not a fortunate element of it today. And another really interesting thing that Alberto said, 10 years ago when he would post something and he only had 10,000 followers, which is still a lot of people, and you get so much more interaction on that. I completely agree with them. I'm sure you all have seen your timelines recently, or even in the last few years. It's it's literally like people screwing things in, or it's something stolen from Reddit, or it's like some hot girl in front of a car getting interviewed or something like that. And you go to the comments, and the comments are completely unrelated. They're for crypto, and they're for gambling websites, and they're many times in languages that you don't know. You don't even care about. There's no way to filter the comment to say or the most upvoted to the top. It's just this random mishmash. It's really unfortunate. It makes there's a reason why people make fun of X and some of these because of the lack of features that they have. I personally am a giant advocate for filters. I love the filters. The more filters, the better. I want to be able to view by most recent. I want to be able to view by user interactions. I want to be able to view by the amount of people who have upvoted or perhaps downvoted if that's an option, or reposts. I want to be able to see region if possible, or whatever it may be. Let me make those decisions. Don't just show me what you think I want to see. It's really unfortunate when it does that. It's really unfortunate that the that there isn't some. I'm sure some developers out there working at X or any of these companies, because I've been one, who says, "Hey, why don't we put a filter system in that's more than what we currently have?" Yes, it can say cryptocurrency or whatever, but we need to have more specifics. I want to be able to give a time range, or I want to be able to give the most popular tweets of the day, or whatever it may be. And many times these people's ideas are shot down because they're but if you do get anything, it's many times just a some random bot that is just upvoting your things. If you ever look at have that are like the not verified messages or whatever, it's literally just a list of like OnlyFans bots, and that's a poor user experience. Nobody wants to be on a website where they feel like they are not necessarily being valued, or their hard work isn't being valued. So I wanted to say that what you're saying and the Birdo with what you're saying and the lack of engagement that you get on quality posts, and even you, somebody who has probably a top 1% account on X with 40,000 followers or whatever, you finding that having 4 times the amount of followers in 2026 is less engagement than you had when you was followers in 2016. Is that not correct?
I was still here criticizing you, but it's amazing to have the, I mean, I have to fight those experiences when this character service during the week when you and have the right, your tweet, the right tweet, how the just other to the account how many people were having or account, yeah, not a 100,000 impressions. Right now, I have the best I had was 1,900 impressions on Twitter. That's really important to the community. I created the first community during Twitter. I was meant to have to create a community before, and was very happy to find my yeah, there are 10,000 members in theory. got most people to that community. All for the members of the community are supposed to be seeing that on that field. Okay, so you should do more than already where the ritual because of that model. When I did a tweet to the community every 24 hours, every person in the community gets a notification there's a new tweet of the community community, so they get notified. In the notification, they see that. Okay, I don't know why that number. I don't know why that number is low. I am just happy and they have the possibility to yes, and yes, because they have very good fire. Everything. I was thinking, oh my God. Space. I've been friends shining space. We last 10 minutes of we shut down. I got some minutes where but now I am surprised the way I company. It's running. But I do with fire over the average. I express, I mean, what I want to express, but I should express. I mean, of course, obviously, it's enough of the entity to let them have to be really released to become to my certain opinions. I have no words from and I appreciate the fact that I come to sincerely when it comes very
To give you an idea of how little X or many of these platforms promote small creators, I have another account that I use to live stream on video 24/7 for more than 365 straight days on X Spaces. And that account literally was a video account. And the name of the space that I would use was like very like it was like open space. It was cryptocurrency. It had the word NFT in it. It had a lot of big keywords. Idea. It started around zero, and it by the end of 5 days had 31 followers. So that gives you an idea of how if you did a space 24 hours a day on video and with minimal interaction, X isn't going to boost you and nobody's going to see it, even though you could always be there. I know another person who is on YouTube who streams 24/7 on one of their accounts, and they have gotten about 330 followers in 365 days, meaning like one follower a day is what you're going to average if you either don't network or don't. I'm not saying that there's a lack of networking, but like basically if you don't have anybody who's promoting you or you're not going into spaces and whatever it may be, I think we all the game is rigged and we're doing everything that we can to just survive. Like Alberto's saying, like just fortunate not to have lost his account. I feel the same way. Jeff, I know that you were like, hey, I had an account. I have trouble creating new accounts. I had this account from 2013 and fortunately it's been in so far so good. And with that, my friends, I've got some people in my Discord who have been waiting very patiently to be able to speak. I want you to know how much I really just generally appreciate the ability to speak with you and to Miss who was here earlier, and appreciate the ability to just be able to vent that I have in the corporate talk with you all. If I can ever be of any benefit to you, I've followed you both, and I know you guys are following me. Feel free to reach out. I'll do everything that I can to help you. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Rabbi. It's great to have you here. And also, you said earlier for people to follow your link tree, make sure you update that when you can and say, make sure that you did that. If you have any questions, feel free to pop in anytime. We'd be happy to help you set up your NFT display and anything you need. So thanks again for coming in, man. And have a good one. We hope to see you again soon.
Thank you again, and I will do that in due time. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Quick scope for your patience. How are you, my friend?
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm doing all right. Could be better a little bit. I'm dealing with some slight health issues, but I'll be fine. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank God. Just living life. Excellent. So you were. Did you find me in a Discord, or did you search for me in a Discord?
No, I found you on Discord.
Oh, excellent. I was getting to. Okay, so you're looking for a Jewish server?
Yeah. And I found a couple others that are pretty nice too.
Are you in Jewish Guild? Are you in Jewish Guild?
Well, this is. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Good. Because I'm live in there too.
I have one question. So I am trying to figure out what is the best way. And I'm someone who doesn't have a Jewish mother. My father's Jewish, like ethnically. So I'm having to convert.
Yes, you are.
Right, and I'm only generally as an adult. And I'm actually in my early 20s, so very new to everything. What would you say gospel reform is a better path for you? Which one would you say is a better path?
Orthodox is the only way to go. We in the Orthodox community would still not consider you Jewish if you had a Reformed conversion. So you want to be seen as a Jew by all Jews, right?
Yes. So you got a point.
Exactly. The Reformed conversion and a conservative conversion would both be seen as a waste of your time in the Orthodox world. And that means you need an Orthodox version, which is fine. So, do you want me to walk you through that process?
Well, the thing is, I've got a Zoom meeting scheduled with, I believe it's Rothschild. I'm not sure if he's Orthodox or Reform because I had another Zoom that was earlier Reform with another rabbi from where I live. And essentially, he ran me through that process a little bit and told me, here, I'm just going to get you in contact with another rabbi that can essentially help you along that process. One thing that he did mention to me is that I would need to be living in an Orthodox community.
Yes.
Which is new to me.
Okay, yes, so that's most likely an Orthodox rabbi. Did he mention the phrase based in or baked in to you?
Baked in, I think he might have, but I'm not sure if he did specifically in the conversation. I've heard the term before.
Okay, so it means house of judgment. Essentially, it's a panel of 3 rabbis who will help guide you through the process. You'll check in with them. But yes, you will need to live in an Orthodox community. Is there an Orthodox community in the place where you live?
One small area that would count as that. I'm not really sure. I would imagine so because there is a yeshiva in the city that I live. It's got a relatively. It seems like an Orthodox community, but I really can't say for certain.
Okay, so what this rabbi will probably say to you or get you in touch with the rabbi of your local area or advise that you do so. And it depends of the some say go to a bigger city or city. just but many are welcoming as well. But what it's going to consist of is basically 1 to 2 years of study. You have to attend shul, which means you have to walk to shul at least each week. You can't work on Shabbat, so that's sundown on Friday to approximately sundown on Saturday. Um, it can mean up to 13 days that you'll need to take off for holidays. It will consist of perhaps changing your dress, certainly changing your eating habits. So, I mean, keeping kosher. Are you familiar with that term and what that involves?
Yeah, yeah, I am, and I actually am already starting those kinds of processes. Like I've been observing Shabbat for a good while now. So, you know,
I understand. I'm going to be able to eat at restaurants anymore. But means no like uh, Baskin Robbins and speaking. But aside from that, coffee. I'm sure you're aware of that. It's also going to mean
yeah, especially things like cheeseburgers. I know that cheeseburgers are a big component.
Yeah, and shellfish as well. So that's going to be out the door. It also solves the opposite you're going to be a single person. Multiple times a week. There's some Hebrew, depending on the community. And the big three things are Shabbat, being kosher, and Sharia, family purity. Usually is there are more complicated issues for a woman, but less for a man. And then the big one is probably you either have to move to that section of your town where there is a yeshiva. Yeshiva doesn't matter, but it's where the shul is, the synagogue, or you're going to have to move to a larger city that accepts converts. With that said, are you near a larger city? If they were to tell you you need to move to a larger city,
I can easily move to one.
Okay. Okay, and are you employed?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it something that could change your job to go somewhere else?
It's actually a job that I can quite literally like do in any city.
Excellent. So it's like remote?
It's not remote. I don't want to give too much away, but you probably kind of get where I'm going.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's that aspect too. There's an expectation that you're going to be able to provide for not just yourself, but for a family. And so there may be the idea that I'm not demand job, as they say. So you may lead to a more just a higher paying job, and so I want to you for you to be aware of that. You're going to have the expectation that once you convert, to very soon thereafter find a woman, get married, have children, and that's all very expensive. So there's going to be the expectation that you're going to be able to provide for yourself and provide for a family, and generally some jobs just depending, you're not going to be able to do. But do you have
Yeah,
do you have education or any type of job experience?
I have a lot of job experience, and I do have like some certification, so I think I'm good there.
Okay,
The
good.
other thing too is there's programs designed to help people that are like, either Jewish or converting to find like careers and whatnot.
Most certainly, yeah. Um, so a based-in is going to basically interview you. You'll send your application. If you're accepted, you'll have a date to perhaps meet with the Av of the based-in, the head then basic Rabbi so-and-so recommended that I speak with you all about my conversion. I'm heartfelt over this. Uh, you're going to have more difficulty as a man being accepted into the program. Don't just accept every guy off the street. So you may say that, hey, this is what I'm currently doing as a job, but I'm working towards whatever it is, uh, whatever your goal is. And they may say, get that goal and then come back to us, or they may say, that's fine, we'll work it out. They're going to ask, do you live in an important mission? They're going to ask you, do you walk to shul every week? Ask you, and some of these aren't issues. If you do get a full-time normal position, are you able to take off all the holidays? Or two, you time off depending on the year and the holidays fall to be able to work something out with you. But usually employers, especially for religious issues, are more lenient on these types of requests. And then
Right.
you're are you circumcised?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a definite advantage. You still will need a bris, so there'll be a ceremonial pinprick of blood towards the end, and then you will have a mikvah date, and you'll meet with the beis din at the mikvah. Generally, you will submerge in the mikvah, and then once you exit, you're a Jew, and you will be seen as a Jew in the eyes of Israel. There really is no difference between a Jew from birth and a converted person, what we call a Jew by choice. But the only real relevant issue is that you're not basically in terms of if you were to ever have any kind of disagreement, you aren't able with a Jew from birth, you aren't able to testify against it. So converts aren't able to testify against from birth, and some minor things like you might be able to be the president of your shul. Many times shuls don't allow converts to be, but as of marrying a Jewish woman, would be able to raise a Jew, immigrate to Israel. You'd be able to, perhaps. That's a practice. But and it's going to cost some money. So usually, shul dues are anywhere between $1,000 and $3,000 a year. Classes on and food and stuff. Food's much more expensive. To give you an idea, to price it out, I think if like my local kosher butcher, a roasted chicken is like $13, and you get the same size at like Costco for $5. So to give you some idea, you may say, why is it so much more expensive? There's a process to it. Essentially, it's the way that it's absolutely. And but other things that, yeah, absolutely. Other things that you would have to be aware, things like certainly driving on Shabbat, you can't do. Um, you would have
Yeah.
to.
Which, yeah, that's something I've already had to kind of contend with.
Okay. What do you mean?
Oh, it's just like the synagogue that I already go to for Shabbat, like, and they're cool with it. Like, there's a lot of other drive to the synagogue, but like, you know, I drive to it on Shabbat usually. So that's something that I gotta adjust to.
Is it Orthodox?
No, it's conservative.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, as I understand, conservative, they don't walk up. Like, they're allowed to drive on Shabbat. I mean, they shouldn't be, but as Jews, but within their understand, they don't conservative community. So shouldn't everybody be driving? Okay. All right. I mean, I don't really interact with conservative all that much, and certainly not reform. There are some people who I do know who were born into Orthodox families and may live like that, but as you know, and some there's a phrase called conservative, both sides, some Orthodox, some conservative. I generally stay away from that. But hardline Orthodoxy, you'll drive, you will avoid, you're prohibited from driving. Yeah, and on how, but I mean, aside from that, I wish you the best with your process. If you need help of any advice or anything, I'm here for you. Life 24/7, absolutely. So I'm always in here if you need help, or generally, you know, I do other things outside of being on this in my bed. But um, uh, if I may ask, why do you want to become Jewish?
It's because of my father's lineage, and also just because I've always felt connected to like the stories of the Tanakh and the Bible. Like I've always felt very connected, and I feel at home when I'm at synagogue, specifically like during Shabbat, like having lunch with the folks there. That's something that really makes me feel at home, and I just feel like it's the right thing for me.
Okay, and if this rabbi who you're meeting with says, "Okay, well, you already feel at home. Why change a good thing? Why not convert to conservative Judaism?"
Because I'll say this: Chabad don't convert people; they just don't.
Well, right, but you're not in a Chabad community.
No, well, that's where I'm going. Is actually a Chabad community. That's what I mean when I say conservative.
Oh, hold on. Well, wait, that's conservative.
It's Acidic, okay.
Yeah, don't call that a conservative community. No. No, okay. So now I understand why you said people are driving. I completely understand that. But if you were talking about conservative Judaism, which is a of Judaism, like everybody drives there. They don't have they don't consider themselves to have the prohibition. Okay, so you've got a Chabad. Great. Well, yeah, in that uh, uh, community, is there Litvish Shiva, let's just like a centrist Orthodox community outside of Chabad near you?
Yeah, that's and talking about when it comes to having like a Zoom meeting scheduled. I've got a Zoom meeting scheduled with an Orthodox rabbi. So, and the yeshiva area near me, I'm pretty sure are Orthodox because I don't
they wouldn't be
have any affiliation with Chabad reform or any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so basically Orthodoxy in general terms, you have modern Orthodox, and then generally the Hasidic world. And modern Orthodoxy is probably where you'll find a conversion program. The Chabad is okay with you coming on Shabbat?
Yeah, they love me there.
Okay, how long have you been attending?
I've only gone for 3 weeks total, but they know me like by name.
And they know that you're non-Jew.
They know my mom's. Yeah, they know my mom's not Jewish. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you've got what you need, which is a meeting with your local Orthodox rabbi, and he will give you the information that you need. And if you have questions about the process or you want to update me, feel free. I'm here for you. And
I appreciate that.
absolutely. If there's anything else I can do for you, let me know, okay?
Yeah, I will. Thank you for the pep talk. I'll definitely take all that and have a great rest of your night.
You as well. And one last thing, just remember, don't call Chabad conservative. That will offend them.
They're Hasidic.
They're Hasidic, yes, and they're Orthodox. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay.
Hey, just before you go, just so you get the spectrum just of Judaism. So on the far conservative end, like you're saying, you've got the Hasidic dynasties. There are more than just Chabad. There's Breslov and there's Satmar. They're basically communities that connect or trace their founding rabbi going back to the 18th century. Then you have a little more generally a liberal version, but still Orthodox. You have centrist Orthodoxy and then modern Orthodoxy. Generally, these are sometimes many times interwoven with the people there. And you even, I mean, I'm a member of Chabad of Sherman Oaks. Yeah, there are some people who kind of float in multiple of these different Orthodox realms, but that's Orthodoxy.
Yeah.
Then that means that's no driving on Shabbat, keeping kosher, all those things. Okay. Then you've got conservative Judaism, which is frankly by Orthodox standards is not considered Judaism. The people who go there, many of them are considered Jews, but their doctrine is not mainstream Orthodox doctrine. So there's conservative,
Right.
and that is, so to give you an idea, about only 10% of Jews are Orthodox. About 30% or so of people who practice and actually go to some type of building, let's say once a week, a synagogue. You've got about 30% that are conservative, and then about 60% are Reform, and then and that's the far more liberal. And then actually there are some other types of Judaism. There's Reconstructionist Judaism, which you'd be considered perhaps a Reconstructionist Jew right now because you have your father's ethnic background. But that isn't considered Jewish within the... Absolutely. That's why I want you to be aware of this. So anyone who basically has any kind of Jewish ancestry can qualify to some extent to be a Reconstructionist Jew. This is less than 5% of people now, of at least we'll say Jews in America. Then you also have humanist Jews. There are some humanist Jewish organizations which are Jewish but really, really liberal, but still have respectable doctrines. So I don't want to say that everybody who's not Orthodox does not have good ideas. I would say I empathize more with many humanist beliefs than I do conservative or Reform. and Reconstructionists as well. I think that there are some good aspects of that. So basically, what I'm saying is there are a lot of Orthodox people who empathize more with humanist and Reconstructionists than we do conservative or reform. Okay, with that being said, then you have secular Jews, which is another 50% of Jews that I didn't include in the other section, who don't attend shul or synagogue of any kind, and just because of their ancestry, consider themselves to be Jews. And so I did want you to just be aware, like we're only talking about like 10% of all Jews, but you are already perhaps included, depending on how Reconstructionism, though, within their belief system, you'd be considered a Reconstructionist Jew if you started attending and connecting with all of what they do. But if you want to be considered Jewish, by all Jews, an Orthodox conversion is what you need. So with that, I did want to explain that, and take care, and God willing, in 2 years or so, you'll be getting your first Hallelujah, which is where
You as well.
dinner here because I love midnight skilting. It's incredible. How long have you been trying stand-up?
About 90 seconds.
90 seconds. What made you want to start here tonight?
Saturday didn't have anything else to do, so let me drive out there and see what's happening.
I love it. But you watch the show sometimes.
Yes.
You know what it is.
Yes. Yes.
So you tried it. You said that these Amish people are coming out of nowhere. There's a lot of them now.
Yeah. They used to be, I didn't know about Amish people, but now they're everywhere and everything. And they're supposed to be kind of against technology.
Jasmine, what do you do for work?
I'm an accountant.
You're an accountant? Yeah. Goodness gracious. What type of accounting are you?
Corporate accounting. It's fun.
You live here in Houston, Texas.
I do.
What part of Houston do you live?
I live in the Westbury area, near Maryland. In the city, Houston proper.
What are some of your favorite things to do here in Houston? You ever go to the Turkey Hut?
I've never been to the Turkey Hut, but I've had turkey legs at the Renaissance Festival. I like that.
Well, the Renaissance Festival. I didn't know black people went to Renaissance Festival.
Me and my friends, a couple of us.
You guys probably really stand up in that Renaissance Festival.
No, we don't.
Right, man. Okay. Jasmine, you have a family?
Yes, I do. I have 2 kids.
How old are they?
21.
You did it. What are they up to?
I have a son that is last year mechanical engineering. I have a daughter that lives in Milwaukee. She's a dog groomer.
Jasmine, what do you do for fun? Do you have any hobbies or anything?
I walk the dog. I like to garden. Hang out with my friends. I like to garden. I'm going fishing next month.
Okay. The kids are all grown up. So, have a man?
No.
When's the last time you were with a man?
I've been divorced for probably about 10 years.
Do you go on dates or anything? Have you been getting?
No, not really. Maybe, I'm just enjoying.
Kim wants to know what your last kiss was.
My last kiss? 2 years.
Wow.
Oh, God.
She's such a beautiful
I'm
lady.
enjoying it.
I mean,
She's such a beautiful lady.
is there a guy out there that wants to give Jasmine a big smooch? Be part of the pony history. You gotta make it a good one if I bring you up here. Who do you think it is? Who's really gonna go for it? Blue shirt right there, you think? You need water? Have anybody's water you want. You got it. All right, who's gonna do this? Are you gonna do it? Pick one, Jasmine. I'll let you pick.
You know, working on the way, who's gonna make that pussy pop? Oh my God, this guy.
With the white beard?
Let's get January.
Jasmine, do you have a preference?
You have to be over 50.
You have to be over 50? Yeah, that guy with the beard can do it.
No, how about the guy with the cowboy hat? Cowboy hat. Got the purple.
The guy with the beard, no?
That guy with the beard's gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. You're about to watch here in Houston, Texas. Powerful black woman. It's a man that looks like he fought for the South in the Civil War. Watch your steps, sir, please. Don't trip over cords. Ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing day. Wow. Incredible. Wow. Look at that. Not the first time this guy's freed the slaves. Look at this fucking. Holy shit.
Comes out of the game when you roll double sixes into your mouth.
Watch steps, sir. Watch your step. Jazz, how did that feel?
I forgot already. I can't remember.
I love it. She's mesmerized. All right, Jasmine. Thank you so much. There she goes, Jasmine Flowers, everybody. She's a sweetheart. guys are out here filtering sets. These guys are relentless here in Houston. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian is one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. An absolute force of nature that you know, that you love. One of the greatest interviewees in the history of the show. Sing it if you know the words, because I present to you the one and only. This is Hans Kim.
Don't worry, I speak English. This isn't the Super Bowl halftime show. If I wanted to hear a bunch of Spanish, I go to a kitchen at Chili's. Stop trying to make me learn things. This is America. What's the point of having all I have to learn? I do think it's fucked up that a lot of Mexicans are getting deported. I think if you're trying to reduce crime, deporting Mexicans is the least efficient way to do that. I've never been walking down a dark alley and heard the voice behind me be like, "Give me your money." It's usually some form of ebonics. The language of robberies. I recently saw Black Guy gardening. I was like, dude, you don't have to do that anymore. You can do larceny and retail as well now. I am working right now. I don't have to be stronger than a black guy. I just have to last long enough till the cops get there. All right, well, that's my time. Thank you guys so much.
Hans Kim has done it again. Wow. How about the reception from that crowd just upon arrival?
I know.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Hansi Boy Kim, live in Houston, Texas. How does Houston make you feel? How do you feel about all this?
Oh, it's great. It's a big Texas city. A lot of anger can be unleashed upon me. So I'm trying to stay on the good side of Houston. Lots of different types of, Republicans and Democrats here to piss off. It's just a lot of people here.
A lot of different kinds of people.
Yeah, lots of love.
Lots of love. Absolutely. Have you been to Houston before?
Yes, I actually double teamed a female here. Let's go to the clip. Still don't have it.
My goodness. This was a
yeah, she was pretty enthusiastic.
Could you double team her with?
Wonderful, awesome comic that I don't think I should name.
Right, but a buddy.
Yeah. Okay. Not like, Brian Redband.
Definitely wasn't Brian. To be able to get hard and have sex with a woman. Just kidding. This reminds me of Kuchu, official sponsor of the company. Wow, tell us what it was like double teaming. Which hole did you pick?
Well, I actually, she was like bonded with me, which is pretty cool. So I actually had to there before my thing got there. So I had her vagina, and then thank you for that. Yeah, I was about to. I mean, that's.
Yes. Did she tell you she was on a pill or something? Like, what made you come inside of her to just do that?
I just felt very open to the idea of that. Wow. I was not going to hold up a sword for that. It was a long time ago. But yeah, it was all legal. So I heard, and then my friend came and she's like, I always want to do this thing, roast pig or stuffed pig. I already talked about this before. But then I actually took the mouth area and he took the vagina, and I really wasn't as hard as I could have been. Yeah, she wasn't
really roast pig, but like, now let me ask you shish kebab. Shish kebab. Corn dog. We got it. We got it. So, your soft penis was in her mouth, and your buddy was fucking the hole that you had already nutted inside of. Did you tell your friend that you came inside of her? Oh, I don't think I did. So, there's a chance that your buddy is going to find out from watching this show that the time that he hooked up with the with you, it is fucking your cum. Still looks on autism to think of it like you're you helped out a little bit. If she gets pregnant, it's going to click it. I mean, he was white and I mean, so it's hard for us. See how he does on the SATs.
How did it after work? Like, right after his cake.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Gotta give myself a fighting chance. Says the mission on Paycast 89A. He's a piece of no such was this one again. You're so sorry. I'm so sorry. Is there anything you try to think of when you're trying to get hard? Concerning always the most honest answers. If you look at the history of the show, no one has better answers to my questions than us. Always before I'm even done answering. Yes.
Honest comments, you made it every year.
Honest comments.
I think a lot of tickling stuff.
Why is it right?
No, Hans being tickled is
I'm not getting tickled, I'm tickling. I'm the tickler, and Jesus.
Yeah. Somehow it is. I'm starting to agree with him. I thought you were getting tickled, which is just fucking weird. But now that I'm finding out that you're doing the tickling and that makes you hard, what is it about tickling a girl that makes hard?
when she squirms.
Or we're just like,
No, please no.
Yeah, that's most of my relationships with women, so it seems accurate.
very yes, I asked you what it takes when you think about the individual. Here's a question I would ask you. Is there something that you think about when you're about to come to you? Think of that to try to stop yourself. So really excited.
I usually get in love with what she would want, like she would want to come now. I'm like taking a break from playing hot. Is the guy chit chat during the all right, I don't know what I'm trying to ask. You guys, I mean, there's dirty talk, right? But if he starts to talk, do you go, oh, sorry, yeah, you go ahead. So, like, I think there was a moment where we did that exact thing. I forget like why, but yeah, I think we made like, hey, you can take the bottom. And then it was just like, yeah, she was like making noises. She took me. Were noises better with you than with him? Like, did you take it personal? Yeah. He was getting. No, he wasn't trying to look at my. I was
like, can you sign me up for the mic later?
I was looking at his.
Yes. How was he not looking at you if you were looking at him?
He was just like head down, task at hand,
People have to understand.
And your dick was like boba tea over there, like in the mouth. Yeah, it was like boba tea. It's chewy. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay, was he a white guy or a black guy?
White man. Okay. Like, yeah, Hans, give me that chewy dick. I bought a van for $13,000. That doesn't work. I wasted $13,000. I love your city. I think.
What do you mean you bought a van?
I bought a Sprinter van, thinking I could make it a van life van, even though I already have a van. I just bought a stupid van for no reason. I was looking at my old van. I'm like, this van sucks. I mean, and then one of my friends was like, you should just get a new van. So I just got a new van, but it was a shitty. This is what. About whatever cable TV that.
Someone could call it Hans Kim.
I have the band's logo.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Hans Kim. 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 All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a hell of a show. This is your final fucking poll of the night. How about one more time for Heidi and Val, everybody? You can check out their podcast, Love on the Line at HeidiRegina.com. Follow the band on social media. Adam Ray in the USB tour to Vegas, the Win, and everywhere else. AdamRayComedy.com, KimCondon.com, and follow her at KimCondon, CONGDON. All right, your final fucking poll tonight goes by the name of Devin Callahan. Everybody, one last Houston fucking.
All right, how you guys doing? Yeah, I'm Devin Callahan. Callahan like Dirty Harry. Yeah, you see your face confused. Like, I remember Dirty Harry. Well, this dirty. I figured out, not to bring it down and not talk about death, I figured out the afterlife. I got it. There's two types of ghosts. One ghost, my body dies, and another like, hey, my first smoking a cigarette and toast. Second ghost, you just get like a little haunted thing, and it's just like no legs or nothing. Feet up, like feet gone, knees up, and then just run around like, that second type, those are the motherfuckers that died of diabetes. Yeah. So, it turns out that after, like, you don't get your feedback. It's like a punishment. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Was that the end of the joke?
No.
Okay, finish it.
And so I was telling them, no, the Quinta is the chick that works at the front desk, but the establishment is La Quinta, right? Like,
Devin Callahan making his Kill Tony debut, right?
Yes.
You live here in Houston?
Port Arthur and Omaha. I'm saying Port Arthur.
All right.
Can you say the N-word there?
Yeah, but no, I don't want to. We're nice people. Yeah.
Okay, Devin, what do you do?
I play piano. I play keys.
You're a professional piano player? Really? How long have you been on that for?
Like 20 years.
20 years?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever had an actual piano player. You guys want to hear him play some piano? band leader normally doesn't share his piano with anybody. It's a tough cookie. He's old school. A lot of musicians don't like sharing their instruments.
I know how it is, bro.
And he knows how it is, but now that he said, oh, see, all he had to say was, I know how it is. I get it. And then look, just broke John Dee's little heart. He is like, look at this, just give a handshake. Oh yeah, don't play anything copyrighted. It's got to just be kind of like your own like original jam. John Dee's. Oh. The N-word, because that's nice. That's how I did it.
It's not just
Sing a little song. My favorite kind of love.
All of these forms of the United States. Rashi says over there, "What's up? Voting means the days that I'll show up right here. So they clear those as these words. Some of those.
Keep playing, dumbass. Keep playing.
Ultimately, again, hold on. So I play
fucking music.
We'll see. Which is the way of the police of it. So they use the police of it. So they say that it's all right. But then you have a police of us. But you sad traffic. What's this? This shit right now. The Russian is the Polish. Those who are left with cycles who remain. Why does it repeat the same experience of Russia? Those who are the artists move to Austin.
Anywhere to get lost. Washing down with some Aquafina. Sunlight from Hurricane Katrina. Me and Adam used to play with the great Jeff Scott at the Comedy Store. We're the only two guys that used to work with the presidencies. We lost him during the pandemic because he got COVID and AIDS at the same time. All right. Devin, anything else crazy we should know about you before you go? What's the biggest white lady you ever impregnated?
I hadn't had a chance yet. So, just saying.
Something that was not
I don't know if you saw Jasmine Flowers earlier, but there's a black woman that makes no sense whatsoever when she talks. It really needs to be down.
She's pregnant right now!
Devin, thank you so much. There he goes, Devin Callahan. Oh, thank you so much. There he goes, Devin Callahan. He just realized who I was, everybody. Hey, wait, you're the Puerto Rico guy. There's a note for us. See you later. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, Saturday nights are hard on this show. We have created so many superstars, but a lot of them are foremost tonight in their own sold-out shows around the world. However, I was able to secure the man who I think is one of the fastest young rising comedians in the world. You see him every week writing and performing a brand new bit. At one point, he was recognized as the Dark Storm of Atlanta, Georgia. And now he is the Dark Storm of Austin, Texas. I present to you the future. It's different plan.
If somebody prophesizes in the name of an apple, sorrow. or whatever. So I'm like, I'm not doing this before. And again, the person says, you know, this is what the other person says. Even if what? Even if what to say.
My favorite Houston rapper, Pimp C.
Let's say for something I hear that same name about
Pimp C once said something that meant everything to me.
Avoid willing to fire up shots. Okay. Right?
He said,
Mishnah says, even though he's not seeing anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually no harm, as well. The fact that he's giving it over in the name of an avodah zarah by definition makes him liable.
who's ready for the best fucking guy of their lives?
The undisputed number one live podcast in the world is coming to us via
So I'm going to put it in his hands, but it's just the definitions. Even if it's very
Hey,
good.
last year I became the most year of all time.
Or they just come in and look at you. But again, they did not get like to brag.
Gotta be a party show.
It's so much punishment. It's so much explain all about.
Please, Rabbi Rothschild to a bar. I didn't really mean anything. I just said that faith.
It's her. It's not the fight
It's going to be awesome.
like you, Tony, to get on
Smart Financial Center here in Houston, Texas. For a brand new episode of Kill Tony, get up for Tony. It's who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives?
My God, how about one more time for the best damn band in all of Sugarland? Michael Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, John Dees. We got everything in place. This is very, very exciting. There's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
I understand there's a few things. It makes sense. It makes sense. You're going to be practicing. I would say, let's go ahead and I hear a prophecy coming to someone else. And I understand that it's not good. Why is it if you're doing something like that? So I'm not making up the information. The information is factual. The information is correct. Okay, we'll see.
I gotta ask, Houston, Texas, are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Just wants to be on the road in my favorite state in the United States of America. Holy shit, what a beautiful day. 80 degrees and sunny, you can't beat it. Tonight's guests, two of my favorite human beings in the world, two of the greatest Kill Tony guests of all time. Very hard to put this show on a Saturday night when everybody that touches the show is a sellout theater act. But I did the Lord's work for you as I present to you multiple time over. Without a doubt, arguably, statistically, the greatest guest in Kill Tony history, and first ever in Kill Tony history. Tonight's guests, ladies and gentlemen, are Adam Ray and Kenny Compton. Oh yeah, live in the flesh, you name it. The man who gets moved and could help your kill. getting everybody. She is currently being stalked by many men.
I have a gun.
She's got a gun, she's got a new doubt. Everything's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Kiltony Hall of Famer, multiple time guest of the year, Adam Ray is here. Everybody.
I don't know. Fat sex? I don't know. Yeah. So, yeah, a lot of things more than any other city in the world. That's not what I was like fast food, but for sure. Yeah. Right here, later.
Hell yeah. There's a lot of blacks in Houston, from what I've heard, they don't eat out at all.
That's not what I'm talking about. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
El Tiempo is here. How many El Tiempo fans do we have out there? Sure. The home of the Colorado. You guys ever been to the Colorado before? It's a fun place. Alright, you guys know how this show works. Everybody, if I pull your name out the bucket, you get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up. You hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry. Is there a gay party in Houston?
In all of these cases, they
all said it once. What is it? You gotta wrap it up there, or else you bring out the angry mantra bear. Oh yeah, that's a big gay bear.
Twang on it too.
Hell yeah. Oh my goodness, the first name has been pulled. And this is a very special show because since we have been in Texas for over 5 years now, we have accumulated many great golden ticket winners from the city of Houston, Texas. And tonight, while we go right into our first bucket full, starting off the show with a brand new minute for us is one of our elite golden ticket winners from Houston, Texas. He got his golden ticket, I believe, when he was 21 years old. Since then, he has worked as Bucky himself at a Buc-ee's. Make some noise. Starting tonight's show, Houston's own Enrique Chacon. This is looking like a racist Lakewood church, bro. What the fuck? I heard that ICE is killing white people now, man. What's up with that? You're telling me I can't have it anymore? My girlfriend, when I met her, she was way out of my league, so I found out everything I could about her, man. I found out that she was really into animal rescue, so 2019, fuck it, bro. I rescued 34 cats, bro. Fuck it. Sometimes you have to save the kitty to eat the kitty, and that's what I was doing. You can say I wasn't heat to it, man. Anyways. I have an Australian cattle dog and blue healer at home. I like to use that dog for small talk with older white guys at like a tractor supply. I tell them I have a blue healer and they're like, oh, my granddaddy has blue healers. That's a very intelligent dog. That's a very hard-working dog. We have a beautiful moment, and suddenly they remember that their granddaddy wouldn't like him talking to me, and that's the end of the conversation. Thank you. Tony Jr. How are you, my friend? How does it feel? This is the biggest crowd you've ever performed in Texas. It is, bro. It's looking pretty fucking beautiful. Southwest Alien, Texas in the house. What's the Southwest? Exactly. Southwest Houston. It's a beautiful place where everybody says the N-word, no matter what ethnicity you are. It's that's why whenever I moved to like Austin or started doing comedy, I had to like train myself. Every time I wanted to say the N-word, I would snap a rubber band on my leg or something. But yeah, that's my hood, man. That's where I grew up. And yeah. I don't know all the different areas that well. I know I was able to convince Redman to do this show because I said it's in Sugarland, and he's like, "Oh, where did it go?" Let's go to Candy. I'm not fucking mad at that, bro.
bro. My bad. Turn sugar land into caramel, bro. What's up?
My goodness. Enrique, why are you so fat? Tell us what you eat exactly.
Well, you know, a lot of straight guys eat pussy, Tony. That's what I do.
That's not what's making you fat.
Are you putting whipped cream on it or something? Or cream cheese or cottage cheese?
You know,
Protein powder?
milk eggs, chicken eggs, bro. We cook everything with lard, dude. This is fucking almost.
Dude, I eat chocolate candy eggs, the fucking Cadbury eggs, dude. I got fucking eggs and ham, dude.
But you know, a place that you need to visit though, Tony, is Bissonnette, bro. You gotta go to Bissonnette. You don't you fucking agree?
What is that?
Bissonnette is.
Why?
Traffic. It's
You guys have I'm gonna go to Southwest. I'm gonna go between Bissonnette and Southwest Houston so I can say the N-word while getting my dick sucked.
It's like a beautiful plan, Tony.
Love it, Enrique. It was such a fun so
that ice shit got me terrified, Tony. Yeah, it really does. Because I have something called the DACA status, which means that I'm a celebrity immigrant. You know, there's only 2,500 of us.
I don't think you should be saying this.
Fuck it. You know, I'm prepared for the consequences, man. That's why I'm trying to camouflage myself. I don't even drink Modelo's anymore in public, Tony. I'm drinking Busch Light, bro. Like some of these River Oaks white guys, bro. What the fuck?
hell yeah. I love it. Are there any other white things that you're doing to try to hide out?
You know, I'm reciting the 10 Amendments, Tony.
The 10 Amendments.
Essentially, one of those is the right to eat.
I'm like
Izzo's Vader, bro. What the fuck was I thinking, bro?
You look like you squeal when someone hugs you.
Absolutely adorable, Enrique. And you have the show started for us tonight with nothing but laughter and likability and joy from Texas. We got Everybody, there are a lot of Houston local comedians that have been dying for us to make the 2 or 3 hour trip up here, and now it begins. They get 60 seconds, and then I conduct an interview with them, and anything can happen. Sometimes people get a little bit shy in front of such a big group of people, so I'm going to try my hardest to find out crazy shit about your first bucket full doing an uninterrupted set. Goes by the name of Max Wissinger. Everybody, here comes Max Wissinger to get the bucket started tonight.
So I was making out with my girlfriend last week. Things were heating up. She started taking her clothes off. Yeah. She was like, Max, you look like a kid in a candy store. I said, babe, it's not you. I look like a kid in any store. Yeah. Yeah. I can't keep a girlfriend, all right? They don't feel safe with me because I'm gluten-free. I mean, I can't even find food. It sucks, right? Like someone brings donuts to work. I can't have any. Apple fritter. Being gluten-free is so depressing. Anytime I even think about using a toaster, that's when I'm taking a bath. Guys, come on. My therapist said I need an outlet.
That's a pathetic red flag.
Thank you.
Jokes about being youthful. How old are you, Max?
I'm 27. I don't even have chest hair yet.
It's a little bit. Me neither. I'm 41.
How
long have you been on stand-up?
So 1.5 years, but my first time was on this show like 3-4 years ago. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Made the drive to Austin.
I did. I'm in Houston now. Yeah.
What do you do for work?
I'm a product developer for supplements.
What kind of supplements?
The ones that make you healthier that RFK Jr. likes. Well, I don't think you're taking any of them so far. I don't think you're taking the drugs to make you age backwards.
It's a new budget, but it's compound.
You need to eat more fruit by the foot. It's a kid snack. That's what I mean by that. You don't survive.
Yeah, I think they accidentally gave you estrogen.
Right. Yeah. People call me RFK Jr.
Yeah.
One parent. What's the best supplement? I don't know what to ask you.
You don't have to ask him anything, remember? Thank you. One of the funniest jokes in the history of the show. Like, look at you make a 45-minute violation of me looking at Adam going, all he asks is the people.
That's why I started talking to the artist back.
Max, tell us what's been going on in life since the last time you were on the show.
Well, girls have been hitting on me lately. Yeah. You know, I think girls are so dangerous when they drive because they're too busy trying to look hot. Right? Like, I saw this one chick going 100 on the freeway, putting on mascara, swerving all over the road. I mean, hey, at least you died a bad bitch.
I see what you did there. You snuck in a little gem.
Comic Sun, please.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Tony, funny you should ask. These women be driving crazy.
You're perfect for cruises.
Yeah. You get when you hang out with your friends that you've been with, there's like, dude, traveling nuts today. You're like, yeah. And you just turn and face a different wall and go, let me tell you about the 405. Everyone's like, dude, over here.
It was like,
you got jokes. I like it.
What, have you been on dates? Do you have a girlfriend?
No, not right now.
No. When's the last time you hooked up with a chick? What's that like? What playground did you go to exactly?
I think it was.
No, you can't say that one.
Yeah, you can.
It was the actual location of a playground.
No, it was like the children's museum, but that's why I didn't say it.
Okay, so the last time you were with a woman or boy or whatever you're into.
It was last year. Yeah, it was last year.
What happened then? What was that? Was that just a random hookup? Was this a booty call? For some reason, that's funny when you ask like a youthful 27-year-old.
No, it's my ex-girlfriend. Yeah, in Florida. Yeah. I was living in Florida for 2 years, and
what made you move to Florida?
my job. Yeah, I was living in a retirement community. The weather was great. It was in the 70s, just like the people.
Yeah, I saw that from California.
Right now.
Impractical note.
You roasted the whole time.
You don't think what you
spicy.
I accidentally write a better joke than you have. It's okay. Serious.
I like to my German half. My Mexican half likes to get spicy. My German half likes to turn that bathroom into a gas chamber.
Yes. You should take my down.
Holocaust stories I've ever heard.
That's the sound that happens when your blood stops flowing. Alright, here you go, Max. There you go, buddy. Big bomb. That's the fucking portion of the show. I'm gonna keep it moving along. There he goes. There goes Max, everybody. Luckily, too far away for Adam's favorite handshake. Oh my God! Jesus Christ Almighty! The old Houston butter cake. It's not a hamburger ID, everybody. It's real. It's real. This podcast is sponsored by Tacobas. Anywhere worth going is worth going to good foods. Find your perfect pair with Tacobas. Tacobas crafts quality Western foods for everyone. Generational ranchers and lifelong no stick inferior. Just instant out-of-the-box comfort from cowhide and goat exotic leathers like ostrich. I mean, things we haven't even heard of or looked at how it's pronounced. That's how good this stuff is. Whether it's your first pair or your 50th pair, Tacobas has you covered.
Daddy, I love my Tacobas. They can feel so confident. I get tons of compliments on it when I'm strutting around.
Riding in the back of a penny cab or perhaps on an electric bicycle using only the electric effort pedal. Shop Tacobas Western Goods online at Tacobas.com or swing by Tacobas store for the full experience with free drinks, food shots, and complimentary boot branding to make your hair feel personal. Their expert-friendly staff bring your service to answer questions and help you pick out that perfect pair. Right now, get 10% off at Tacobas.com. Sign up for emails and texts, that's 10% off at TECO site for details. Tacobas, point your toes. Hello, everybody. This podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Going online without ExpressVPN is like driving without car insurance. You might be a great driver, but with all the crazy people on the road these days, why would you take that risk? Every time you connect to unencrypted networks, cafes, hotels, airports, etc., your online data is not secure. Any hacker on the same network can gain access to and steal your personal data. It doesn't take much technical knowledge to hack someone, just cheap hardware is needed. A smart 12-year-old or even Red Band could do it.
Tony, I love ExpressVPN. I use it when we travel, so I know my data is safe. ExpressVPN has the lowest prices ever. Plans starting at just $3.49 a month. That's 12 cents a day.
Okay, beautiful.
That's right. Over a million years to get past ExpressVPN's encryption. Just fire up the app and click one button to get detected. No one forgets top tech features like CNET and Amplify to secure your online data today by visiting expressvpn.com/GoTony. That's expressvpn.com/GoTony. Find out how you more extra months. expressvpn.com/GoTony. All right. Your next bucket pool goes by the name of Jake McFarland. Let's see what happens here. We're going to meet Jake. Put your hands together for Jake, everybody. Jake McFarland. I just want to start this by saying I'm 5 years sober and clean. From white pussy. Yeah, wasn't a hard choice. White pussy tastes like nickels. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. It's February, baby! Yeah, not a lot of black people in here. That's crazy. Yeah, it's February, and as a black man, as a black part, what they're doing, yeah, I've been eating black pussy. Yeah. And I was actually recently eating some black pussy just a couple days ago. And I was down there in the that's how it is. And I was down there doing I go, oh, she grabs me by the back of the head and goes, no, reparations, bitch. And I was like, what? Like sometimes, hi Colin, how are you? When you're eating pussy, are you just making noises inside of a pussy? Grab that mic. I'm making a lot of noise. Yeah,
I thought it was her gun.
She was holding it to my head. That's true. Yeah. Are you really eating pussy? Every chance I get. I mean, I'm telling you, when I get done with this, I'm sure there's going to be a lineup. So, you know, I'm looking forward to that.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
If white pussy tastes like nickels, what does fat black pussy taste like?
Like cocoa butter and original wings.
Follow-up question. Adam Rice from Michigan. Yeah.
I think I recognize this.
And a very good redhead to you. What about Asian or Jewish pussy?
I think if you like Asian women, you're secretly gay. And I don't know, let's play a game. I'll pull up a bunch of trannies from Asia and then just regular Asian women, and we'll find out who's hot and who's not. All right, let's do it. Come on. I'm just saying, I think we know what's going to happen. Your boyfriend's going to look gay. Okay, so get on that red. Is this where the animal is?
They need to go for Looney Tunes.
Let me ask you something, Jake. Where are you meeting these men? Anywhere I can. Like, give us an example of where it's actually happening.
I do a lot of, so like, I'm a black comedian.
Okay, why do you keep saying that?
I am. I'm a black comedian. I was banned from all white comedy rooms until like 6 months ago.
Why?
I am a ginger. Man, you really want to know?
Yeah, we're on.
Jake, I'm asking you, dude. Yes, I really want to know. We're on a live show. I don't know if you know that. There's 7,000 people out there, Jake. I do really want to know the answer to the question that the host of the show just asked you. Stand in the middle of the red circle, Jake.
I'll keep it real. I'm staying right here. I got the
Middle of the red circle. There you go. Just stay there.
That's the target.
Black people love to run.
I don't know. I'm not that black. Honestly, I pulled a gun on a guy.
Okay, tell us more about that, Jake.
Okay, so I was at a comedy show. It was a black. You don't have those in Austin, but Houston. It's when you go to everyone's black. Everyone's.
I'm sure you'll be in LA for a couple of decades.
You know, right? Okay, so you do. Right. And I was about to leave, but one of my buddies who had went on the show, he actually didn't get on the show. He got snubbed by another comedian. He started crying. He got a little food fit, walked out. And I was like, well, but then I thought, you know what, I better smooth it over with the host. So I walk up to the host, but I left my keys in my truck's route in the parking lot this time. By the way, I want to preface this by saying I was in Carrington. You know what Carrington is? That's the hood. Jesus fucking Christ. That's the fucking hood.
Come on, get to the point of the story, Jake.
Anyway, my bad. I'm wasting time. Different kind, yeah, okay. So,
Get to the fucking story, Jake.
Do you really want to know? Do you really want me to be honest about what happened? Here we go.
So I was out in the parking lot talking with the comedian and the host, and another comedian started talking shit. And I told him that he's being disrespectful, and he said, "What are you gonna do about it?" I said, "Take my glasses off." And he walked the car, and I said, "Are we fighting or what?" And he said, "No, I'm just gonna shoot your ass. I'm just gonna kill your ass."
It was a black guy.
It was a black guy,
Right.
which is crazy because when I pulled a gun on him and told him to take his hands out of the trunk after he popped the trunk to have a gun, he closed the trunk. Damn. They don't like it when black people get their guns pulled on them, I guess.
Your story takes forever.
This is like how hard it is for a woman to come. Thank you, lady.
The moral of the story is, I put my gun back in the trunk or the car after he closed the trunk, and he said he's calling the police. So I was like, okay, well, fucking Jesus, I thought I was black, but apparently he's not.
This thing where you keep calling yourself black.
I'm ginger. What are you talking about? I'm light-skinned.
Why do you keep saying that?
I can call my black friends right now.
Do you say the word?
No, I don't
Then
say
you're not black.
No.
What do you do for work?
I'm a handyman.
You're a handyman?
Yep.
What exactly do you specialize in?
Woodwork and stuff like that.
Well, maybe you are black because they would work if they could work.
Yeah. My black friends call me Jigaboo Jake. Actually.
Alright. Okay. Since you're so black, guess what? Leaving with a little black joke. Jake. Far. All right, here to clean the slate. Oh my goodness gracious, that's right. Since it's a road show, the great Valerie Vaughn is here, everybody. Put your hands together for Valerie. She attends and works with us on every single non-Austin and sometimes in Austin, but always on the road show. We have another Houston Golden ticket winner, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe it? Make some noise for him here with a brand new minute. It's Colin Sledge, everybody. You know a brand new minute from Houston. So, Colin Sledge.
Okay, thank you. So God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth because they're supposed to listen twice as much as we talk. But He also gave us 10 fingers, so we're supposed to be finger blasting like all the time. I always tell girls you should never fake an orgasm. Because I don't care. I found out women are supposed to pee after sex to prevent a UTI every time. But I always tell them, just to be safe, you should pee during sex. So I'm into that. Oh, yeah. My parents are here, by the way. Can I do one more joke? Okay. My girlfriend says I don't make enough eye contact during sex. It's not even true. I make a lot of eye contact during sex. It's just with myself and the mirror. Not in like a narcissistic way. I just like to pretend I'm getting cuffed by my heels.
Great comedian, hopes to do. Amazing Colin, fucking hilarious. What do you think your parents think about that set?
They've seen it before.
Tell us what part of Houston are you from?
From Northwest Houston, by the Heights.
Northwest Houston. It's Indian, we're there to make it in trouble.
Yes.
Different than Southwest.
I feel like I would get in trouble anywhere.
White people would be trouble if you said it. Colin, tell us about your experiences here in Houston, Texas. You ever, what else might people know you from? Did you have jobs here?
Well, I used to work at the Galleria.
What did you do at the Galleria?
I worked at Express Galleria.
How do I know that he's a boy?
And then I worked at Willowbrook. Willowbrook, it's like further northwest. It's kind of ghetto.
Is that the Express of Willowbrook?
Yeah, they moved me over there. They didn't like that.
Transfer Express employees.
Yeah.
Working for Lex Wexner, who's on the Epstein files.
Oh yes, yes, he was. I never met him personally, but he did exploit my labor.
I can't believe that he didn't show up to any locations in Willowbrook.
Yeah, Willowbrook. Like there would be like stabbings every week at Willowbrook, and we had to like the only store that didn't even close.
Right. It's white people need their skinny jeans. I love it, Colin. What else is going on in life?
I went shooting with Mom's Kid at the Sportsman's Finest.
How was that?
It was fun. Everyone was very nice, especially. I never shot a fully automatic weapon before. They just gave me like an energy drink. And they were like, "You're our friend, right?"
Texas, I love it.
I think they're cooking
Yeah. And I have one already.
Yes. Stalkers out there watching and listening to the show.
To be honest, right now, when he came out, I was like, whoa. But he looked like a nice stalker, like he would just stroke someone's cheek or something.
Yeah. I would greet the girl, but I would just hold her hand. You look like when you eat like you blow instead of putting a red tattoo.
Yeah.
Cool it down. Jesus. It's all this hot pussy.
It's in his mouth like an airplane.
Have you ever been to the Black Woman?
No.
Okay. Chicago. Anybody?
No, we had one ready.
Wow. Why do you think you've never been to the Black Woman all the time here in Houston and a large populace of those people?
I wasn't always good looking. Yeah.
Oh my god, men are so confident.
I mean, when he first got on the show, his hair looked different ever since he's been dating these girls. But this hair is.
Yeah, she started taking care of him like a stray cat.
How else has your girlfriend changed? Is there anything else? Been trimming your pubes and whatnot?
No, she prefers that I don't.
Is there any other changes that she's made to you, though?
People used to say girls are gonna eat less. And since I've got a girlfriend, my fitness, I'm tired of it. So, yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah, so I used to be very organized, and now I'm
But it's worth it.
Yeah, I think so. On balance.
Even to dump clothes.
Well, vasectomy hasn't happened yet, but it's on the way.
The what?
The vasectomy.
Oh.
I'm working on it. So I tried to, I talked to the doctor, and he didn't want to do it on me because I didn't have kids. But I don't have kids. And so I said, I'll go visit my niece in Honduras, my brother had a baby. And then I'll come back if I still want a vasectomy and give it to me. And he said yes. And I did that, and I came back, and I called him and he retired.
It's insane, but I feel like you don't have to go to Honduras to get a vasectomy. Like, you can just find a different doctor.
You can do it in Red Bay, IDR. Do you do drugs?
I just take weed.
You look like you're so mushrooms to sue you in the game.
That's my girlfriend's influence on me.
Colin, you were absolutely hilarious tonight. Congratulations, hometown crowd in front of your parents. You played it in the back of the bucket. One more time for Colin. Everybody. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our next comedian is Brandon Brown. We're Brown all together now. Put your hands together for Brandon. Everybody, these people wait their whole life.
Holy shit. We're doing it. Mr. I tell you, I'm a big ass fan. We're such big fans that we kill Tony in the bedroom, right? So sometimes, like, I'll be hitting it from the back, we're like, oh yeah, we're really doing it, man. And then sometimes, I like to pretend I'm one of the black guys that get on Kill Tony. I'm like, oh yeah, we're really doing it, baby. But my favorite people who come on Kill Tony are the Asians, right? So sometimes I'll be back there going, oh yeah, we're really doing it, baby. Right? Oh man, but it goes both ways, right? So sometimes she's like, I want to be Tony. I'm like, all right, you can be Tony. So I'll be your pussy, right? And then she'll go, we've done this 1,000 times, you still can't hit the fucking buttons, right? Like, what the fuck? I've known you for 10 fucking years, and you still can't get it fucking right? Everybody, I'm Brandon Brown, and that's my time. We're really doing it, baby. Look at this guy. Are you pointing at your girl out there? Yes.
Where's she at?
Man, we pay big money. We're right in front row.
I love it. I love it. How do you get big money? What do you do for work, Brandon Brown?
I'm an insurance broker.
I love it. It's amazing. How long have you been doing that for?
I've done it for about 4 years now.
For one of the buffest insurance brokers I've ever seen. It's incredible.
Thank you.
Do you repo insurance? What's going on?
Guys, you gonna get some protection for your fucking family or what?
Yes.
Sometimes it works.
That'd be like broken if you stopped doing the podcast.
Oh, that's a compliment. I appreciate it.
It is, man.
Tired Rogan. Really do.
We're really doing it, baby. Have you, how long did you practice that settle up?
I came up with that at 3:43 this morning because
No one's going to dispute that.
I was so excited. I was actually, so what's funny is I knew you were going to be here. We have a little connection here.
Oh, go ahead.
Ooh, now you have a stalker.
No. So me and the wife went to a couple of your shows.
Oh, yeah.
And, so when you were doing that, I appreciate it. And I sent you a Facebook message like one night, high as fuck.
Sure.
And,
I thought it was fun. Never mind. I get back to you.
so, because me and my girl were like, I was like, I wonder if we can get married on Dr. And you and I went back and forth, and then my Facebook got hacked. And I could never get a hold of you again. And like we were, like you're just like, I'm ordained. Like, yeah, let's do this shit. Yeah, look it up, Brandon Brown on your phone.
I'll take your word for it, player. But so I gotta live my life. After you dry hump the fucking stage. No, that's enough. No, stop it. Good nightmares. Wait, so you guys got married?
Yes, we did. With the house chance.
Where'd you get married at?
We did at the courthouse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And how many times have you beaten your wife since you got married?
It depends when the trend starts to kick in. I don't really remember, but
What does she do for a living?
she is a nurse.
Okay. You guys have kids?
No, we do not.
Are you finishing inside of her?
Every time. I got bad back, so I got weak ass full game. Like when I did this, like there's a reason why God did me big laugh. Like,
How many times do you make her meow in bed?
I'm very good at that. Yeah.
Do you have any special moves that you're usually on bottom because of your bad back?
Yeah. Man, she's gonna kick my ass for I'm saying that.
This is the good part. These are the good parts.
So I got very extremely lucky, and I got hurt in Afghanistan. I took an armored plate to the left side of the dick pad. So like my dick gets hard, and like I can go forever because I put it feeling right. So yeah, I know it just because she gets tired. And I'm like, sometimes I hear with it, but that's only when I'm telling you.
Do you finish? Do you come?
Yeah, I still come.
How do you come if you don't have feelings?
It's only on like the left side, like my dick has feelings, but like I have like half the feeling that I had before. So like I go 3 times on.
The question was, what's your favorite TV show?
Yeah.
I don't know how we got on this.
I love it. So Afghanistan, that was what was it? You rolled over a
And we got hit by an IED.
Oh my God. Okay, can you take us through that? What was that like? Is it traumatizing for you, or?
Not for me. A lot of people have different experiences in the military. I was very lucky. We were more on the attack side of things. So, like, we went out every day. We were part of the EOD group, and like, it was just like, it's my good fun today. We laughed about it. Nobody died. It was just work. I miss it.
We love you. We love you for your service. Thank you. Goddamn right. Greatest country on planet Earth. Amazing. Any other crazy stories from being on the other side of the planet?
Oh yeah, so my favorite is, right, this made me think of you too. I did this at about 4:02 after I came up my bed. So I was sitting there like, what the fuck am I going to tell, Tony? Well, then I was like, Mr. Hinchcliffe, I call him Tony. Like that one guy, I'm like, I've been playing around when I'm just going to sit with Tony.
The question was, what's your favorite food?
Yeah, I'm getting around to it, right? So we would deal with a lot of people who blew themselves up being on an EOD team. And I had to magic ability, I would always find a dick. Like, we'd be walking around looking for body parts and shit.
I have that ability too.
It's okay. It's weird when I find it.
Yeah. Hey, very easy.
Well, I thought you'd like that, you know. That's probably something I haven't found.
So give us an example of, when people get blown up. Yes, I find a lot of dicks. Do you do what I do? When you find it and immediately go,
I think there are the 2 sticks and I chase people around with.
I love that.
It's also your game.
I love that. Amazing, Brandon Brown. So much fun. Congratulations. You got to do it. Right in the heart of the show. Here's a big joke book, man. You fucking did it, dude. Another drop. You said Houston droppers or some shit here. Houston can't catch a fucking cold. It's amazing. Okay, your next live in Houston, Texas. Goes by the name of Mackenzie Jewel, everybody. Here we go. Jewel. I'm gay and autistic, so technically I'm a double minority. But because I'm white, it just I'm bisexual. Kind of sucks, you know what I mean? Because when you're bi, that means that you like dick and pussy, right? So if you choose some dick over pussy, that's gay. That's really gay. But I'm autistic and bitches love the tism dick. I be stiffing in they shit, I was like, damn, bitch, this pussy gave me a sensory overload right now. I'm in a hole. I'm like, so when you store your large files, do you use Dropbox or OneDrive? I'm really bad at Netflix and chilling because I always just want to pay attention to the movie, I'm like, babe, stop sucking my dick. It's just the scene where Michael Keaton becomes the founder. Amazing Sarah Mackenzie Jewel with a breakout performance. Welcome, Mackenzie. You're hilarious. How long have you been doing stand-up? I'm coming up on my 3rd year, April. Fuck yeah. All of it here in Houston? Yes, sir. I love it. What part of town do you live in? I'm over in West Chase right now, but I was on the show before, and I mentioned I grew up in the Fofo, Acres Homes. Okay. So you're like if Mike Jones sucked on bones. Yeah. Amazing. That's one of my favorite. There's a lot of gay autistic comedians, but you came out with energy, act outs, you kept everybody's attention. Guns ablazing, absolutely incredible. Question for you: are you the new Blippi? Who's Blippi? That's what I asked myself. Just about I'm Gen Z, but I'm performed from TikTok. And autistic. How old are you, Mackenzie? I am 23 years. 23 years old. What are the kids up to nowadays? I mean, other than fucking anything that moves. All the ones I know just hang out or sad at open mics and shit. Yeah. What do you think is the most autistic thing about you? What's like your specialty? Everybody has a thing. Some are good at chess, some are good at numbers, this, that, and the next. Honestly, I feel like I got fucked on the autism thing. I feel like I'm just like depressed, lazy, autistic. Like, what does this take? I don't know. Being able to just have like one of those cool library brains that just knows a bunch of shit. I fried my brain on better now. And the drugs. I was hella coke. Really? Yeah. Adderall. MT on stage one time. That's cute. The coke, I can't imagine. I've never seen like a nerdy cokehead before. Just, yeah, and it wasn't cool. What were you doing? You can get drunk with your pals or whatever? Yeah, just doing open mics for 3 people and shit, Wow. Yeah.
Mackenzie, I swear to God, when you came out, I thought you were a woman. And, I'm not gonna lie, I'm still not sure.
Can I lived as a woman for a year.
You can tell.
Let's get to a clip. It's not a joke. Yeah, no, I believe it.
Yeah, she actually made a couple Netflix specials. That's Hannah Gadsby, everybody, live. Wow, incredible. So tell us about living as a woman for your. By the way, I feel like this is every 23-year-old in the country right now. We're all gonna die.
The big chickens and shit got no fucking estrogen, you know?
You got the estrogen
from the big chickens.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
I'm gonna fix that. Give us some time.
RFK joining us. McChicken report.
Yeah, but no, I had pink hair at the store. I was the happiest I ever was, actually.
When you were a woman, tell us what you were doing to be a woman, though. You were putting on a dress. Were you?
Yeah. Hot Topic clearance sales.
You were working at Hot Topic?
No, but I would buy from Hot Topic a lot.
What would you buy exactly?
Skirts, shit, and cute little frock shirts, shit.
Did you go by Mackenzie?
Yeah, it's a cool thing. Gender neutral name. You know.
Can we see your tits now that you're not a girl?
No, Redman. You can't do that because that's harassment. When you ask somebody that's sharing things with us to show us their tits, whether it's a boy or a girl, that's disrespectful and it's unacceptable in today's normal society. Can we see your tits?
Yeah.
Whoa! Look at those. He's still a man, everybody. He kept the dude tits. No double scars for this guy.
What pulled you out of it?
I started taking edibles, and I just was on an edible, and that was insane, and I was like, I'm kind of ugly as a woman.
Yeah, that's amazing. I wish we could send that exact clip to every fucking half-gay kid around the world right now.
Oh, no,
yeah, no, it's good. We keep it open time. It's just intimidating everybody. How do you think you were down that path? You have liberal parents.
I mean, they kind of let me run for that. Yeah, you know. I went to high school, but I have a diploma that says certified improv badass, so that's something.
Your parents made that for you?
No, I did 2 years of improv for it, you know.
Wow, that's the gayest. Amazing. So, what's your preference at the end of the day? You think you're 50-50 dudes and girls? What kind of vibe are you? 75-25?
I honestly, my
Pets.
Pets. What do you mean with pets?
You're into animals.
Not into like sexually, no.
You're giving off ferret vibes.
Yeah, I'm a meerkat. AI told me I'm a meerkat.
Oh my god, he now identifies as a meerkat.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to the question. Where are we at? 50-50?
50-50. Honestly, my track record is mostly women, but I have probably fooled around with 2 guys, and I've had 1 boyfriend.
Ooh, first of all, let's give credit to the loud what the fuck from the Houston man. Sounded like he drives a truck for a living. He made it all the way through until Mackenzie goes, I had 1 boyfriend. What the fuck?
You're not been in my neighborhood. I mean, you get fucked up and all, but Jesus Christ, say you're in a fucking relationship days. You keep that tism dick and that female haircut out of my cul-de-sac. That's my Burger King.
Look, I'm gonna have to drive to Southwest Houston just to scream the N-word in a field after this. So tell us.
You were a woman, and the gayest thing you said is that you had a boyfriend.
Yeah. Tell us about his boyfriend.
He actually came on the show one time. His name was Jackson Namey.
Nobody cares about that. Tell us about your boyfriend.
That was him. It was fine. It was okay. I have a girlfriend now. I like it better. The first
Tell us why you like it better.
Well, something softer about women.
It almost seems like that's what your biology wants, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
Wow. Turns out we're all natural humans. My goodness gracious. You almost said the and then I cut you off. Let's do that.
The first dick I ever saw was black.
Ooh.
It was that ginger guy.
It's black. black dick you sucked. How does that happen? You just bullied and he forced it in your face.
You know, I thought I'd like Magic the Gathering cards, the dick would be like kind of like not that much.
Playing.
I just thought because I just thought words, he would be like, it wouldn't be that, but it was big, and I didn't do it good, probably.
When you say you didn't do it good, probably, what exactly do you mean? Sir Holter, what the fuck?
I'm gonna go get another drink before this fucking answers that question. Give me a Mike's Hard Lemonade. I don't care if he's hard. I ain't gay.
Twisted tweets. What? Twisted teas are called tweets, maybe twink, whatever.
Okay, well, stick with me over here.
Okay.
When you say you probably didn't do a good job, what exactly do you mean?
I just feel like I remember like half-assing it. Yeah, like it was toothy, like probably.
Ooh, rat-tat-toothy over here. Toothy probably means 100% toothy. If you think your teeth might be hitting it,
Toothy was the name of the black guy.
Toothy Jenkins, wide receiver, University, Alabama. Number 34, Toothy Jenkins, wide receiver. Amazing stuff. Mackenzie, you are doing such a fucking good job. Great answers, great interview, great set. Redman,
Mackenzie, ever in Austin? I'll have you on a secret joke.
Hell yeah, dude!
your book on a Thursday in Austin. The gay guy caught it. The first local to catch a joke book tonight was a bisexual 23-year-old. Let the record show. That guy will catch any type of. Thank you so much. How about one more time for Heidi and Val, everybody? Are they not? Every time shit gets a little too gay up here, we bring them up here to remind us all what we're into. Right after you're done picturing a boy giving a toothy blowjob to a fat black cock, Heidi and Val are here to remind us all that we're straight. Here we are. Two fucking pools, and now I present to you the other boy born and raised on the outskirts of Houston, Texas. You know him very well. While never being a good winner, he's been starting comedy on Kiltony and then growing non-stop. And now he's to the point where he's headlining all over the country. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Houston's own Uncle Laser.
City of Syrup, Houston, Texas. How we feeling tonight? Goddamn, just in time for rodeo season. Favorite time of the year. Let's say a little bit of goddamn rodeos and big fat black women and them goddamn jeans and t-shirts. Just throwing ass. Our Lord and Savior, George Strait. You ain't lived till you see somebody pop their pussy to Amarillo by morning, I tell you what. And you got them California torches, them big ass Category 4 torches walking around in airbrush shirts. Said R.I.P. Miguel, barbecue stains on it. Look like a feral dog looking for a goddamn slice of brisket. I was pissed drunk out there last night, shacked up with this creature. I said, where you from, baby? She said, I'm from the Bayou, Louisiana Bayou. I said, fucking Buffalo Bayou. That's where you're from. You're from fucking. But there I am in the back of the Ford Focus, okay? Cutting that pig and fucking hot seat, alright? And she goes, baby, you gonna make this pussy fart? I said, do what? He said, you gonna make this pussy fart? I said, keep your fucking voice down. I said, what are you asking me? She goes, you gonna make this pussy shit? I text my mom. I said, hey, I'm at the Houston Livestock Show Road. I need you to come get me real quick. You're gonna have to come get me. Hey,
Security man, you ever been pussy for? Strong and solid type of like that. Saxophone, you ever been pussy for? What that sound like? No, that ain't it. That ain't it. You need to say doctor, that ain't it. Why you gonna yell at you ever been pussy for? What that sound like, boy? Michael's been telling him, I took a leg, that'll be great.
Where to begin with that manic violence. People watch the podcasts around the world. What you're talking about the Houston rodeo, which is an annual super weekend. It just so happens.
Pretending like country, dressing up. Pretending to know what they're doing during the rodeo. It's fun, man. You can just drunk the Astrodome. You can buy the art. It's great. Like the art shit, you can bid on it. I bought a horse there last year.
Wow, you got the place running wild, right?
Yeah,
the what the fuck guy's enjoying himself right now. Wow, so this year, hooking up with the big girl, and she said, "Can you make this pussy fall?"
She's in Louisiana. Okay.
But like,
they speak your own language.
So like, that means fuck her so hard that a bunch of air gets in there?
Yeah, so like the proper nomenclature is queef. Right. Hey fellas, if anything ever happened to you by society, it's gonna startle you first. It feels like they put two magnets together and they push you away. I told her once, what the fuck was that? And she goes, that's my pussy leaving you a review. Focus, those are four focus.
Oh yeah. The primary vehicle of most Louisiana people.
Balling on a budget.
Yeah. So you're in the back seat of the Ford Focus.
We're getting like front seats down, and it's getting hot and heavy. It's just heavy, you know. Yeah. At one point, I tried to lift her up, off, and my fucking leg was going numb. I put my hand up on it when I was like Titanic, you know, sending it back to the city. Yeah, I miss home, you know.
That's Houston for you.
That's it, man. I actually lost my virginity about 6 minutes down the road in a little trailer, like a colonia down there. Wow. Richmond, Rosenberg, a little, yeah.
Tell us about that. Tell us what was your age and which relative was it?
I was 12 and shit. The Mexican girl was 14, the black dude was 16.
Wait, hold on.
There was guest stars in this?
Was Joel sucking his cock while this was happening?
Well,
it was the black guy blowjob.
Let's make that pussy. Come on, baby. So, like, I stole my mama's Jeep Grand Cherokee, and we drove down there. We got in the window, and he's like, "I'm gonna let you go first." He's a gentleman, and when I got in there, and I'm just fooling about this happened to me. I have no idea what I'm doing. About 15 minutes go by, I feel a tap on my shoulder. I'm turning on this big, beautiful black man, just naked. but just a foot of dick on him, you know. Look like when you take the fucking shitty pictures of your kids out of your wallet and unravel just, and he's let me show you how it's done, and they start fucking, and I'm just sitting there like, I know what to do. And trailer houses, they're kind of flimsy, and he fucked her up against a wall, and they fell through that little plywood wall shit into her Thea's room. And then she starts hollering in a language I don't understand, and then fucking, we jump out the window, and I get so nervous, I actually just rolled my mama's Jeep off into Thea's. And cop came and shit. My mama took me home, they took the black dude, jumped her, he was actually 47, so they called everybody. I made that part up, goddammit, I made that part up.
There aren't real black pedophiles. Little fun fact, you'll never see a black pedophile, and also a fun fact, black people do not sneeze. It's a real thing. John D, can you confirm this? Have you ever sneezed before?
I've actually never seen it.
Yeah, he's joking, but have you ever really sneezed? Yes. Shut up.
I know black people can't have nails. Feels like that's a fact. That's a fact. You get sickle cell, but you can't get the retardation stuff. That's a fact.
Am I correct? Set up this show is an anomaly.
Hometown, baby.
With a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old black time for Uncle Laser.
From swing to dead.
Back to the bucket weekend. And your next bucket goes by the name Clinton, everybody. Clinton. Oh my goodness, some of the hands are high as well. Shouldn't be correct. That's a real life. She works out every week. Here's Kyle Clinton, everybody.
My big brother recently told me he got a vasectomy. And then he asked me if I was going to get a vasectomy. I was like, I think I got to be getting some pussy first. Being from Eastern Kentucky, sometimes people ask me if I banged my cousin. I'm like, no. She was homecoming queen. She was way out of my league. Plus, I had a big brother, like 6 cousins. My family had some real stiff competition. Growing up in Kentucky, sometimes people think I was brought up Baptist, but I was actually raised Methodist. Then in my 20s, I became a Crystal Methodist. Thank you, everybody. I'm Kyle Clinton.
Kyle, motherfucking Clinton. He's done it again. Always funny. Love your delivery. Love everything about you. How you feeling, Kyle?
Thank you, everybody. This is Truland.
Have you been here before to Sugarland?
I have. I saw Chris Rock in here. I saw Jay Leno in here.
At this venue.
At this venue.
Smart Financial Center. I love it. Amazing. Is Houston where you're from?
Yeah, I grew up in Eastern Kentucky, but I live here now.
What made you choose Houston?
Work. But now fun?
Yeah, what do you do for work?
I was managing shopping centers, and right now I'm substitute teaching.
Okay, what shopping centers were you managing at the time? Perhaps Woodlands or something?
Well,
Is that what it was called?
most of them were in small towns. I worked for a guy whose family owned a chain of department stores in this area and throughout Texas.
Players.
Wieners.
What's Wieners?
Wieners. I know some people out there.
Stop saying that. You're making me hard. What is that place?
It's where everybody got their school clothes growing up, apparently.
Really? You guys got your school clothes at a place called Wieners? Right now, that guy up there's like, whoa.
Right, it wasn't open.
Wow. I just thought they started selling kids wieners recently. Side note, media, propaganda, it's a whole thing. Kyle, I loved your vasectomy joke. Did you really do crystal meth?
Yes, I'm 13 doing it. Yes.
How did you end up starting? Explain to me, I've always been curious. How does one start doing crystal meth?
Being very distracted. That's where I'm about to start.
Okay, can you give me an example of what you mean?
Thinking about other things. Having to cram for a test, and then taking Adderall, and then advancing whenever I did not have Adderall.
Because crystal meth can fill in for Adderall. For those of you that are running a little low on Adderall, just remember.
Just substitute.
Yeah.
Crystal meth, though, like, you see shit like the snake and shit like that.
If you take enough Adderall, you'll see shit. But tell us about it.
Okay. Should I? I mean, I had neighbors who could get it, and that became an option for me whenever I was out of it. I'm a good neighbor of the guy in need.
So some neighbors give you baking soda. These neighbors like, what's up, crystal meth?
Yeah. And I don't know, it works.
What's the wildest thing you've ever done on crystal meth?
That's a very good question, Tony. That's an excellent question.
Look through your peephole a lot up to outside.
Yes.
Let your students dress you with their hand-me-downs from wieners.
Absolutely. Searching through the carpet naked, looking for more, maybe.
Why
3 a.m.?
Why naked?
Because porn's on.
Porn you watch on crystal meth? Anything crazy? What's the wildest porn you've ever watched?
Great question.
Penguin porn?
Straight porn. Interracial porn.
Right? Getting warmer.
Now say the truth.
Clowns and midgets.
You know, I hate to say this, and this might not hit unless you're up close. You do look like the clown from It on his day off.
I'll tell you,
Facially.
Perfect. I get told I look like a lot of people. Somebody said I look like Charlie Kirk this week.
Not great.
Not great. I got Mr. Bean. I was like, wow, middle schooler knows Mr. Bean. I was impressed.
Yeah. What are you substitute teaching exactly?
Everything. All grades.
You the guy that filmed like a video?
Sometimes. We watch the video.
Yeah. Sometimes you program.
You ever throwing some inner porn just to see what they
No, never. I was saying, but I was surprised they knew who that is.
What did you have to do to get that moniker?
Walk around.
just be me.
Do they bully you?
Yes, they bully me every day. The middle school. I was called a pussy ass bitch.
Oh, there we go. The guy that called you, the kid that looked like, what grade?
Do you fire back?
I did not.
Oh, you had a word you could have used.
I did.
Depending on what part of Houston you were in, yeah. So when they call you, why did that kid call you a pussy ass bitch? Was there context to that situation?
He said I disrespected him after I told him that I said, this is an A-B conversation. You can see your way that way.
Wow.
A lot of people hate the alphabet.
Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna stay in.
And I was like, hey, come over here and tell the coach what you said.
Turn right about.
Are you tattled, you fucking pussy?
You really are a pussy ass bitch.
Yeah, I am.
He was right.
Yeah, say it to his face.
Because I'm too big of a pussy to say it.
That's right.
Okay. You are patient, but I would like to see you or hear about you snap on one of the kids, because I feel like for every patient, sweet, affable dude is a streak of rage.
It feels like within you see like the kind of guy, you might be the first ever teacher that it's only a matter of time. No, it would be a first for those of you keeping track. No teachers, almost 85% trans people nowadays are the shooters. So it could be, the odds are higher that it would be Mackenzie Jewell than Kyle Clinton.
I have an intercom. I have to get louder than them. I have to get my voice above theirs so they can hear me. But I can't. Yeah.
Like, shut up, pussy.
The kid that calls you Mr. Epstein, did it make the class laugh because your real name is Mr. Clinton? I'm starting to make that connection in my head right now. Is that what it was? Ah, Mr. Clinton. Wow. Look at that. Those kids are smart. That guy was the president and those kids were good. Okay, great set, Kyle. We absolutely love you. It's a big joke, but out there? Are you guys having fun? Alright. Onward we go. Ladies and gentlemen, makes C-O-G-I.
My name's Nunzio Gianni. I'm actually coming from Miami for my birthday. So I don't know if we got any folks from Miami or Miami. I know the strippers are amazing. I love them too. I'm fairly young. I moved to Miami when I was 16. Dating was actually really hard. 16 and 18, early 20s, because Miami's not a place for somebody young like me. Got a taste. And some strippers and hoes, so I think I can do all around. I'm Puerto Rican and Italian. My ethnicity is kind of hard to pick when I come to Texas. I'm either Mexican or colored, so. Yeah, I'm really nervous, guys. This is my first time. Fuck.
They cut you off there. C-O-G-I. This is the first time Joel Tony has had its own halftime show, everybody. How exciting. It's having a literate Puerto Rican up here responsible for entertaining us. Absolutely amazing.
He's worse funny.
Yeah, it's good. Bad funny. Okay, Nunzio. Did you prepare for this at all?
You know, I did. About a year ago, I wrote a minute. We were supposed to come for my birthday, but I didn't review, so.
You didn't review?
Puerto Ricans are lazy.
Yeah, it's all right.
That set was garbage.
It was. It was certainly garbage.
Okay. Nunzio, let's at least try to salvage this in the interview portion. How old are you?
I'll be 22 next week.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I'm a mortgage broker.
A mortgage broker, Jesus. God, is that what you wanted to do?
No, but I do want to do it now. I kind of find myself into it, and I do really like it because I genuinely do have the opportunity to help people. So.
You're into it?
Yeah.
It's amazing. We're doing the Into It Dome in Los Angeles. It's a lot. 16,000 seat venue of play in May. This is a joke fest who said Into It made me think of the wild success that I got by not being a mortgage broker and chasing my dreams. Amazing. So you seem like a decent looking guy, right? What's your love life like?
No, guys, come on. You can sing playing some puss? Give me a break. I'll tell you honestly, my answer is tough to play to genuinely find somebody that you'll like.
It's like everyone's like, fuck, but in terms of you're trying to settle down.
Appreciate a girl to like kick it with, you know what I mean?
You can't find one.
Miami's tough.
Okay, you just keep saying Miami's tough.
Well, especially for me, guys. I moved to Miami when I was 16, so.
Where did you move to Miami from? I'm trying to save you here. If you just focus on me, pretend like it's just me and you in the room. But don't be gay about it. Okay. So where are you trying to find good women at in Miami? Where are you going to try to find them? Or what are you doing? Are you on the apps?
No, I don't like the apps. No. Usually it's strip clubs.
Just focus over here. Focus over here. Oh, you're trying to find a good girl at a strip club?
Well, sometimes you can find a good one.
Have you ever found a good one at a strip club?
Yeah. My mom actually works in a lot of the major clubs.
Your mom works at major strip clubs?
Yeah.
What does your mom do at the strip clubs?
Well, she does not strip. I want to make that clear. She is a VIP host.
The crowd was hoping for that to be your one redeeming fact.
Everybody wanted there to be a 35-year-old stripper that shoots ping pong balls out of her ass.
Oh, jeez. Fuck it.
Fuck yeah. They just made the what the fuck guy come in his pants. Alright, there's got to be a saving grace here, Nunzio Gianni. I'm trying to save you here. Give us one fun fact about you where your entire life to win over the entire crowd here in Houston, Texas. There has to be something that you've done, some accomplishment, something. He's looking to his family, like this is The Price is Right. He's looking for advice in section 101 here.
I grew up in a funeral.
You grew up in a funeral home? Okay, how did you grow up in a funeral home? Tell us about that.
It was my great-grandfather's funeral home, and then it became my mother's. She handled it for the most part.
Your mom was working at a funeral home and strip club.
Funeral home, yeah.
Did you have a dad in your life?
I did. It was kind of difficult, but yeah, I did have a dad.
What do you mean it was difficult?
I was split between two households, so yeah.
Let's check in with Hall of Famer Adam right here. I'm gonna see what's going on in your head.
Yeah, this is not great. What's happening? You're staying in the pocket. I gotta give you some credit. You're not crying or turning and running out through the curtains. People don't realize that it's tough to walk out here and even cry. You missed 100% of the shots you don't take. Can we ask Carrie what he thinks up there in the third balcony?
Hey, the what the fuck guy? What do you think about Nunzio Gianni? Only that guy, and everyone else be quiet. Everyone else be quiet, and here we go. Okay, a bunch of people tried. We knew that was going to happen. Turns out a lot of guys haven't.
I just really noticed something, and maybe I can give a little piece of advice. You're half Italian, half Puerto Rican. We're like, the energy is like cokehead frat bro. Like, I think more who you are. Like, what's the most Italian and Puerto Rican thing about you?
What is the most Italian? Well, let's start with Puerto Rican here. What's the most Puerto Rican thing about you? You don't recycle.
You weren't on a show for a year.
I like to dance.
Okay. You know what, Michael and the Horns, give us a little Puerto Rican something here. Come on, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there it is. Hey, that's what they're good at, everybody. There you go. That's good. All right, stop. That's enough. It's unbearable.
Oh shit, there's ice.
Okay, I'm getting you out of here. Nunzio Gianni, here's a little joke book. Ooh, right off the chest. Oh.
Thank you, Sid.
I mean, if you're gonna boo, you might as well boo. There you go. Get it out of your systems. The good news is this is working out. The flow of this show is working out perfectly because coming off of, oh my God, Hillary Clinton. Like I said, every time someone struggles, there's always something there to clean up the mess. And this is working out great. After every golden ticket winner or regular or whatever we've had so far, someone does good, and then someone does bad, and then I always have something to clean up the mess. This is another one of those situations. Ladies and gentlemen, this next comedian won a golden ticket live in an arena on Netflix on New Year's Eve. She is with us here tonight, an absolute sensation. Make some noise for one of the newest stars of Kill Tony. This is the Houston debut of Everyone. Chinese.
Seems like everywhere I go, they want to ask for my race. Apply for a school, what's your race? Apply for jobs, what's your race? See, where I grew up, they don't ask that question. Because we're better at keeping our bloodline pure. From under that question to Hispanic, not Hispanic, Black, White, Pacific Islander. In Asian countries, we'll just put people into two categories: Asian or intruders. Thank you.
Another exact minute from Young. Very funny. Great stuff. It is true. You guys keep your bloodline pure. Remind us, how long have you been in America?
2012.
Okay. Is there anything that surprised you about all the white people that you saw all of a sudden?
I think white people are very good at being functional drug addicts. I started cocaine for 10 years and I'm helping people with the health care.
That is amazing.
That was pretty good.
It's like RFK Jr. and you're like P.F. Chang's Jr.
I think I met you at the Rubber Tug about 6 days ago.
I love it.
Too soon.
I love you, Adam. Can I please get on Dr. Phil Live?
There you go. Let's get Dr. Theo live.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Theo. Young, so your introduction to all different types of cultures in America, because in China there really is basically just Chinese people. After meeting Black people, what do you think is the blackest thing about you?
I've done a lot of black things. I was trying to save up for a Dodge Challenger.
That is tonight's story of Joe tonight.
I was actually I aborted a half black baby. Yeah. Rest in peace, LaQuisha.
Oh, God. Damn it.
If I kept her, she'll look like King Kong.
That is true. That is amazing. Oh, goodness.
No, I'm just kidding. I never had an abortion. My mom did though. My mom had 3 abortions before me.
Wow. Let's get to a clip. I don't have it.
Why did your mom have 3 abortions before you?
She just hated my dad.
Or maybe.
Now they meet girls and now they have too many.
It's backfired. Now, one thing that we've learned about you, Young, because you've got a lot of appearances since you became a winner on New Year's Eve, is that you're a very sneaky roaster. You make fun of people. Has anyone ever roasted you?
I mean, I get attacked online all the time. People say shit online. But I don't take it personally. But one time, in this country, like, it's hard to survive. And one day my mom called me. She was like, it's hard. Why are you here? Like, you're struggling. And she said, nobody's gonna help you. You'll never find anyone that will truly love you. That can hurt. Redman has been stalking me online. Like, he follows all my social media. Like, I see him talking on my TikTok suggested account.
Yeah, well, your name is his type of girl.
You went from bread line to the bread line.
Yeah, I'm not concerned. I think Red Band's like his face is getting dark. I was concerned that his wife is being slowly poisoning him because
Could be. A lot of late night home cooked burrata cheese. Makes me a lot of noodles.
no, she's gonna play the sound effect at his funeral. Ching!
I got in trouble for saying that once. Yeah.
Oh, I can say it. Let me say it. One can.
Young, you are hilarious. Adam, is this your first time seeing it?
First time hilarious. But you the emotion a few times. But very funny to see you live. Great job.
This is your first time in Houston. I happen to know for a fact you had your first time ever at a Buc-ee's on the way.
Oh, yeah.
Think about Buc-ee's.
Well, I think it's bigger and better and tastes. A lot of like surrendering. What? Okay, Puerto Rican together we cause most traffic in Paris.
Red light, yellow light. That's what I call you. Young, you are a gem. You're so different than everybody else. How about one more thing? Let's keep it moving along. We have our first one-word name of the night. Now, these always historically, you end up looking at the statistics of the last Kill Tony. Your one-word names are always a little something. They're either brilliant, insane, anything can happen. Make some noise. What I believe is the Kill Tony debut of Smith and Oh, hell yeah.
Amazing. Oh, shit. Y'all ever try to be friends with a gang? I have. I'm progressive. You gotta watch out for them. Because them niggas, they will try to fuck you. I went out with Buddy and we went shot for shot. We was having a great fucking time. But he waited until I got good and drunk. And he started trying to challenge me to like weird games. He was like, yo, I bet you I can beat you in the dick sucking competition. And that shit really blew me because I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna lose to him. Like, wait, listen, I'm not gay. I'm just competitive. Times are changing. Times are changing. We got old nigga YNs now. Like, I don't know if y'all ever thought about this, but whatever happened to old black people? They used to be in the church. They used to give great advice. An old nigga at my job last week came up to me. He was like, "Where the hoes at?" Your kids are the hoes. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, that's my time.
Smithy. Fuck yeah, Smithy. Welcome.
What's up, Tom?
How you doing, buddy? How long have you been with stand-up?
About a year.
All here in Houston?
No, I started in Savannah, Georgia.
Okay, so you're born and bred?
No, I'm from Connecticut.
Okay. Wow, very rare Connecticut black. What made you move to Savannah?
I don't know. I was living in Missouri. I was in the military. Like after living in Missouri, being around like white country people, I was like, I want to be surrounded by black country people. So,
What branch in the military did you swing from?
Wait, you got me.
I got it. No, seriously, what did you do in the military? Black Ops?
Yeah.
Black Hawk down.
This guy's good. I was in the Army.
Okay. What did you do in the Army?
Real nice.
What did you do in the Army?
I was a mechanic.
Awesome. Did you serve those at all?
Korea.
Oh, wow.
Like living in like Kuwait.
What was Korea like? Did you have any fun out there? To go out?
Not at all. Really, honestly, it was like the most depressing time of my life.
Tell us about that. Why?
So I had an ex at the time, and we had broke up. In Korea, just heartbroken, just eating chicken, getting explosive diarrhea. It was a trying time. Like I got to buy like a bunch of. They have like all the clothes there, so it's like I got to get like a bunch of drip. It was cool.
And they're there because
Korean drip.
Yeah.
Okay, Smithy, now, do you live here in Houston now?
Yes, sir.
What made you move to Houston?
Probably yourself. I just didn't have any money to move to Austin.
3 hours away?
It takes money, right?
Do you sign up for Kill Tony sometimes?
Actually, this is my second time.
You signed up once in Austin, didn't get up.
Funny enough, it's like I didn't go to Austin, LA until like the 4 days delay. I don't know. I just was trying. I was like, sometimes I like trying my luck. I was like, this might work out. It did.
Amazing. So you live here in Houston now. What do you do for work?
I'm a truck driver.
The truck driver.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I'm bringing sexy back.
I love it. When people drive by you and go like this, do you honk the horn? Okay, right now we know you have a soundboard thing.
Only little kids.
Right.
Grown ass man is. Get the fuck.
Really? Because I do it. I do it all the time. Me too. Not this. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, you son of a bitch. It's pork chop you ever got. Tooth or false.
Don't do me with a good time.
Okay. You relax. You relax. All right. Okay. So, why haven't you made the drive to Austin? If you moved to Houston for Kill Tony, why haven't you made the drive to Austin to sign up?
Because it's like, I be working, man. It's like, it's hard. Like, I be tired. And I got insomnia. I'm like always tired. I'm wearing these, people think I'm wearing these guys because I'm late. I'm just tired.
That's the same reason why D-Man is where it is. Not a lot of people know that. I'm blind, it's just tired sometimes.
How do you stay awake if you're driving on the truck for so long?
Yeah. I'm wired.
What do you exactly? Do you have a special regimen that you go through? What?
I just usually, to be honest, it's probably just like thermogenic Celsius.
Those are your cousins' names.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I actually been trying to, like, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it Kim Kondo or it's Kim Kondo? How do I say it?
It doesn't matter.
Sorry.
Smithy, do you have a girlfriend now?
No.
What's your dating life like?
I was like, I'm pitching toes. I was like, I don't get a lot of girls for that. Like, when I walk.
Let me see. Yeah, put the mic in the mic stand, and then we'll drugs. Walk that way. Sweet ass. All right, walk back towards me. Damn. I know I can. Yeah. Fun fact: he did shit his pants halfway on that wall. Ditch an ass as well. Anyway, you think that's what's stopping you from having a girlfriend?
Probably.
No, it's not. When's the last date you went on or something? How long have you lived in Houston?
Probably like 2 years. It costs like $50 just to play. That's a play.
Don't you make money driving trucks?
Yeah, but it's like I gotta for my dog. Yeah.
For your dog's drinking? Like, what are you buying for your dog that he needs so much money?
He's spoiled, man. What do you do? And I'm a black guy, so it's like I don't dress like a black guy, but
oh, I remember he's saving up for a Dodge Challenger. You spend your money on? Give us some fun things. A belt? What kind of
/boxer legs?
Okay.
Yeah, jumpy little fucker.
Why not a pit bull?
Or
That is a racist question. You say things like that, it makes people of color not want to sign up for the show. Why not?
They have like pet laws, like so they have an aggressive breeds policy. So if you're saying like apartment complexes, you can't like you can't have certain dogs.
So instead you got if you give us one more fun fact about your life before I get you out of here.
I just found out a couple weeks I'm a dancing ass nigga. Like, oh, me too. You can tell.
So
usually we can spot our own.
Hanson as friend of ours. What exactly do you need?
It's like I was walking in like HEB a couple days ago. And like,
I make some noise for HEB, ladies and gentlemen. I will not let it be mentioned without giving it its own special time on the show. It is just an unbelievable anomaly. We were talking about it literally on the way here, on the bus here, because we stopped at Buc-ee's, which is a national treasure, and the conversation just comes up every goddamn time. Texas has the best gas stations. We have the best grocery stores. We have just 2 weekends this fucking year. It is unbelievable. Tell us about the strategy.
I just had my headphones in. I was playing like grinding the Neptunes, and I just freaking popped my.
It's so crazy. I was literally playing that on the drums earlier, asking my dear black friend John Dees if he knows that song. And it's the only song we talked about before the show was Grinded by The Clips. Am I correct? He can confirm. And then what happened when you were playing Grinded? You were dancing in the HEB, and then what? Someone entered you into a dancing competition. You found out you were dancing.
It's like sometimes you just come to realizations. Like, you know, like the first time you probably figured out you was gay.
Yes, absolutely. I was in an HEB. I had my headphones on. I fell onto a breadstick, and why don't we see a little bit of dancing from you, and then we're gonna have the great Hall of Famer Adam Ray, who happens to also be a dancing ass motherfucker. We're gonna have a little dance competition here. We're gonna throw Adam on the spot, the legend. That's right. Let's let him go first. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Smithy, everybody. This is our cover of The Clips. Oh shit! Whoa! Oh shit! Go pigeon toe! Go pigeon toe! It's your birthday! Oh shit! Whoa! Whoa! Oh my goodness! There he goes! There it is, breaking into the jewelry store. That's what we call that dance. Oh.
Wow, that's literally what I was gonna do.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, a man who's never taken a loss at the show. His dance ass. Oh my god. Oh, the people over the windowsill. Oh, I don't know how to swim. Whoa! Oh, he's hard. He took a bite of his heart. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a hand for Adam Ray.
Closeted gay guy, too.
You were getting sniffy with it. Sniffy, you are so fun. Amazing stuff. Here is a big joke book from Bonsai that just so happens to be plated in gold because I know your people like things like that. Sniffy, ladies and gentlemen, take note a black man has never dropped a joke of the show. 13 years running. Don't know how to not catch things, including HIV. Now, that's what that's so stupid. Goes by the name. Make some noise for Chris Martinez, everybody. Your first Airspeed Houston Latino.
Hell yeah, sorry for spilling that drink on you, by the way. That was rude of me. Appreciate you guys up there. Yeah, I'm not retarded, but I spent $15 for rocks. Anybody have that problem? I don't know. I'm starting to think that Cam Patterson sold out, you know. He jumped off the Kill Tony show, went straight to SNL.
And all of a sudden, he's selling rocks for $15. It's like they were promised to him 3,000 years ago. Am I right? All right. Well, enough about the Jews. Let's talk about Corpus Christi, Texas, where I'm from. Donald Trump was just there yesterday. The greatest president to live. You see this beautiful bridge? That bridge, Biden administration built in 2017. Sleepy Joe Biden. He cut the port. He cut the funding, and then we brought it back in 2020. You can do all you want, but he's the greatest president. Am I right, Tony? Am I right? Let's not get too political, though.
Okay, you went over his time there, Chris. I'm going to stop you. He's the only president right now. There's only one. So you spent the first 10 seconds apologizing to a group of people that you spilled a drink on that no one would have ever known about.
Yeah.
And then you took shots at one of the most beloved humans in the history of the show. Personally, these people all watch you a new minute and everybody loves every single week. You don't like him? Is that the implication?
No, I love him. I bought his rocks for $15. Yeah, you gotta love him.
Is that true? I'm confused. Is this like an online store or something?
No, it was actually the Austin show. The New Year's Eve show.
Okay.
Yeah, $15. They told me they might be signed, so I fell for it. Yes. No, man. Yeah.
I understand, but all right. So you made a deal about that. No one knew what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Said that, and then you went on to do that impression of the current president, which you just said things that he's actually before the like that. Have you ever done stand-up comedy before?
Why? At the little pizza shop.
Okay, we know about that little pizza shop. City or something? What's
Skate Street.
Skate Street, that's right. Get you out of here because you did like here tonight. So now you're the only true mental that you did less work than anybody.
Shout out.
Shout out to you. Okay. All right.
I fucking love you, Adam, right? You're the best.
Okay.
I thought we supported all you guys. What's going on? Andrew Tomo Chico, joke of the night.
All right. No one knows how to bring the room to a home like you do. It's incredible. Before I get you out of here, give me one redeeming quality about you that'll make all these people fall in love with you. Because right now, you've wasted 3 minutes.
I'm just going to lean into the hate. I'm a door-to-door solar rep. I'm not being door-to-door solar.
Okay, so we're going to keep it moving along. Here's a little joke book. Here you go. Chris Martinez, everybody. He caught it. Gotta give him that. Caught it. There you go. There he goes. A strange eye contact pointed at him right as he walks off.
I think I found out who made my dance moves.
That made me miss my mom. I don't know.
So I understand why you see the
Sometimes I just keep it moving along. Sometimes I think there might be a deal. Sometimes I don't do it. Brian, your next bucket pool goes by the name of Clay McLaren. Everybody, Clay McLaren. Here we go.
Hey everyone, how's it going tonight? Well, I'm probably gonna suck harder than that other guy, but I'm gonna do my best. So, I had my first sexual interaction with a female-to-male transgender person. What sucked is that her clit was also, I went and met some dude named, I don't know, like Dr. Phil or something a while back. I gave him a hand job. I work at a comedy club, and I give many hand jobs there. The best part about this is that I get to.
That was the punchline that you held your hand up and like made us all wait for? Just hand jobs, jerked out this guy, jerked out that guy, thank you, good night. You work at a comedy club? What do you do at the comedy club?
I'm in a bit staffing. Must be the worst comedy club ever.
Where is this comedy club at?
It's in Houston.
What's it called?
Punchline Houston.
Wow. You do that thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're adorable. I think you're funnier than what you did on stage tonight, so let's talk about it. I just want real answers out of you, okay, Clay?
Yeah, of course.
How old are you?
I am 30.
30. When you wake up in the morning, truly, without trying to be funny, take us through your routine. What's the very first thing you do? You lay in bed for a little bit, you get out of bed immediately. What do you do?
Take a drink of alcohol.
I couldn't hear you because of the loud sound effect that happened because my partner here is just so good at his job. Go ahead.
Thank you, Red Band.
Go ahead. What's the first thing you do?
Take a drink.
Take a drink. You drink alcohol while still in bed.
Yeah, even though I just got out of rehab a while back.
Okay,
I
perfect.
fell off the wagon.
Okay. So, were you in rehab for alcohol?
What's that?
Were you in rehab for alcohol only? Okay.
Yeah. I had to hesitate.
Let's talk about this drinking problem. You're 30.
Yes.
So, take us through a day of how much you drink.
Before I went to rehab, it was at least half a gallon a day.
Half a gallon of vodka?
Yes.
Wow. Amazing. How did it get to that point? When did you start drinking? 21 or before? Okay. How young were you? Were you drinking by yourself back then?
No.
Drinking with friends? And then when did you start drinking by yourself in the morning like that?
Around 25.
25. What happened? Did you just start doing a little bit of hard drinking?
Yeah, I had some.
Say tumultuous. What exactly do you mean?
I was supposed to get married, and I didn't. Thank you.
Why'd she walk out on you? She left you?
No, I left her.
What made you? Hold on, everybody. Shut up with your fucking angry booze. Shut up. That's why the Astros can't win a World Series. You're so we laugh about you all the time, and meanwhile, you're only 2.5 hours away from us, and we think you're sad. Shut up. The Rockets suck. The Astros suck. He'll turn into a pumpkin. I'm interested in this guy's story.
For the record, I've been my favorite player of all time.
Yeah, I like you guys. Go ahead.
Oh, no, she wanted kids. I wasn't financially stable, so I thought that it would be inappropriate to bring a kid into the world without being able to take care of it.
Man, what did she do for work?
She didn't do jack lot about nothing.
She didn't work at all. Meanwhile, she wanted a kid. You're doing event staffing at a comedy club that barely has any events.
Yes, sir.
So that's rough.
Can I ask the comment one side where you said we were all like it was you came out with good energy, right? You came out more cheering, they were rooting for it, they wanted you to succeed, and then you build up and you had this formula of like I did this and I turned out the thing. But the best part about it is I think you said I need to come, and that felt a confession than a punchline. So, did you have other alternative punchlines like that you were deciding between, or did you just think that just off the top of my head, yeah, eating cum, you're just like, no, I eat cum regularly. So again,
When you say you eat cum regularly, what exactly do you mean?
I mean, it's not like a recreational thing, but
Answer the question. What do you mean when you say you eat cum? It's a very simple question. You said it. I'm asking you what you mean.
sometimes it shoots up my face.
Hold on, sir, I got this. What the fuck?
Yeah. So you're gay sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you consider yourself bi?
No.
You're just gay. You're straight. But guys should come on your face sometimes. Okay. I'm gonna get you out of here. This is...
Hey, D Madness did it.
What is this? What is this? The Astros in the World Series? What are these strokes happening here tonight? Yeah, I love it. Your middle finger does nothing. You guys all have tiny middle fingers in this shithole city. Look at all the tiny Houston middle fingers. You know, that's a thing in the water here. It makes your middle fingers look small. Look how tiny they are. They look like little pinky. Yep, very good. Almost world leads in one. Serial winners are tonight. I'm telling you, I'm in love with the Everest. There are a lot of sore losers with extra money down there. A bunch of spoiled kids that inherited it from their oil mining fathers. The real workers are up there. How about more time for the upper deck? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you hear that? Look at that. These people fucking get it. All right. Your next bucket pool, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Jasmine Flowers, everyone. Jasmine Flowers.
Hello. I notice patterns for a living, and I noticed something. The Amish, they used to be elusive, but now they're everywhere. TLC, HBO, I have cable, but I see them every day. I'm starting to think that maybe there's a scam going on here. I'm not sure. I'm at the age now where everything I do is a scam, but you know, they pretend they can't have cell phones, but then that's scamming 101. Oh, my camera doesn't work. But anyway, so I feel like they had a meeting sometime. They had, they said that there was no electricity, candles. Let's build barns, churn butter, and confuse the hell out of society. That's what it's like, basically. And I know one person at the meeting said, this could have been an email. But anyway, I'm just saying, check the barns for Wi-Fi. This is really changed. Anyway,
all right, Jasmine. That's overtime right there. I love it. Jasmine, well, keep that microphone. I'm going to do an interview here because I love Mindy and those kill sounds. This is incredible. How long have you been trying stand-up?
About 90 seconds.
90 seconds. Perfect. What made you want to start here tonight?
Everything else to do, so I'm going to drive out there.
You know what it is?
Yes.
So you tried it. You said that these Amish people are they're coming out of nowhere. There's a lot of them now.
Yeah, they used to be elusive. You never knew an Amish person. I didn't know about Amish people, but now they're everywhere on everything. And they're supposed to be kind of against technology.
Jasmine, what are you for?
I'm an accountant.
You're an accountant? Yeah. Oh my goodness gracious. What type of accounting are you doing?
Corporate accounting. I do. From Ireland.
What are some of your favorite things to do? Did you ever go to the turkey hut?
I've never been to a turkey hut. I've had turkey legs at the Renaissance Festival. I like that.
Black people went to
So me and my friends, a couple of us.
probably really stand out in that Renaissance Festival.
I know it.
Jasmine,
Yes, I do. I have 2 kids.
how old are they?
23 and 21.
Okay. You did it. Heck yeah. Boys or girls?
I have a son that's at Texas Tech. This is last year, mechanical engineering. I have a daughter that lives in Milwaukee. She's a dog groomer.
Heck yeah. And Jasmine, what do you do for fun? Do you have any hobbies or anything like that?
I walk a dog. I like to garden. I hang out with my friends. I like I'm going fishing next month.
Okay.
So for example,
So the kids
for
are
example,
all
okay,
grown up.
what's the
You still have a man?
No.
When's the last time you were with a man?
I've been divorced for probably about 10 years.
Do you go on dates or anything? Have you been hit?
No, not really. Maybe, I'm just enjoying.
She wants to know what kiss was.
Maybe 2 years.
Really?
Oh, God.
She's such a beautiful
I'm enjoying it.
She's such a beautiful lady.
Is there a guy out there that wants to get Jasmine a big speech? History. You gotta make it a good one if I bring you up here. Who do you think it is? Who's really gonna go for it? Blue shirt right there. You need water? Have anybody's water you want. You got it. Alright, who's gonna do this? Are you gonna do it? Pick one, Jasmine. I'll let you pick. With the white beard? Let's go January. So, Jasmine, do you have a preference?
You have to be over 50.
You have to be over 50? Yeah, that guy with the beard can do it.
I'm the guy with the cowboy hat.
The guy with the beard, no?
That guy with the white beard is going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. You're about to watch history. Here in Houston, Texas. Powerful black woman kiss a man that looked for the South in the Civil War. Watch this episode, please. Don't trip over cords. Ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing day. Wow. Incredible. Look at that. Not the first time this guy's freed the slaves. Look at this fucking guy. Holy shit.
This is what comes into the game when you roll double sixes in Jumanji.
Watch your step, sir. Watch your step. Jasmine, how did that feel? You squirt?
I forgot already.
I love it. She's mesmerized. All right, Jasmine. She goes, Jasmine Flowers, buddy. She's a sweetheart. You guys are out here feeling very incensed. These guys are relentless here in Houston. All right. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian is one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. An absolute force of nature that you know, that you love. One of the greatest interviewees in the history of the show. Sing it if you know the words, because I present to you the one and only, it's Hans Kim.
Don't worry, I speak English. This isn't the Super Bowl halftime show. I didn't hear a bunch of Spanish. A kitchen at Chili's. Stop trying to make me learn things. This is America. What's the point of having all these bombs if I have to learn? I do think it's fucked up that a lot of Mexicans are getting deported. I think if you're trying to reduce crime, deporting Mexicans is the least efficient way to do that. I've never been walking down a dark alley and heard the voice behind me be like, give me your money. It's usually some form of ebonics. The language of robberies. I recently saw Black Eyed Gardening. I was like, dude, you don't have to do that anymore. They do larceny and retail theft as well now. I am working out right now. I don't have to be stronger than a
black guy. I just let the cops get there. All right, well, that's my time. Thank you guys so much.
How about the reception from that crowd just upon arrival?
I know.
Hansi Boy Kim, live in Houston, Texas. How does Houston make you feel? How do you feel about all this?
Oh, it's great. It's a big Texas city. A lot of anger can be unleashed upon me. So I'm trying to stay on the good side of Houston. Lots of different types of, Republicans and Democrats here to piss off. It's just a lot of people here.
A lot of different kinds of people.
Yeah, lots of love.
Lots of love. Absolutely. Have you been to Houston before?
Yes, I actually double teamed a female here. Let's go do a flip. Still don't have it.
This was a fan.
Yeah, sure. It's pretty enthusiastic.
Did you double team her with?
Wonderful, awesome comic that I don't think.
Right, but
Yeah, not like Brian Redband.
right, it definitely wasn't Brian. You'd be able to get hard to have sex with a woman. Just kidding. This reminds me of Clue Chew, the official sponsor of Kill Me. Wow, tell us what it was like double teaming. Which hole did you get?
Well, I actually, she was like bonded with me, which is pretty cool. So I actually had sex with her before my friend got there. So I already came inside of her vagina. And then, thank you for that.
Let me ask you, did she tell you she was on pill or something? Like, what made you come inside her? Did you just do that?
I just felt very open to the idea of that. I was not going to hold up a cord. It was a long time ago. But yeah, it was all legal. So I already came, and then my friend came, and she's like, I always wanted to do this thing, roast pig or stuck pig. I talked about this before, but then I actually took the mouth area, and he took the vagina, and I really wasn't as hard as I could have been. She wasn't really a roast pig, but like,
Now, let me ask you,
shish kebab.
let me ask you this.
Shish kebab. Corn dog.
Okay.
We get it.
You don't need to keep naming it.
Yeah.
So, your soft penis was in her mouth, and your buddy was fucking the hole that you had already nutted inside of. Did you tell your friend that you came inside of her?
Oh, I don't think I did.
So there's a chance that your buddy is going to find out from watching this show that the time that he hooked up with a chick with you, he was fucking your cum.
Yeah. I moved him up.
I love that he still looks at it. Hans, that's just enough autism to look at your now, but look.
She gets pregnant, who's going to claim the baby? I mean, he was white and I'm Asian, so it's smart, then it's fine. See how he does on the SATs. Yeah, we crashed. He took the couch, took the bed a little bit, and then we left and drove back to Austin.
You said you crashed. Does that mean that you drove immediately?
Cool with it.
Imagining Hans trying to do an Eiffel Tower, but his dick is soft for her face keeps falling.
I'm so sorry. It's my auntie. I'm so sorry. Is there anything that you try to think of or do when you're trying to get hard?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Always the most honest answers. If you look at the history of the show, no one has better answers to my questions than us. They're always before I've even done answering. Yes, Tony, yes.
Honest should be the name of your
Yeah, honest.
Yes, I think a lot of tickling stuff helps a lot.
Why is it gross?
No, Hans being tickled is disturbing.
I'm not getting tickled, I'm tickling.
And the tickler kid, Jesus. Yeah, somehow it is disgusting. I'm starting to agree with Kim. I thought you were getting tickled, which is just fucking weird. But now that I'm finding out that you're doing the tickling and that makes you hard, what is it about tickling a girl that makes you hard?
When she squirms.
Yes, the rubber, she's like,
No, please no.
Yeah, that's most of my relationships with women, so it seems accurate. Period.
let me ask you this. If I asked you what it takes, what you think about to make you hard, here's a question I've never asked you before. Is there something that you think of when you're about to come too fast, and you think of that to try to stop yourself from being so overly excited? Hans Kim.
I usually try to think of the woman that I'm making love with and what she would want, and I'm like, she wouldn't want me to come down. We'll be right back. I feel like taking a break. Wait, huh? Do you and the guy chit chat during the all right, I don't know what I'm trying to ask. You guys, I mean, is there, there's dirty talk, right? But if he starts to talk, do you go, oh, sorry, yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, I think there was a moment where we did that exact thing. I forget why, but yeah, I think we made hey, you can take the bottom, I'll take the top. She was making noises. She did it with me, which is kind of concerning. Were her noises better with you than with him? Did you take it personal? Yes. He was getting better noises.
Amazing.
Were you guys talking or looking at each other?
No, he wasn't trying to look at my.
Can you sign me up for the mic later?
I was looking at his thing.
You were?
Yes.
Wait, how was he not looking at you if you were looking at him?
He was just head down, task at hand. Right.
Yeah, and your dick was like boba tea over there, in the mouth.
Yeah, it was like boba tea. It's chewy.
Oh my god. Okay, was he a white guy or a black guy?
White man.
Okay, right.
But I don't think any girl's ever been yeah, Hans, give me that chewy dick.
Wow. My goodness. You are amazing. Anything else you want to tell the beautiful people of Houston, Texas?
That doesn't work. $1,000. I love your city. Even though I already have a van, I just bought a stupid van for no reason. And
What made you do that?
I was looking at my old van. I'm like, this van sucks. Let me, and then one of my friends was like, you should just get a new van. So I just got a new van, but there was a shittier version of the van. What if this is what he and the other guy were talking about, where they were looking at the girl? I bought a second van, did I tell you? Oh, sorry. Tickle.
Wow, someone could call you Hans Kim.
Yeah, van. I have the van's logo. It's my logo.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Hans Kim. 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 All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a hell of a show. This is your final bucket pull of the night. How about one more time for Heidi and Val, everybody? You can check out their podcast, Love on the Line at HeidiRegina.com. Follow the band on social media. Follow He's on the USB tour, Las Vegas, The Win, at everythingcomedy.com, KenCongdon.com, and follow her at KenCongdon, CONGDON. All right, your final bucket bowl tonight goes by the name of Devin Callahan, everybody. One last Houston bucket bowl.
All right, how you guys doing? Yeah, I'm Devin Callahan. Callahan like Dirty Harry. Yeah, I see your face confused. You're like, I remember Dirty Harry. Well, it's dirty. It's the fuck wrong with you. So, yeah, I figured out, not talk about death, I figured out the afterlife. I got two types of ghosts. One ghost, full body guy standing under a light. Hey, it's my grandfather, probably smoking a cigarette head to toe. It's a ghost. Second ghost, you just get like a little haunting thing, and it's just like no legs or nothing, just feet up, like feet gone, knees up, and they're just running around like, ooh. That second type, those are the motherfuckers that died of diabetes. Yeah. So it turns out the afterlife, you don't get your feet back. Crazy. It's crazy. I need some friends. I need some new friends. I'm chilling with my homies, and we were on a road trip, and I was like, hey, man, I'm getting kind of tired. Let's pull into somewhere. And I saw a hotel, LAQUINTA, and I told my homies, hey, let's stay at La Quinta. Right? And they started laughing, and they were like, this fool crazy. It's La Quinta, fool. It's La Quinta.
Okay, was that the end of the joke?
No.
Okay, finish it.
And so I was telling them, no, La Quinta is the chick that worked the front desk. The establishment is La Quinta, right? Like, so.
Absolutely. Devin Callahan making his Hilton debut, right?
Yes.
You live here in Houston?
Port Arthur and Omaha.
All right.
Yeah, but we're nice people.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
Okay, Devin. What do you do for work?
Yeah.
How long have you been on that for?
Like 20 years.
20 years?
Yeah.
We've ever had an actual. You guys want to hear him play some? The way he normally doesn't share his piano with anybody. He's a tough cooking. He's a lot. But he said, all he had to say was, I know how it is. I get it. And then look, Jake broke John Deese's little heart. Here he is. Like, look at this. Look at this. Couple cousins just giving handshake. Oh yeah, don't play anything copyrighted. It's got to just be kind of like your own, like, original jam. John Deese. Here's my uncle. Oh shit. Uncle Devin and the motherfucking Izzy Housey. I won't say the N-word because that's not nice. See, that's how I think they should all do. Oh my God. That's what Mom was listening to during his double team. Keep going. I'm gonna sing a little song. When I'm in Houston, my favorite kind of pub is Gastro. I cheat like I'm an Astro. Oh yeah. Keep playing, keep fucking playing, dumbass. Keep playing. Put my finger in an electrical socket. Keep playing fucking music. In electrical sockets. More shocking than a win from the Houston Rockets. There's traffic all over this shithole town. And there's no real live entertainment Devin Callahan on the keys. I'm just goofing around. Me and Adam used to play with the great Jeff Scott at the Comedy Store. We were the only two guys that used to riff with him, rest in peace. We lost him during the pandemic as he got COVID and AIDS at the same time. All right. Devin, anything else crazy we should know about you before you go? What's the biggest white lady you ever impregnated?
I hadn't had a chance yet. So, just saying.
I don't know if you saw Jazz Hours earlier, but there's a black woman that makes no sense whatsoever that really needs to be dipped down.
Oh, I met her. I saw her.
Yeah.
Nah. I'm okay.
Welcome to another episode of Nah with Devin Callahan.
Is there a white lady that wants to be impregnated right now? Okay, I just hit his wife.
Devin, thank you so much. There he goes, Devin Callahan. Oh,
Puerto Rico.
thank you so much. There he goes, Devin Callahan. He jumps every. Hey, wait, you're the Puerto Rico guy. There's a joke book. See you later. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, Saturday nights are hard on this show. We have created so many superstars that a lot of them were booked tonight in their own sold-out shows around the world. However, I was able to secure the man who I think is one of the fastest young rising comedians in the world. You see him every week writing and performing a brand new minute. At one point, he was recognized as the Dark Storm of Atlanta, Georgia. And now he is the Dark Storm of Austin, Texas. I present to you the future. It's Dedrick Flynn. Hell yeah, buddy. How's it going, Dedrick?
Man, them niggas mad at me for getting drunk in New York. Story wars. which is crazy, because what else was it? It was 17 degrees, nigga. I gotta drink at least to be warm. It costs $100 like to breathe in New York, nigga. Nigga, I'm drink. Long Island.
Oh my God.
Lost as a motherfucker on the train, nigga. I'm on train. I'm a country boy. It was too low for me to be up there. I don't know that shit. nigga drink hard, tell me your parents get fucked up too.
Fuck yeah. Goodness gracious. Come on now.
Unbelievable. Deadrin, have you been around Houston a lot?
No, this is my first time in Houston. I love y'all.
Hell yeah. Houston loves you as well, Deadrin. This is would you like to tell the people what you got today on the way here?
Yeah, I just got this new Bucky's gold chain because that nigga Matt Wright was talking about I got Matt Wright. These other chains is fake as fuck though. These on Amazon, but they are gold colored.
You know, I have so much Bucky's stuff. It is incredible. I have blankets, I have mugs, I have beds, I have so much Bucky's merch that it's incredible. And every time I stock one, I obtain more. However, I never even knew there was a case with gold necklaces in it.
They walked me to it when I got in the shop. I put on my jewelry just to go to the Bucky's, you know.
I don't even know how you found that.
They called out to me, told me how. I went to go buy some Bucky slides at first, and then as soon as I touched the slides, it said you gotta match it with a chain.
Yeah, absolutely. Deadrin Flynn, what's been going on in life, buddy? Other than that
New York bullshit.
It's no big deal. You gotta remember, 1.2% of the Kill Tony fan base watches that show.
Yeah, but that was nice. When I was in Brooklyn,
Right, like you are a big drink.
yeah. I'm from the South.
Yeah.
We make moonshine.
Yeah.
Y'all make hunch punch out here? We'll make that cold as out of this. I know it was in the South. We get our drink on, we get our paper. Weed is what I put in my body. What's in my cup is in my cup. And y'all know that drink a liquor casserole because it makes me feel. That's what I call Long Island's a liquor casserole.
I'm getting word your preaching is going so hard in the pain that she just had her diabetes cured.
I've been cutting lines because I didn't really meet on the show because I didn't even have my grill because when I went to go check in my New York hotel, the hold on the card was more than I had on my debit card, so I just left my grills with them niggas.
You fucking kidding me?
Is this a real story?
I didn't know wearing grills on Star Wars, so that really wasn't even me for real. That was just Deadrin Flynn. That wasn't a storm, you know what I'm saying? But it was a storm, you know, I gotta be a tornado sometimes. Trying to let me off the leash.
You're the one putting yourself in chains, buddy.
Yeah, that's hilarious. On the last day of Black History Month.
I'll be right back.
Love it, Deadrin. Is there anything else crazy we should know about before we put a ribbon on this damn thing? Why you come to
Houston?
Why?
Because I fucking love this place and I heard great things in rap songs. Why would I not want to come to Houston? If Kill Tony's in Houston, I'm in there. If Kill Tony's in Dallas, I'm in there. If Kill Tony's in Austin, I'm in there. And when Kill Tony go back to New York, then I'm in there. I'm not talking about a lot of shit. We in the
Storm of Houston. Fun fact, everybody, tickets are not on sale yet, but we are coming to, on October 17th, save the date, we are doing a Kill Tony in here at the Smart Financial Center, October 17th, so you can put that in your little calendar. We're coming back, whole different show, whole different fucking everything. What else? Did you guys have a great night tonight? We did too. I know some people tonight are going to be partying out at the Colorado, which is owned by some friends of the Cotoni family. So there's a little heads up there. And we love you guys, band. Play a little music. One more time for Adam Ray, everybody. Adam Ray Comedy.com. KimCondit.com. Thanks everybody. Rothschild tonight, everyone. Whoa, that's a good one. Ooh, look at little Miami Vice. They're skinny. Oh, I love it. How about one more time for our golden ticket winners? Regulars, Enrique Chacon, Collins, Uncle Laser, Young, Hans, Kim, and Dedrick Flint. We love you guys. Red Band.
Guys, I love you. Houston, last stop. Sherlock, LaPorte, Texas. Love you so much.
Plus, Houston, Texas, and the United States of America. We love you. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Dayton, this set, everybody.
My name's Dana, and I don't understand why, because my parents are from Ohio. They're from Oklahoma. So I asked my dad where my name came from, and he was like, well, I was dating your mom. Which honestly, that makes a lot of sense because my brother's name is Buttfuck. He was a miracle. I started comedy around the same time Louis got canceled for jerking off in front of women, and I was like, fuck, that's why I got into this. I'm not really sure why I started comedy. I think it's just because I've always been a big fan of it, you know? Like, when I was 10, I wrote Robin Williams a letter. It just said, kill yourself. He didn't respond.
Alright. How long have you been in Austin?
I just got, I drove 12 hours last night from Kansas City. Yeah.
So you drove like last night, like.
Yeah, I left at like 6 p.m. Got in at like around 5 a.m.
Wow, look at you. Where are you staying while you're here?
I'm staying with my pals.
Okay, straight there at 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Took a little nap, woke up.
Yeah.
You've been at the bar next door waiting.
Yes.
And you got pulled out. You have a good look. You have the little star power. You look like Logan Paul with leukemia. It's very good. What do you do for a living that you had to drive 12 hours instead of buying a flight?
I've been living since I moved to New York just off stand-up.
Oh boy.
But it's not, I mean, I've got to get a job.
What type of job are you going to look for?
I don't know, just something that they don't rely on me.
What have you done before? What is your experience?
You could be an Ozempic salesman.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was a lifeguard for like 5 years.
If I was fucking drowning and I saw you, I wouldn't even yell help. I would just let fuck it. You help? No, fuck it.
I saw 2 kids die.
Did you?
Yeah.
You saw 2 kids die?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
At the same
Why
time?
are you laughing? Why are you were the fucking lifeguard and you watched 2 kids
No, I
die?
wasn't involved. I did CPR.
I know you weren't involved. That was the problem.
No one makes whirling their heads down. While you were lifeguarding?
I was on a water slide and it happened. This is
If God didn't, you should slide down. I'm on top of the slide.
That was the one that kid was under a long time, and he was like,
You know he was under for a long time because you were fucking watching.
Yeah. You are not good at guarding life. 2 drownings is a lot for a lifeguard. You might be one of the worst lifeguards I've ever heard of.
The manager that I worked at when the ambulance fell apart, he made me go to the family and offer them Dippin' Dots.
Are you fucking
And
serious?
that's not a joke at all. Yeah, no.
Oh my god. They lost their child?
They didn't know yet.
Oh. So you're going to surprise them. They're going to go, look, we got free Dippin' Dots.
Right.
We got free Dippin' Dots. Wait, let me finish.
So, is that true that you offered them Dippin' Dots?
Yeah,
and then
family.
you broke the news to them that their child had died?
I don't know, Scott. That's fine.
You're just the Dippin' Dots guy. Yeah, exactly. Here's some Dippin' Dots. See you later. Absolutely incredible. Ty Marion is next.
My little brother is half Mexican, a professional clown, and a gay. But none of those are what's really annoying about him. What is he feels like he's got to be included in everything. He's a little cholo, bozo, homo with, you know? YOLO. I think my best friend started to go crazy. He just recently bought one of those lifelike sex dolls. She knows what I'm talking about. The other day I went to his house when I walked in. He was crying. He was holding a pair of these underwear. He was screaming at that doll. Whose underwear are these? And then when I saw this as his friend, I knew I had to be supportive. Especially because those are my favorite underwear. It's trans, but it's cool because I never see him. Y'all know what it's like having a transparent. Thank you.
Ty Marion. Okay. I get it. You kind of have a little trademark. You're like a little pun wordsmith.
He's a wordsmith.
Yeah.
You got funny words.
If you don't have the face of the guy that would be a wordsmith.
No, more like a blacksmith, probably.
Yeah. There you go. You just did it again, you son of a bitch. Look at you. You're a little trickster over there. I love it. You've been on the show before. You have a face that's kind of memorable, like a melting pumpkin or something like that.
Yeah. You made fun. Everybody actually made fun of me. Y'all made fun of the last time I was on. You made fun of my complexion.
What did I say?
You said essentially, it made it sound like I was brown, had downs. Is everything you kept saying.
That sounds like one of your jokes.
That's his thing.
Hell yeah.
Are you alive? Look at it.
High on marijuana.
Yeah, get some edibles or anything.
Okay.
Monday. Absolutely.
Ty, what? You like last time you were on the show. Any fun facts about Ty, Mary, and the
I used to play music. They mixed me the drum off or anything like that. I literally used to press play on buttons, play music. I used to be a DJ in the San Antonio area in the early to mid 2000s. Toured and some of that stuff for a while. That was fun. I had the wrong people surrounding me. They were more interested in getting their dick sucked every night than helping me get to that next level. Even though I was opening for big names, doing hundreds of people, thousands of people in the crowd. At this point, fuck it, I put it all on me. I'm gonna better myself, and I'm ready to do it with comedy now.
Right. You never got to take your DJing to the next level, and that kind of bothers you.
I mean, nothing right. Pretty much.
Well, DJ and his PJs on a PJ.
Actually,
yeah. You know what that sound means.
Actually, you had some. No, I didn't DJ one time on PJs.
You got a DJ?
I was.
PJ.
I actually did a PJ, got caught by the owner of the club one time while I was in the booth mixing it. And the only thing I was told was, hurry up, see me in the office afterwards. And I was given a high five. So it was a pretty good day for me. Left and everybody else we were working with, because all they wanted was their dick sucked, but you got fired for getting exactly. See, they wanted what they couldn't have, and I'm having it, and so they were just.
You were able to get hard while exposed to an entire audience.
It looks like you guys are sitting there, you're in a booth, you can't really see anything below here, and so there was a conveniently little cutout area. She sat down on it.
Did you have like a face where it looked like you were getting a BJ? Was it like?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah. Yeah, and she was waiting for the drop too, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. What's a one-night stand with Ty Marion like?
Typically, just because I don't want them to know where I live, I always ask to go to their house. It's not like I live at home. Typically, the bar that I go to, it's a block and a half from where I live. So I'm not trying to walk over there and then walk them home and have to walk back to their car. You know what I mean?
It's a lot of walking.
Yeah, Uber home.
Right. Wow. I'm telling you, people are going to watch this. You're going to get so much pussy.
Yeah.
No, because that's what women want. They want a man. I'm not going to.
No, you'd be surprised.
I would be. It would actually be surprised. Looking at the face on the women, and they're going, "Oh, look who I'm with. Why can't I have him?"
No. She's looking at me going, "Who the fuck is this guy?" And sweetheart, guess what? When I woke up this morning and rolled over in bed, I also said, "Who the fuck is this guy?" I have a drinking problem. Okay, so.
How's it going, Mr. Patterson? You're on with Tony Hinchcliffe live on Tony with the Great Howie Mann.
I gotta tell you, your son made my day. Your son fucking brilliant. Your son is a superstar.
And I'm more than proud.
Mr. Patterson, you know, this is an improvised thing, but I just thought of what I think a good question. Is there anything that, like, embarrassing from you might not want you to tell us? That's what. That was a quick.
Wait, how old? To go to the can. It's not honey. No, that's not what it says. Go again.
Go ahead and say it again, Mr. Patterson.
I might be retarded. He can't spell good. Tell him to spell firefighter. Spell firefighter. He can't spell good.
All right. So the word on the streets, Mr. Patterson, is that you're not a very good speller. So without Googling, we're going to give you a word, and right off the bat, you have to spell it for us. Are you ready?
That's where I get it from, man. That's what the Dog! Quickly! Dog!
dark ass. I love that. I love that. So the red dark or double shades are the rest of his body. Dark ass. Dog. Like a puppy. Dog. Yes. No.
I can handle that.
All right, here we go. I can hear your thumbs typing. Why? You're like dog right now.
Come on, we all waiting on you, Pop.
All right, dog.
That's easy. I can take that one.
Okay.
10 fucking minutes.
He's flying.
Already a problem.
He's flying through the pages of the dictionary right now. He's looking up DAWG. And he's like, where the fuck is this goddamn word?
It starts with a D, like in dark ass.
All right, so here it is. Spell dog.
How you say dog?
Nigga, spell dog, man. You make us look bad on national TV.
Dog is dog is, what do you say? Give me some notes.
Okay. Careful what you wish for. Here we go. The word that you will spell is the word nicotine. We're bragging about how easy dog is. He's pretending like I'm being the guy.
You sell something to your mom?
Okay, how about cigarette? As in, okay.
Nicotine in a sentence. Nicotine in a sentence.
Here it is. Here's the sentence. My dark ass friend smoked a nicotine-filled cigarette
With his dog.
All right, here you go. Mr. Patterson spelling nicotine.
I believe you, Pop. I believe you. Pass.
All right, so we're passing.
Pass.
Okay. P-A-S-T. He's passed on that one.
P-A-S-T. He passed on that one.
All right. Okay. I actually like this. Welcome to another episode of Spelling B-E-T, everybody. Here we are. Here's your next word. All right, here we go. I'm not letting him off the hook this easily. I'm going to make him try to spell something. Your next word, since you passed on the last one, is guitar.
Oh, that's easy. Man, you got that.
I don't think it's easy to spell the goddamn thing yet. So I don't think it is. He tried to make the noise of a dog and went. Guitar, like Neil plays the electric.
That's right.
No, that's an example. He wasn't giving you a fucking fact. That's nice. I like. He plays guitar. That's nice. That's a good thing that he does. I'm glad he plays guitar. That's good for that boy. Hell yeah. That's dope. You gotta keep playing that guitar. You play it real well. I like him.
Without looking it up, this is your chance. Spell the word guitar.
I have a tag on that one.
I just love the attitude that he has. Like, come on, man, dog's too easy. Yeah, guitar, I gotta pass.
P-A-S-T, pass. His nicotine in his hand. Count the 10.
Leather. Spell the word leather.
Oh man, that's easy as fuck. We got this.
You're messing him up when you tell him it's easy.
Easy as fuck.
Nothing is easy. Leather, go ahead.
All those words you gave me is very, very easy. I'm a very good scholar.
Oh, am I on the show for real? Yes. Yes.
I got bad news for you. You are, and you've smelled nothing so far. We will put it in.
Does he ever text you or anything? Do you know what the fuck he's saying? I never missed this.
Give us leather. Come on, it's a real challenge. Go ahead, leather. You got this. Bones Eye Bakes leather joke books. Go ahead, it's your turn. You're gonna spell it. It starts with an L. Here you go.
I can't spell that.
Come on. Please just try it. Please let me. Just want to see how you would.
Wow.
Will everybody.
I got me two lazy boys that I scotch guarded the shit out of, and I'll light up a Winston and watch the world go by. I love it. I saw the cutest dog the other day. Cutest little dog. Oh, Welsh Court. He's got a bandana on, and his name Winston. So cute. I started petting him. I go, hey.
Who was the second baby in 1920? You were. Yes, you were. Yes, you were. Who said we would fight the Nazis on the beaches? We would fight them on the seas. We would fight them everywhere. You did. Hey!
Who let 20,000 people die in a box mission during World War I? You did, Winston Churchill. You're a bad dog, Winston. You're a bad dog.
When you got to it, I'm like, this is not the end. This is not the beginning of the end, but it may very well be the end of the beginning. It's a Winston Churchill quote.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well,
Yeah. Wow. A lot of World War II memorabilia, you know what I mean. All right. Make some noise for Uncle Alphonse.
Hey, Danny. Yeah, how's that going? Talking.
Yes.
It seems pretty.
sorry, I'm nervous. Yes. It's been good.
Just to judge how you gauge.
If I came right now, I'd be like, oh, yeah.
What?
I believe what he's trying to say is he's a rapist.
Wow, it went from being a joke to actually being scary. You're a foodie.
I'm a huge foodie.
I know. You go to the best, the finest. 5-star
5
restaurant.
stars, over 1,000 reviews,
Yeah, I can tell. Where you headed after this? What is the restaurant of choice tonight?
So I did actually, Alexandra's to go. It was great. It was good.
No, no one's heard of that. There's 100 steakhouses. You want it crowded?
Was it crowded?
Yeah, it's not real. It was part of the
You know what it was? It was you alone, and there's mirrors on the walls. You're going, look at everybody. Look at that. Everybody's praying and eating steak.
Yeah.
What's the significance of the mustache on your calf?
Good question.
So I actually have a few
Mustaches. You got one on your face.
Yep, one on my face, one on my finger, one on my calf. So for the mustaches, it's honestly just something that I started when I was younger. I have a few friends that committed suicide. So I know. So I started a little group where a bunch of people came together as men. We're able to talk shit.
So this bucket, sometimes, I mean, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So
This is like a fucking bucket list.
But this is Aaron Belial, everybody.
Some parts of HNT were really weird. I don't know if Terry Crews was nervous or confused, but he kept hanging his big black microphone in front of my mouth. I knew this was going to happen, but I didn't think my BBC story would happen live on America's Got Talent. What do you want me to do? Moan into it. Put it in my mouth. I'm just glad he didn't fuck me into a wheelchair.
I had a great time working on what was happening, and I loved you when you were on it. But you're great. You're great. You're always great. But I don't want to get it. I don't like. God, the guy had five. The guy had the mustache. The suicide. The guy lost his father. All of his friends committed suicide, and you just killed my fucking career.
Do you guys want to call my dad? He can't spell either.
What does he do? What does your dad do? What does your dad do?
Disability.
Runs in the family. And nobody runs in that family. Joe!
How you doing? I can hardly hear you.
I know, as you can tell, even though I'm calling from Aaron's phone, I'm not Aaron because I don't sound like a robot. This is Tony from Kill Tony. Your son's on Kill Tony right now, where it's a special episode where we're calling dads. You're live on the air with Howie Mandel and a million plus people watching.
Well, I feel real bad for all of you. You gotta listen to him.
Well, most of the set that he just performed, we weren't listening. He was just sucking somebody off.
My dad's a prick.
That's what he was sucking off.
Well, you just tell us because it'll never get as big as.
I've seen it. It isn't that big.
Oh, you just said that yours isn't that big. Dad, what do you have to say about that?
Well, that means he's got nothing. Oh, no, it was mushrooms.
It's all
And we
makes
stayed in
sense.
the woods for a long time. They had a husky, and that's why when he talks, it's.
Yeah, you gotta do it. Thank you so much for talking again soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you. America's got me so. Howie, I was just wondering if maybe would it be cool if I fuck your daughter?
Oh my goodness, he couldn't do that one on ABC. Beef Cordis, everybody.
Dating's kind of hard for me because I'm like a Delta pin at a smoke shop. The people who like me prefer the illegal ones. But I still try to have fun with it. The only picture I have on Tinder right now is of me and Cam. That way, if girls ask which one are you, I can say I'm the black guy. And I have this one girl reply with, I'm not really into black guys. Do you have the white one's number? And I think she was trying to flirt, but being the charming black man that I was offended. What she said was rude and hurtful and shallow. So I sent her a message, and I was like, I'm actually super white. Can you come over right now, please?
Hell yeah. That's it.
I got it. I'm coming out with it right now. Loaded up the fuck.
Oh, shit. I love it. New Beef Cordis merch. Explain your condition to Howie so that he understands exactly what we're dealing with. How do you
Explain your condition to me.
Oh, yeah, you're a germ about my guy. Yeah, I never washed my hands, so you made the right call.
That's a condition.
Yeah.
That really is.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with him. Is it gonna be
It's a little young to you.
Isn't that we're in Florida? You're from Florida, right?
No, I'm from Alabama. There's something wrong with me.
Okay. You're funny.
Thank you, Howie. I think you're funny.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What do you
call it? You're pituitary.
Pituitary shit. That's what I call it. Shit.
Are you a good swimmer?
Not really. Yeah, I suck at everything athletically, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about t-ball?
T-ball? I'd smash a T-ball. Hell yeah.
How long have you been doing this?
2 years.
2 years.
Yes, sir.
Really good.
Thank you.
Where do you live? You live here now?
I do, yeah.
Oh, wow. I think that you should do something on television. I would love to do like a prank show with this guy.
Yeah. Let's do it, Allie. Yeah.
I want to get your number and figure out how to get this.
I love that.
I love it.
I love it.
This is a great idea.
You're going to have an issue in life, a young kid, you know?
Yeah.
That's not a horrible issue.
Yeah.
You're okay, right? You're okay.
I'm having fun with it.
Date, really?
I'm trying. Yeah.
You like this woman you've ever been with?
I've never been with a single woman, Allie. Yeah.
How old's your daughter again?
Good night, everybody.
Nights like this, I wish I was still covered in blood, hiding from the predator. You know what I mean? Hoping he'd get close so I could steal a kiss. Get out of her name, Hot Singles. Her location in my area. The sex, casual and anonymous. No strings attached. HIV positive? Oh no. Is she gonna try to steal my wallet later? Oh yeah. Is it a decoy wallet? Oh hell yeah. I'll take it. I'll end it all.
In the moment, wild, the great Jack the Ripper, some people call him. You have a lot of these nicknames, right?
Cal Ripken Jr., yeah. Riffy Longstockings, the boy who riffed.
Juicy bombs, choose riff.
Yes. Yeah, riffs. It's what's for dinner. Yeah.
Different strokes for different folks.
That's right. Yeah, stuff like that. Most of them not so.
Red Band got excited on that one.
You look like the first half of the show.
Now the interesting thing about Casey is that, and I don't want to blow your cover and get too personal, but you're sober, right?
Yeah, I'm sober. I've been sober for years. Yeah, Maybach music. Thank you.
That must have been a wild ride when you were.
Yeah, tell us some stories.
Yeah, there's some residual stuff going on for sure upstairs. Yeah.
AIDS?
Yeah, you don't get sober from that. That's permanent.
Casey, can I ask you a personal question?
Absolutely.
Was it huffing?
Yeah, we used to huff ether. Yeah. Ether, air duster.
Whippets?
Whippets.
Yeah. Italian. You need me?
Yeah, I used to huff. Yeah, Hillary Duff huff. Yeah, I used to huff. Yeah. That's all about it. Yeah, there's a demographic for huffing.
Are you a religious guy? Where do you get your energy?
That's what it
It's got the Lord in him.
It was from God.
You got born again Christian vibes.
It is true. You ever go to church, Casey?
No.
Really?
No, not me.
What happens if you step inside of a church?
Turn to stone, I guess. Yeah.
really one look like he could crawl on the ceilings without notice. You're like, oh my god,
he's here. We were in Chicago on Thursday and Big Casey Rocket Ground, and this guy, I guess, ate too many edibles and he passed out in the second row. He like fell on his face. I had to do fucking riff resurrection. I had to bring it back.
Second riffing.
What?
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Raul Sanchez.
I like drinking, man. Makes me a pleasant human being. Sometimes I got so drunk, I caught myself speeding on the highway because I'm confused the number of the highway with the speed limit sign. So like, that's pretty specific, you know? 92 just to be safe. You know how the cops are around here, man. Dude, one time I was at a bar, I got hammered, right? I started talking to this chick. We hit it off, right? So I decided to buy one of those condoms for the sheets in the bathroom. Yeah, and then later that night, we were about to get it on. I opened it up. It was 2 Advil. But I was like, man, technology's come a long way.
That was killer. You're really good. And this is true Mexican fashion. You're going to take our jobs.
That's true. How do you make a living? Just from stand up?
Stand up, and I also get disability from the VA.
Oh, wow. You're a veteran.
Yeah. They're 4 years in the Army.
Mexican Army?
Airborne infantry.
Sorry.
You were in the Air Force?
No, airborne infantry.
Oh,
Butter plane.
okay.
You're getting good.
Airdropping them.
Yeah. That's a way to get over the fence.
Not in country. Once we were in like Iraq and Afghanistan, there was a lot of like just busting people.
Whoa. Killing kids.
No, it's like fully grown men.
All right.
I feel like someone from the Army
Out of an airplane.
Yeah, I mean, it was still like you have to practice it, like for when you, I guess, we were into a real war with like people that got like real stuff.
That's never happened in our lifetime. Practice a lot, I guess. I don't think I've seen a lot of Mexican people jumping on the old jumping beat, you know what I mean? I haven't seen this before. There are? Yeah. What we have them doing?
Wait, did you just try to compare Mexicans jumping out of airplanes like the black people swimming? It feels like you made the jump.
I mean,
like, I don't see a lot of Mexican skydivers.
Yeah, I know.
They like the land.
Yeah,
They like the ground.
on ground level,
Yeah.
landscaping, land, and people. The people. You come from a big family, Raul?
No, it's just my sister.
Well, another completely broken by Raul.
Actually, we did come over here legally back in '91.
You're one of the good ones. You come over.
Comedians.
How is that a bad thing? How is that the Mexicans are laughing? I just got a fucking thumbs up, a brown thumb. I just got it.
That jump was over the line, and so is he.
Yeah. I don't want to cross anybody's borders here, but Pamela Galvez, everybody.
I want to open up a pegging gym for women so that we can have nice, strong cores. Because I used to date this bisexual guy, and we used to have strap-on Sundays.
How do you make money?
I am a registered nurse.
Oh no.
Oh no! School nurse.
There's the jet skis. The jet skis have arrived.
Tony, so I know you wanted to be a heart doctor. See, I had open heart surgery. atrial defect, so heart beat.
Okay. So what was the defect? Supraventricular tachycardia?
Yes.
Wow, look at that. There you go. No big deal. Yeah.
What? Tony, you have no heart.
Exactly. I know. It's like the ultimate tale. A man with no heart wanted to be a hot dog. Shocking.
The more and more we go on, the more and more I see how crazy that guy is running and peg him.
Oh, you know what?
He didn't have a safe word at all.
No, it didn't. He broke up with me on Valentine's Day.
This
So I'm
year?
just now.
Oh.
He broke up with me on Valentine's
What was
Day.
his reason?
My ass is bleeding.
He's gonna handle my craziness.
He broke your heart. You broke his
My
tackles. On Valentine's Day. How did he break it to you? Was it a text? Call?
Text.
Half year?
2.5 years in it. Good for fucking his butt, lady.
Yeah, thank you. Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
Yeah, Stegosaurus. Working.
I like that one.
Jay Hinsdale, everybody.
I was at a strip club during the day recently. I wasn't there for any particular reason. I was just trying to get my mom's engagement ring back. Going to a strip club during the day is kind of like going to a haunted house at night. It's dark. You feel like you're not supposed to be there. Walls are covered in ectoplasm. Stripper during the day is weird too. See, stripper during the day is kind of like seeing Batman during the day. They both got cool costumes, but you can see the scars. Batman fights crime, stripper fights crime. The catch and release is a little different for the stripper, but she does keep criminals off the streets for an unspecified amount of time, and if you read the comics, that's better than Batman. Sorry, I'm a touch of autism.
Another unbelievable minute here tonight.
This was a great set. Unlike no fat on it.
Yeah, I know. I went to Antifa sponsored me barbecue for trans awareness.
Oh no.
I found out they don't accept trans fats.
Wow.
Yes.
I love it.
You keep out the face of Shane Gillis and the body of David Lucas.
It is incredible. So we haven't gotten you on since the first episode of Nasty Texas, which is well over 3 years ago, and you've been signing up continuously.
Like off and on when I can get here, but in the past 3 months I've been signing up every week.
Yeah, it's fucking tricky with hundreds of people in the bucket. It's a perfect example of the fucking randomness of the show. I was Rogan the other night that Williams signed up for, I think it was a year or something crazy, continuously, and he never once got up. And then after a year, he pulled his name out of the bucket. Now he has the record for most appearances and interviews all time on the show. So it goes to show the fucking, persistence and everything is whatever you're fat. Let's talk about it. What's the late night fucking gluttonous pleasure?
Tell us, Taste Oracle.
It's not pussy.
Not pussy. No. When I can, but it's a delicacy.
Absolutely.
Like German chocolate cake.
JP, anything else that we should know about you before letting you go back?
I did just come out this year as bisexual.
Oh my God!
I did it at 40 just in time for it to be gross.
Holy shit! Absolutely.
Now you're gonna be turned down by 2 genders.
I know.
Yeah.
Twice the rejection. I don't know if my heart can.
Incredible.
Yeah.
I don't think your heart can take much. So what made you come out as bi? How does this happen exactly?
You might understand this, don't you?
Yes, of course. You son of a bitch. This is what happens. You changed my life, Tony. You You made me believe in my dreams, Tony. It's all thanks to you, Tony. You're fucking gay, Tony. Every Monday.
Have you ever been in a relationship so toxic that you considered taking it again? It's like, I didn't like it so much when I was 11, but I've matured a lot since then.
Well, this is all moving too fast. This is all moving too fast. Were you in a relationship with a girl and she broke your heart?
Yeah.
How did that happen? She broke up with you on Valentine's Day?
No, it's just like our psychological problems were too connected. It just got bad.
She did?
No.
But how's the bisexuality been working? Are you on it?
Guys are fucking savage.
Yeah.
Like savage.
I don't know if it's good or bad.
Bad savage. Like, dude, I don't, like, man, I remember the first night I was out, this, like, guy was coming up, just like, hey, can I blow you in the bathroom? And I was like, I'm just new to this. I'm not quite ready for this shit yet.
Oh my god, what a great bitch. Get that bitch up, bro.
Yeah. Let somebody see your dick, because you're not seeing it.
No.
Jeez.
I had somebody describe it to me once. Apparently, it's majestic.
It's anything like your leg.
Yeah.
What kind of...
Sight to behold, either way.
Yeah.
What are the apps, Reese?
Yeah.
Taylor Amiglio.
He's watching the news a lot. Like, I'll see, like, a protest going on, and you see, like, a bunch of fat people, and, like, they're activists. Like, what the fuck you acting about? Fatty? Fat fuck? I like listening to my parents have sex. I don't care what you think, dude. My parents, bro. Fuck you. It's fun to think about, you know, like my dad's shorter than my mom, my dad's Asian. It's cool. I know he's doing a good job too. Like I heard my mom go, oh yeah, yeah. My dad's like, oh my god, fuck yeah, get that pussy. I'm Asian, don't get mad at me, bro. Alright, cool.
Wow. Wait a minute. How old are you?
21.
21 years old.
Yeah. I feel like Kevin Spacey because this twink is cute. Yeah, dude.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
This is going to be 10 months. No, 11 months in March.
Okay.
Oh, it's that now it's March.
Yes.
11 months, guys.
How do you make a living?
I work for Tommy Buns and Mama Jeans.
Wow.
Yeah. And I was actually switching on the podcast when you were on Not Today, pal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And you asked,
The great Jamie.
yeah, and Robbo, yeah, of course. You asked, so when. Wait, I didn't even get to the fucking. I didn't know what he asked. Hold on. Tony really likes The Sopranos, which is dope. He was wondering about this Floyd song that kept popping up when he was killed.
It was Van Morrison. But yes, Van Morrison sings the chorus on the Completely Numb version of Christopher Walken's Death.
Yeah, I learned that.
You know, they asked the great David Chase, the creator, the almighty creator of the Sopranos universe, and he answered that, and he didn't even know. He didn't even. You're talking about my eyes right now? Is it David Chase answered my question that I asked on a Sopranos podcast? Right now? Sorry. But yeah, he didn't even know. He didn't even make the connection.
Blues your little vest.
What is going on here? What is going on here?
Will you guys stop flirting?
Oh my god, what a
Yeah, right?
You want to go?
Tony, you're back in with the Asians.
Popular. We love you. I'm gonna get my revenge.
I'm a dirty Asian now.
What are you?
Filipino, we're not clean.
We're like tree agents. We're arboreal. That means they live in the trees for you retards. Arboreal is in the trees. This is the worst planet Earth ever. The retards are in the trees. You look like the kid from Jungle Book.
Your freaking age. Have you been funny your whole life? You're 21 years old. Are you a little rabble rouser in school? Such a rabble rouser. One pleasant surprise.
Bullshit. I want to tell Tony he looked like a gay puffer fish.
Oh my.
Tony like he got on a hockey hill. Man, big head fish eyes. Shut the fuck up. Patrice O'Neal. You look like an intelligent green, nigga.
Oh shit.
You have a harder time breathing than George Floyd.
I don't say that. I just got canceled for that.
It's all right. I'm talking. All right.
But if they would have kneeled on your neck, they would have had to curve their knee, nigga. Look at the Adams album.
It's a doozy.
That's a thing they own. Whatever that shit called.
That's a diabetic.
Man, get your old motherfucking Yorkie looking ass up out here, bro. I'm like a rich person dog, nigga, out here.
I like it.
Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
I like it.
You do look like a rich person.
I should be in a lady's purse.
That motherfucker look like he's swallowing a ping pong ball, nigga. Your ass. Well, when you take a gulp, that shit take 30 years, nigga.
Oh, yeah.
Take a sip of that Coke. I'll be finished next month.
That is huge.
If you're gay, bitch,
No, you are literally bigger than ever.
you on the PDD affidavit, nigga. Your ass. He was in the swimming pool with me, man.
No one knows more about being puffy than you do.
There you go.
You be puffy in the morning from the Haze medication, nigga. Your ass.
You are notoriously B.I.G.
And you are notorious FAG.
Oh, son. You got me again. It goes on and on. Make some noise for David Charlie, everybody.
How y'all doing today, white people in Puerto Rico? Y'all heard the news that the aliens was real? Y'all heard that? It's fucking crazy. The real question is, when are we gonna be able to fuck these aliens? I say, Avatar, I've been waiting on this shit a long time. I ain't never had no turquoise pussy before. I'm gonna be the first nigga in a polyamorous relationship with two Martian hoes. I'm gonna be like, hey, ooga, 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 ooga. You and y'all come in here and suck my dick. Cause I already know they're keeping them aliens at Area 51. It's a nigga on that midnight shift.
What are you talking about?
Just wait for Roger to go eat his cheese. All right, there you are, man. There you are.
Only 42 seconds.
Oh, my man. All right. Fuck y'all ugly bitch. All right.
What up, Mark? Hey, it's good to see you. I mean, you were great in blood time.
Yeah.
I invited you on the road, and I mean, I don't know why I was surprised, but your level in giant theaters was so incredible that I had you back and back again. So you've been kind of part of this rolling crew. Tell these people what it's like doing sold-out theaters around the world with me.
That shit retarded.
You describe it a little bit.
I mean, like, you gotta take so much time.
We went to Cleveland and Pittsburgh this past weekend, and we stopped off in Youngstown, Ohio, which is about midway point, and you went to Pittsburgh's house. Cam's dad, but I had to wait in the car 5 minutes, and after she left, I didn't tell her that David was coming, and then I door really hard to freak her out.
She was a good experience. She got the gun down.
You got that Youngstown pizza, Galleria, Uptown Pizza, and
ice cream was fine though.
That's Campbell's ice cream. Famous. You've had it. Yeah,
very good. I thought it was gonna taste like purple drink, but it tastes like grape, so that was some ice cream.
We did. We got great flavor.
Oh yeah, it was good. Right? Very good. And right in front of the hood, man.
I love purple drink.
Yeah. It's delicious. I'm telling you, it is. No, no.
What the hell is that? In a hot tub. Oh, were you friends with them dorks?
It's a shame because I was trying to get Cat Williams on this episode last week, but he obviously had other things to do. I wonder what Cat Williams would have said about your performance.
For a minute. They got him working the door. Baby can't even do a damn phone. It's a shame. Wait for me, white bitch. If I get giving nobody's having my shit given.
Oh my God!
How's your kids?
Yeah,
you're taking care of them.
He does not know where they are.
He in college, actually.
You got a kid in college?
Yeah.
What college is he going to?
Bethune-Cookman University in Daytona.
What's it called?
Bethune-Cookman University. Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman, motherfucker. You didn't even tell me that damn.
My God.
Google it, motherfucker. Bethune-Cookman. What song is that?
You know what song that is?
I know. I ain't hear it. Play it again, Brian.
You know what fucking song. Morning alarm clock. And by morning, I mean 1 p.m., I'm sure. You know you ain't contributing to the Bethune Cook Fund.
Why not?
You're giving them college money?
Fuck no. I'm giving him money, not Bethune. Fuck Bethune.
Right.
I'm with the fam. Fuck Bethune. Over that shit, white people. Bethune-Cookman University in Florida, A&M are two historically black colleges. Don't you know?
Oh, that's a Black Theon from earlier.
You know what I'm talking about, man. It's two prestigious universities. So weird in black college.
Yeah, exactly. Alex Huffs and everybody.
I hope they're all making me tonight. I have a good thing. I've been in tech and absolutely loving it. I'm on a road trip from Canada, and a lot of things are similar. For example, the proud, patriotic animal of Canada is the beaver. So that's one thing that we have in common with Texas, which is nice, because the proud animal symbol of Texas is also a beaver. That beaver's name is Bucky.
It's so fun to see Santa on his off hours, though.
Stop. Exactly. What are you? Is that your first time, correct?
It is my 11th time tonight.
Whoa! What does that mean to you exactly?
What does tonight mean? Or what does 11th time? It means I've done open mics up in Canada, but only a few.
Oh, you're tonight. Yeah, that's what I thought you meant too.
You can travel the whole world in one night.
It is. Very Santa-like, except he slays sometimes.
This was what all of year.
So Alex, you've done stand-up 11 times total. What do you do for a living? What type of prison guard are you?
I mark essays.
You mark?
Fuck you, I mark you, bro.
Yeah, that is an interesting. What do you mean you mark essays?
Like I work for a university, but everything's online, so that's why I'm able to be here visiting here.
You're a paper grader.
Yes, I'm a paper grader.
Online.
Yes.
You'll never be in a school shooting, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
What made you start stand-up so late?
Was in a marriage where freedom wasn't really available.
Tell us more about this marriage.
It was one of those things that started out, and I thought that it was someone that was amazing and passionate and driven. And so I said to myself, you know, if the first night is like this, you know what else will be good? You know what else will be intense? The divorce. And it was.
How long was the marriage?
12 years. I was married to a very, very passionate, very driven, very...
She's passionate. Give us some type of example of how she's passionate. You mean in the bedroom? Okay. What ethnicity?
Chinese, from China.
There you go. Truth comes out. The Asians holding strong on this one.
Dude, you got a tiger mom. Yes. Yes.
Was China?
Yes.
Did you come in a box?
No, she was actually from a very wealthy Chinese family. I met her while she was traveling.
Oh, that's Korea. That's Korea. Sorry.
Wow. So the marriage ended up being this general so-so.
So let's say
That's Chinese. His egg rolled over.
She was like Kung Pao.
There was a lot of that. Absolutely.
Tell us about it.
Did you hit you with nunchucks?
Yeah. A little choppy chop.
Put you in a finger trapper.
What did she do to you?
Mostly a lot of throwing dishes, lack of control.
China?
Yeah.
She's trying to China. Babe, that's a good China. She was smaller than you, though, right? Like very fragile.
No, not really. No, like when I went to China, I went to Beijing and met her dad. Her dad was a little bit taller than I am, and I'm not short. So
that's crazy.
Yeah.
He was taller than you.
Yes.
Wow. So you met her there and you took her to go Chinese takeout.
One of those very strange things we met in St. John's, Newfoundland. So I'm from British Columbia. We met way on the other side of Canada. It's kind of like being from Seattle.
She just looked for me.
So tell us more about this fucking spicy dish. What else would you do? Where did you draw the line? Where did you build your grand wall?
What were the pepper steaks?
Yeah. When did the tons of fun? She became an unfortunate cookie. 12 years. What was the final? What was the straw? Even though they don't really put straws in the to-go bags. You're trying to shoehorn these Chinese foods. So that's not punch up right there. That is correct. Okay.
Basically watched it go from passionate and spontaneous into passionate, spontaneous, and violent, and just tried to keep everything as comfortable as I could for the sake of the kids. And
how many kids?
2 kids.
Okay, lucky numbers 2. 17. All right. Okay.
You're saying she went from sweet to sour?
Absolutely. Absolutely. No doubt about it. Have you been with another woman since then?
Yeah,
I actually went because I went from someone who was very thin, where we didn't have a lot in common, where every conversation things
You got a fat bitch now.
Yeah, someone from very close, grew up on a ranch like I did, you know, just
on a ranch and
indeed.
Doubt it. Brandon Vadek, everybody.
I just turned 25, which sucks, because I feel like I look like I killed a guy in the 70s. I was in the bathroom before this. I hate using urinals, man. Do you have any idea how uncomfortable it is that people can see my back as I masturbate? So as I'm running back, thank you guys. Running back. You look like you've been hiding in the jute tunnels.
Yeah. So,
are you Jewish? No.
What are you?
I'm Albanian.
Oh. God-worshipping Jews is what they are, folks.
An interesting fact, when I was a kid, I used to breed a betta fish, a Chinese fighting fish.
Yes. Yeah, right. Our last comedian was married to one. Yeah.
He was a beta cuckfish.
Is there anything else that we might be surprised to know about you, Brandon?
I did fencing for 10 years.
Whoa.
Putting up that border wall?
Actual fencing. Okay, I'm starting to figure this out. It's starting to make sense. Rich parents.
Middle class.
That's what rich parents. People with rich parents.
Trying to hide the fact that his father is Rob Zombie. Josh Zombie.
What does your father do for a living?
He sold car insurance.
Actually, he takes through the ditches and birds.
Everybody says dogs are racist, but mine's actually homophobic. I tried to take my dog to San Francisco, and she said, and I quote, either for me or you. 47-year-old Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny was dead and died from sudden death in Hillary Clinton. This is a really weird rumor, but I just heard the Aliyah plane crash happen because the pilot tried to ghost ride the whip. Today I was at my perch. I was watching this homeless man through the garbage can for a couple of to get a bag of trash. And I started talking to an aggressive southern accent, just trying to scare his ass. And how did he just looking in a mirror? We love you. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Kidnapping is the beginning of freedom. In other words, how could you divorce the two processes? It doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be right inside. So we'll say, so this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental focus. And interestingly enough, according to our Papa's approach over here now, I will say, these are right because this is going to build us a halacha l'maisa. According to our Papa, it goes without saying that halacha l'maisa, the Edi Mechira, they are made into Eden Zumrim, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that we made soul shit. That ultimately, again, would create liability for women. So if they're found to be Eden Zumrim, they're put to death. What about the Edi Geneva? So again, Hizkiah says, no, they're not put to death. Why? Because Geneva by itself would just make women liable to lashes. What are you talking about? Right? Edi Geneva is and halacha l'maisa they are put to death as well. So now that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, what's the Ben Sora Mora. Because remember again, Ben Sora Mora is the other parallel case. Ben Sora Mora. Remember again, first set of witnesses by Ben Sora Mora. Right? What are they making Ben Sora Mora liable to? That's not Ben Sora Mora yet. What are they making the kid liable to? Malchus. So therefore, again, the first set they're made into 18 we'll get Malchus. It's the second set we create general liability. Both of you are making my shoulders. Shabbat Sora Mora. Shabbat Mushain Herod. But even we don't agree that the first set of witnesses by Ben Sora and Mora, if they're made into Eidim Zolvin, they are not put to death. Why? We talk Shia, Folding Lomar, Lahab calls someone because they can very simply say, listen, we didn't come to make this kid liable to death. What did we come to make him liable to? Malchus. And therefore, Allah for myself, with simple performance for them would also be Rabbi says, so it's interesting. So Rabbi, listen to this phrase, we'll have to stop with this. I come on to the Ben Sora and Mora. So I said, this is incredible. This is one of these great Jews. Only Jews can make statements like this. Rabbi says, everyone agrees with Ben Sora and Mora, right? Everyone agrees with Ben Sora and Mora, and there's a machlokes by Ben Sora and Mora. So I said, we're actually going to end up on this statement here, but I just want to point out what an incredible statement this is to go into Purim with. Why? So when you look at this statement, what do you say to yourself? This makes absolutely no sense. But I will say, there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which is, in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. Let's think, what is the entire Yisod? Life is filled with circumstance, sense. What's the Yisod of life? Keep reading, keep moving forward, keep learning, keep growing, and see how all the beautiful and holy pieces. Let's stop over here for today. Right? We like to leave at 4:30 or we're going to stay tuned. I'll post on the WhatsApp chat. There's a Shabbat tomorrow morning at 5 just as we'll be learning and hearing this very short in the main short. We'll say, Shubaya. the son is agent of the bird to strike his father or to curse his so we're sitting at questions like this. Let's say, like, what it is, how do these things was then the idea the first idea is about this to get actions. Or so whatever it is, when the show is, let's say, mitzvah, so is important by Wednesday. So the mitzvah, go ahead and any outcomes, certain instances, against this fire. So again, it's not the same organization. It's the same act against the shtick of this. So you know, it says, otherwise, that's how you do it. So you know, that's the question for journal, right? One is so you know, it says, someone stop an attitude. How would you do it to flog someone? How would you do it to hurt someone? That's the thing. Allah, come on, Shabbat. Everyone say, so why is it that you're doing it? Everyone thinks there's a lot of popularity, personality, because it's called Shabbat. Coming area, ability to take back the quality, trumps any other. That's it. So therefore, again, if someone thinks something against the neutrality, and if you think they know this, we're going to flog them. We're going to flog them. If somebody's getting ultimate with their media that's conditioned, we're going to press them. That is the front to the dignity of the individual. Public practice, respond to those that come to the point. Cover the other person. After that, coach my life. That's what I do. They don't just get it. So, you should be able to go ahead and flag this other. But essentially, you would go and face this other thing there as well. So, that's what that you know, to see it. So, they say, I'm not سبب الخمسة بتشرب الخمسة ويشيل سبب الخمسة وبعدين يشيل سبب الشرب الخمسة سبب الخمسة وبعدين يسوي الخمسة drop difference. Let me translate. If someone like obligated to strike, there's an extended to strike. Someone who are not obligated to strike, certainly there's an extended to strike. Right? So what I do is best. So once you find out, you're not going to strike. So perhaps those pieces of advice are telling you what to expect. If somebody wants to conserve their minds, they say somebody conserve their actions, and what happens? Public knowing, public knowing. Maybe one advice is talking about the sun, other advice is talking about someone else. Other advice is saying like this: what if the son, living on the father, is conserving about this, rather than that, son should not be this, and versus sons, but even though I think it should be really so someone else is committed to this spirit, who's the rights alone, even if you don't show up, everyone says no, that's it. Doesn't make a difference whether you're talking about a son, or you're talking about the son or else. One kasha, and the local mitzvah, I'm sure the local mitzvah, one is talking about local mitzvah, and one is talking about non-local mitzvah. One is the day, as I said, otherwise everybody is on their local mitzvah. So the kashrus, what's local mitzvah? Local mitzvah is where someone's carrying local mitzvah. What they should not be local mitzvah means something that can not be spiritual. So somebody's high up is the basement, as much as we know about many people, we're going to make them as a mitzvah, but you might help. Someone's not tight practice, you're not going to do it then. That's how local mitzvah. Local mitzvah is really, so let's start. That's also just the same thing. The modern local mitzvah, shemitzvah, mitzvah, mitzvah, shemitzvah, mitzvah, shalach, mitzvah. So it's just this, even in the case of local mitzvah. Everything's a little just like this. Like, it's exciting. Even in the case where putting those mindful actions, right, should be too like so mitzvah should So not to give them any emotions that they are wanting to. Shenanigans, right? When somebody's not viable for actions, so you know what I'm saying? We should have such shenanigans, right? Shame is sort of a person, anything to shame to make sure that so somebody will say it's not subject to actions. You can have a for myself. What is the strength of that? Okay. That's what you know, by the way, what simple vegetables. What happens? What's the vegetables? Vegetables. So it's really again. What's the kind of child that is very established about a scientific ministry is listening to his father. The question is over the possibility of topic number 2 for today. Can his son carry out the punishment of his father? His son is good to face is that that's just to be under the accident is not sure. And that's in the other it's Abram is taken to death. Abram is the way to go. We go, the general value for the actors, they say comes along, and it's in what places the sun is high. Alright. So you want to be I'm very clear on, but we call it the water, whether it's from there, and it's what places are there. So the person is going to be proper. So it's going to look at. So this is just funny. Skills is not very long. Might struggle very much now. Because it's still getting one more time. Abram is still getting to death. You know, it says, Abram son of Ismael comes. But it's very simple. Versus him, so the son of Ismael came to the Bible. Alright, if someone else other than Ismael comes. And versus all kids Abram, in order to the Bible. And that's why we are about next. French doesn't know much like that. Why is this distinction? Why is this distinction of getting into the science of us? I'm not this stuff is very interesting. The decided by lots of experience. So, okay, so this is fascinating. So it's a what's the case? I don't listen to that. It wasn't very good stuff. That was the original example about the process for me to set it up. Get my skill up for the so that this is the distinction. The son hits him, versus him, the son of the particle. If someone else hits him, versus him, they will be allowed. Says, when Sheshes will be allowed, the shaking is sad with no losses. When Sheshes sets it up in the middle, it's a very confusing to go out. And that's because of the go out, I can remember, what's it? The girls again. It's a that case where I was condemned to death. To out. To go out for execution. So again, Moses, if his son hits him off versus him for liability, if someone else hits him, there's no liability. Okay? If Shesha says, no, it's not that he's the one who's not going to go. He's going to go. Right? He's going to go. Shesha's out going to go. That's his going to go. But at the end of the day, if someone else comes along and hits him off versus him, why would for that liability for you? Here's the person, very simple. I got a problem. So I say that way, it's very important. When I go to the dead, what's the status? What's the status? He's dead. Alright, right? What's the difference? So I'm going to see them dead by David, and then God control, kills Adam. What's the identity? Zero, God. Killing the dead man. He killed the dead man. So I love the very song, verse of this. When I can get the dead man, so if someone else comes along, it's Adam versus Adam. It's like I really get the so like it. I get always say, oh, the hate of the relationship is going to that a child has to inherit. I would do that, right? But it's still the father, I'm still the bigger thinking about contribution to the big public. What says as follows? As well, not just by don't show this, right? So what's this new one? What's a good narrative? The stuff that I know it's good, that is good, well, that's what it is. say this is a night where I would arrive and I was see from where that I'm not really so I'm not really so should I for right execution, send it back home. So that's it just because of this, that's true, right? That's what it said in the picture. Facts and all of the actions. So and then irreversible consequences. In a certain way, especially from the time, that is true spiritual health. In the physical world, sometimes the things that I do cannot be undone. There are the energies of our action, the energies of our certain thing. There is a see this all in relationships. So, we have very similar, some our lives, especially the context of marriage. Right, so that is how we get very structured. And what happens, that's the same, that makes it happen. That's the same, right? But it's for the purposes of so there are consequences to our actions. So it is important so much to live in your life. And this is why, again, if you would mindfulness and you would be confused and you would put it up, that's how the teachers of our action go to self-kind of perfect. Because the things that everything went through as a reaction. And you know, you have to go and go back. These days, I'm going to be about Chilla. I'm going to be about Chilla. And what's going to happen if I'm going to be about Chilla? What's going to happen? What is the reason of the stadium? But in the stadium, trap them. Get away. Forget about it. Like, in other words, that cute outfit, in other words, that's it. You did something, and there's a irreversible set of consequences which are set into motion. Not about Chilla. And Chilla, they were absolutely set with arms, hands, and about Chilla. Or still very accident. Because they have to make certain decisions that are irreversible consequences. There is a how often do certain things thinking that that's what I know is going to be done. I just couldn't dial it back afterwards. And then you do it. And dial it back. And you're stuck with the consequences. Shiva, always possible. But people do the actions or perfect or the actions on their actions. So it's you are, but that's how you think about yourself. It's not really considered like this. You want to about these companies, so this guy you can get for because his father. That's why they want you. Because I'm with you. And that's because I'm with you. I'm going to it's so much less than reliable for any American person. I'm face your parents. What do I do with that last face? Probably it's going to feature either after the death of the parent, or it's going to be liability. So when I love Yoshia, my feeling, I'm going to Yoshia, the ones that get phrases that are extra. What is there to say? What are you talking about? Here we go. Sandra, Ish. The pasuk says Ish. Okay, Russia, the pasuk is Ish. Actually, Kala as public president. Why do you need Ish? Why don't just say Ish? Why Ish? Matamoros Ish. The other is past two bad judges. He teaches that even the fathers of two virtuous, or even the members, the liability of the child, the person in heaven. Asher Kala as public president. The person, mother, and his father, in the other side, I am the one that is liability. First, both your mother and your father. Okay, Shalom, Emo Shalom, I don't live in liability too. The fact that my father got my mother, my mother got my father, I said to me, Daddy, the lower of the Emo Kilo. The president goes on to say, public Emo Kilo. Public Kilo, Emo Kilo, the revolution. So I say, so now you see what's happening right here? So what Moshe says like this, when Moshe uses that last phrase, when you look at the beginning of the pasuk says like this, Kiyish Shashay Kalo Es Adi, the Es Emo. So that it's seven people that has the keys. It's only liability right and that's the thing. Moshe says therefore because the house says, I'll give it to you teach me that what is liability because both of your parents independently. Such a Moshe uses that phrase for. And yours are words that says, Mashmur Shmur Gafel, Mashmur Adam Fianso, and she from the five house of Yahweh. Again, she again says that that's how you use in general. Whenever the pasuk creates a people, the assumption is that people mentioned together are still working separately, unless the Torah places them together. Specifically, right? You're not like those when the color of the people knows us. The pasuk says ultimately again, from right from the color of the most we got, the body of the rabbis past people God judges. That's going down to teach me. As in the judgments, it was a first one like the same thing with Ish. Very after Ish. The majority function of the other. Most just talking like a woman of the listening. Only if it's not yet in the color. I saw one of the idea that there's a figure that not yet in the color. Also, shepherd. Not yet, something like should not yet also. Not yet was a powerful and right in the Jews, uncalled from the time of passion into the color, with the idea that I figured that out, that the color of the time the person who Jews got it from, a subtle, not sure how called Florida. Go out and open the compare all the Jews. Right now, I'm called Florida. And just like I called the colors that go that hard, so every third was the same. He's saying that I like this other thing. Necessarily, like what? Very interesting case of that. We see I think it's about how far. So, yeah, it's a lot of people like this. I want to say now, again, remember, we see in general, we see what shines is one of 2 ways. Sometimes we see just means of God. That's what means of God. So it's still saying this happening. Other times, what we see refers to this one are the Gusim. Who are the Gusim? Right? They're the showing us the equivalent of short exile. So you have a good strategy, military strategy was whenever you come there, you hold the first thing you that's probably there's a whole show about that, which when they Jimmy so we see so people in the university If that's the case, so why that not work? So what are they arguing about? So the Mars are actually called a brother. One of them is that you can get any someone in Mars and they're talking about only the money brother. But if you know, we should get separately, who's the most lower action abilities, live action at called brother. We do not go into there, getting to cursing. The alcohol happens. So what's the way out of there? Mars seven pussy giri arayos. I guess it. Mars seven pussy giri arayos. I'm sorry. Mars seven pussy giri ebesit. Mars seven pussy giri arayos. What's the focus? What was I? The focus ultimately is not the Mesa. What's the nature of pussy? Because we giri arayos as arayos for power. Like the burden because of the lions. Therefore, they're not legitimate gay. Everything is as though they're gay at us. Legitimate lion. So it's like, so ultimately, I think that's the case. But what does it really say? That the shore of a piece was treated like the shore of a Yisrael, to which the Gemara answers, and the Shemania, that Kisha Kedishmaria. Rather, that's the one you see, the one of focus. The focus ultimately is doing the way to Torah order. That is the fundamental of focus and the word of God. So it's like, so just come up with those, just say, take what he's from, right? So I don't know what's the constant is that how I follow up treat differently, right? That, for example, if is the kid a person once married, or there's a published person once married, even after their death, but I love the nice again, how, right? Striking does not apply after death. I goes out after death, right? So I feel a little bit about that last piece. We'll be going to Mishnah tomorrow. All right, can I say good morning? Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our Torah sponsor, annual Torah sponsor, Close Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shemar Joshua this year. As it's a full stream, so those others for other Israel, Torah sponsors for other Abadim, the Torah. Harry and Steve Zinn, in memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Klein, Steve Hirsch, and going on vacation at site. Within and Berlin families in memory of Mr. Williams, Zeb Schwab, and Charles Rafa, was Paul and Kathy College, Paul's grandfather. Tony sponsor for Chef Ben Dr. Moshe Feinstein. That's on the occasion of his yard site, and in merit of our Talmud Torah. The Neshama Sav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, the Shprach Shemers, the rest of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful before Masi Yedayim. And so that's thank you to my shavers for always troubleshooting everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. I will say, so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is page 885. We are up to an verse we left off on page down on base 84b, and we left off 6 lines of the bottom of this line. So let's remember again, we're dealing with a very interesting case. The question the Gemara had is a son allowed to do bloodletting from his father? That was the fundamental shaila. Because on one hand, we discussed the Mishnah introduced us to the idea that if the son injures his father, he's chayiv. So the shaila is what happens if he goes ahead and is that permitted or not? So interesting, we have two opinions from Rav Mas and Rabbi Rothschild. Both seem to say yes, but then in Gemara quoted two stories of Rav and Margaret Ravina who do not allow their children to take out a splinter, to lance the oil, for fear ultimately again of causing a chavira. So the Gemara goes on and says the hadisnan, sometimes we have hadisnan, nachat shaliat. We've told Ba'asa codes. So let's remember again, it's now switching over to the full Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows, that if you have a small hand needle, right, a small needle that's used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and use that on Shabbos. It's not Muktzah. Why? Because ultimately, again, technically you can use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. So one second, remove a splinter on Shabbos. Don't try to be concerned that maybe in that, again, technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with moving a splinter on Shabbos. What's the concern? The concern is that you may cause a human injury. causing a very injury, especially one that draws blood. Ultimately, again, is an issue right? So what do you do? I'm sorry. Maybe it'll cause an injury. And again, although it'll be a shogi, it's not an intentional chabura, but nevertheless, it's a shogi of skilah. To which the Gemara says, no, hasam the kalkal. That's different because if there is a chabura that's caused by taking out the splinter, that's a kalkal. That's considered to be a destructive. So the Gemara says, so that's why according to the opinion that says the kalkal is butter, that in general on Shabbos when you do something destructive, that is butter. According to the opinion that says the kalkal is chayiv, even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, a malacha is a malacha. What is there to say? To which the Nurse says, the man Shabbos they know the kalkal by chabura chayiv. Who's the opinion who says that the kalkal by chabura, if you cause a chabura and it's kilkul and it's destructive, that's your chayiv. That's Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion who says that any malacha shein suka l'gufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended purpose. That's not what I want. He holds water. Okay, so the word goes on. So what happens next? She's suggesting how in general, we'll say for Hilchot Shabbos, the Lachas Mach Shabbos needs something constructive and premeditated. At the end of the day, you do the Lacha, but the Lacha itself is not necessary. But ultimately, again, it's not also on Shabbos. So that being said, you don't take out splinters on Shabbos. Right? When you splinters on Shabbos, they have splinters after Shabbos. Out of a fear of ultimately, again, of a Darashin understanding, even though it's not still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. But coming back to our previous video, what about a son doing bloodletting for fathers? So also, this is a good shame. In other words, again, I mentioned I think yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, going out and being a doctor and operating on his father, doing the procedure. So what happens there's a whole section called Hilchos Kilayim, fascinating Aleph. In Yeridea, Simulation and Aleph. So the works is Simulation and Aleph Gimel Rambal Gimel. Short as follows. Let's say again, my father has a splinter. The Shulchan says, Lo Yotzi Enu Shemi Double Vasos Bo Chabura. A son should not take out the splinter lest he come to cause his father to bleed. The Chaim, it will make his dam. Oh, Rofe, let's say the son is doing bloodletting or the son is a doctor, Lo Yak is down the other, Lo Yak Tikko either, Afa Pishim Chavirofla. A son should not do anything to a father that can cause pain, even if the intention is for the floor. That's what so say that, but Ramah is a very important qualifier. Haga, when is this true? When is this true? When there's someone who will go ahead and provide this quote-unquote service for the father. About an ancient after Laxos, when it's standard, having the Homakiso, the quote-unquote Klima Shu Laxos. So it's interestingly enough, if there's no one else there, then the son could do it. The son could do it. But Shonah is a very interesting qualifier. He says, Klima Shu Laxos. He has to get reshus from his father. Fascinating. So in other words, the lechatchila, he said his son should not do these things for his father. Right, guys? That's the lechatchila. Like, if there's no one else there, his son can do it. But really, he should get reshus from his father before going ahead and doing anything that's going to cause a chabura or cause the joy of God. Incredible. And I will say, this also presupposes that the father is of the mental capacity to give reshus to the father. Let's say again, the father is not in the mental capacity. The son is the caregiver who's there. So again, but I'm not saying it's understood. It's understood that although ideally, better to have someone other than the son or niece, but again, if there's no one else that the father can't give the son is going to do it. Okay, we'll come back with more pointers and a little bit on today. So it's like top of page 85A, second item, very interesting case. Boy being Rav Sheshes. Yes, the father shall Rav Sheshes. Then the mouth she has a shliach also with a cholera. Wow, listen to this. Can a son be an agent of the court to strike his father or to hurt? Now, what is this mean? Rashi says, based in the Aviv, in this Chayiv Aviv, Nidui Umalkus. So what we're assuming now, the question is like this. Let's say again, you have, right, Avram and Yitzchak. Father Yitzchak is the son. Avram was condemned by Beis Din to nothing, was judged by Beis Din for Malchus, to get lashes. Or Avram was going to be put in excommunication. So remember again, so Shaila is, let's say, Yitzchak, the son. So can Yitzchak go ahead and carry out these sentences against his father? So again, it's not the son acting of his own volition, it's the son acting as a shliach HaBeis Din. So Gemara says, listen to this, Amalei, v'achar miyatiro. So Gemara asks this fascinating question. So in general, right, why is, let's say Avram and Yitzchak are not related. Avram is judged for elements, so Avram is judged for the excommunication. Brother will say, part of excommunication was a curse. You would get cursed by Beis Din. So the Gemara says, you're never allowed to do this to another Jew. In other words, to go over to them and flog them, someone else stam another Jew. How would they permit it to flog someone? How would they permit it to curse someone? What's this beautiful? Ella, kavod shamayim adif. And then we'll say, so why is it that Beis Din in general, right? Anyone in Beis Din is allowed to flog another Jew, curse another Jew, because kavod shamayim adif. Because the covenant that we are obligated to trumps any other covenant. That's it. So therefore, again, if someone's something against the Baruch Hu, they're deserving the Malchus, we're going to fuck them. We're going to fuck them. Or someone is deserving ultimately going to get a legal excommunication. We're going to curse them. But it's in the front of the dignity of the individual. The covenant to have the Baruch Hu goes in and comes for the covenant of another person. Coach logic that ultimately everyone should be able to, or a son should be able to go and curse his father for me doing as well. So again, that's the Gemara's assuming right now. So they say, Uma should have Subalak also. So Shalak also, we are in the Subalak also, in the Shibit Subal Shalak. So I'm looking at the screen there, so let me translate it. If someone who I'm obligated to strike, there's strike them. Someone who I'm not obligated to strike, certainly there's a mitzvah not to strike them. Alright, so what I think Mars is talking about. So Mars says, my left, Makom mitzvah. So perhaps both cases in the Bryce are talking about Makom mitzvah. Where someone who was deserving of darkness. Right? So if someone is deserving of lashes, then what happens? Haba Akar. Maybe one Bryce is talking about the son, and one Bryce is talking about someone else. One Bryce is saying like this. When it's the son, even the father is deserving. Nevertheless, the son should not be ministered to the father. And versus someone else, where even though ideally you really shouldn't be hitting any Jew. But when you're working for Beis Din, and Beis Din is obligated to give a person like this, so someone else is permitted to administer it, to which the Gemara says, no, and the Gemara says, no, not true. Doesn't make a difference whether we're talking about a son or talking about someone else. So look, Kasha, one is talking about Makom mitzvah, and one is talking about not a Makom mitzvah. What does that mean? What's that? So what does that mean? Makom mitzvah, not Makom mitzvah. So the Pashtus, what's Makom mitzvah? Makom mitzvah is where someone is chayiv. Shalom b'Makom mitzvah means someone's not chayiv Makom mitzvah. So someone's chayiv Makom mitzvah. As much as we don't like hitting people, you're going to hit them because it's a mitzvah. Someone's not chayiv Makom mitzvah. You're not going to hit them because halacha l'maisa is prohibited. So the Rosh Hashanah is what he says. Here we go. Uma b'makom mitzvah shemitzvah lahakoso mitzvah shalahakoso. So it says this, even in the case of makom mitzvah. In the case of makom mitzvah, let's say like Avram, ultimately again is chayiv malchus. Avram's chayiv malchus. So now mitzvah. Let's even decide that Yitzchak is his son, not his own female son. Yitzchak is going to administer the malchus. Even in that case, what is the halakha? Yitzchak is not permitted to deliver more than the mandated number of malchus. Someone giving one more lash that they are chayiv for. So that's what it means when it says, even in the case where a person is liable to lashes, right? Mitzvah shalol lahakosa. There's a mitzvah not to give them any more lashes than they are liable to. Shalom mitzvah. Someone that's not liable to lashes. So the Gemara says, Shalom mitzvah. She'enu mitzvah la'akoso. Eno din she'mitzvah shola'akoso. So it's only if someone that's not subject to lashes, then don't strike them at all. Okay, so we'll say, so therefore again, that's how the Gemara ends off. Now, by the way, what do we do with this halacha? So for Kashrus, well, we're not finished. Let's finish up first. Tashma. So let's say, so remember again, keep growing the ball. What's the primary shiloh? Is we learn out the son administering medicinal healing to his father that could potentially result in a complete topic on the world. Number 2 for today. Can a son carry punishment of Beis Din on another if the son is working for Beis Din? Is that mutter or not? So that still seems to be up in the air. So the Gemara continues. Tashma. Hayotze be'harek says Abram is condemned to death. Abram the father was condemned to death. But we know the code to kill a little guy and his son comes along and hits him or curses him. The son is high. Alright. But I can't be killed all. He can't be killed all. But if another person comes along and hits or curses Abram, so the other person is going to be butter. Alright, so what's going on up here? So the Gemara says as follows. So again, one more time. Abram is condemned to death. The Gemara says if Avram's son comes and strengthens or curses him, so the son Yitzchak is going to be liable. Alright, if someone else other than Yitzchak comes and curses or hits Avram, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, he asked, why this distinction? Right? Why this distinction ultimately again between the son and someone else? It's very interesting. The Misarvin Bolbotzis Vihinios. Okay, so this is fascinating. So we'll say, what's the case? Avram was condemned to death. It was a break-in we spoke about earlier. Process for leading someone up to death kilo. In any case, so Avram was condemned, but he won't go, which makes a lot of sense. Right? He won't go. Right? He won't go. So therefore, so what do we need to do? We need to prod him. So how do you prod it? You hit him. Right? Or you curse him. So the Gemara says, so that there the Gemara seems to be making this distinction is following. If the son hits him or curses him, the son will be liable. If someone else hits him or curses him, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, Rav Sheshes Mukilov, She'in Misarvin Bolbotzis. Rav Sheshes sets it up as it's not a case of where he's refusing to go out. In that case, they're not refusing to go out. So I'll say, again, if we're talking about a case where Avram is condemned to death, he's refusing to go out to meet his maker, right? He's refusing to go out for execution. So now, okay, the Gemara says, if his son, one person says there's liable to the son. If someone else does it, there's not liability. Okay? Rav Sheshes says, no, it's talking about a case where he's not willing to go. He's willing to go. Right? He's willing to go. He's willing to go. If that's the case, if he's willing to go, then at the end of the day, if someone else comes along and hits him or curses him, why is there not liability for the other? To which the Gemara says very simple. So we'll say, remember, it's very important. When Avram is condemned to death, what's his status? He's considered to be dead. Alright, right? Let's take a different case. Someone condemned to death by Beis Din, and then Yaakov comes along and kills Avram. What's Yaakov's liability? 0. Why? He killed a dead man. So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says like this: when Avram is condemned to death, so someone else comes along and hits Avram, curses Avram, and there's no liability because they've hit and they've cursed a dead man. If his son does it, there is liability. Again, I will say this is all the heightened level of relationship responsibility that a child has to a parent. Avram's been condemned to death. You're right. But he is luck, it's still your father, and he's still living and breathing right in front of you. And therefore, again, you have an obligation to maintain proper dignity toward him. The Gemara says as follows: because of Rav Sheshes, Vaish is an interesting case here. Vaish Shon Mace 5. So let's listen to this in case here. Let's say you embarrass someone. Just stop. Right? I go over to Ruvain and I embarrass Ruvain while Ruvain is dying. While Ruvain is sleeping. Like Ruvain is sleeping. So I say, so what's the kind of getting embarrassed while you're sleeping? right? You don't know about it. So I don't. Today's asleep and I just on the streets, whatever it is, right? I go ahead, ready sleeping. It's that just eating up and he dies. He dies in his sleep. So moving never woke up to realize the embarrassment has been caused. So what's the halal? Why show your face? Chayiv. Chayiv. Now let's say Kumei. Rashi says over here, actually right across Chayiv. This Baishin Balov, the I Nagi Loshno. So as I see, just enough halal when I saw. I'm obligated to pay Boshes to the heirs, right, to raise offspring, because they were embarrassed with the sacrifice. So I said, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? Then myself, even if you go ahead and embarrass someone who's dead, they're still liable. Now, why are you bringing this up here? Because the Gemara wanted to say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and he or curses him, then he hired. Why not? Why not? Because he hit or he cursed a dead man. Hit or he cursed a dead man. What do you see from here? That even if you do something to someone and that person, quote unquote, is dead, they never realize it. There's still liability. Vaharaya, if I embarrass someone while they're sleeping and they never wake up, I'm still liable to go ahead and pay for the embarrassment to the offspring. You know what's the case over here? What happens where again the injury is an injury that's not shut up. Therefore, again, there's no liability, right? So the damage is less than so ultimately, again, there's going to be no liability. So the Gemara says, but we learned that even if you injure someone, and you right to hit someone, you cause them an injury that's less than Sharakuta, while it's true that there's no monetary compensation, you get notice, to which the Gemara says, you're right. My potter the Kamar, what does it mean when you say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and he struck or he cursed Avram? That ultimately is potter. What does that mean, potter? Potter, it means that he's coming from a monetary compensation, but there would potentially be notice. Michlal, if you know Chayiv Ramon. So it says, so again, does that sound like over here that his son would be Chayiv Ramon, which would be strange, which the word says, Ella, Betino, Hachanami, Betino. Neither of us know what it means is Chayiv just means everyone has different liability. Chayiv, you're liable. Son, one type of right? Another unrelated party. Right? Them to death. When is there a prohibition to person of a Jew? When he is ba'amcha. Ba'amcha means he is part of the crowd, so he behaves like another Jew. But obviously, if someone has been sentenced to death, what does that indicate? They're not behaving in accordance with the normative standards of Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, there is no prohibition to curse such an individual. The Gemara says, okay, hatinach klal. So I understand cursing. So I should also say now, by the way, this is actually very important because this is the prohibition to curse another Jew. It's only when they behave like a Jew, right? Only when what we call only when they are to themselves like the Jew should. So the Gemara says, "Hatina chlava, hakah." What about hitting? What about hitting someone? Right? What about hitting someone? Hatina hakah. We know what. You compare ultimately hitting to cursing. And therefore, just like cursing only applies ba'amcha when the person is conducting themselves in conformance with normative Jewish standards, so to hitting applies as well. So we'll say if that's the case, then the same should apply for a son. So therefore, even when Yitzchak, right, if Avram's been condemned to death, that means that what? Avram is not conducting himself like a member of Klal Yisrael. He's not considered as a member of Klal Yisrael. Then Allah call myself. There should be no prohibition to hate him or to curse him, and therefore the son should be exempt as well. He's incredible about saying, "Gemara says he did tshuva." What's the case? The case is where Avram did tshuva. Avram's been condemned to death, but he did tshuva before his execution. Avinami Bisha also tshuva. Shlomo says, so again, if Avram did tshuva, then what? He is included back in Amcha, and therefore again the sun is not permitted to curse him or to hit him. Shabbos said this is a profound Gemara on a variety of levels. So first of all, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, you can do halacha l'maisa, you can do tshuva until when? Literally again until the end. Like the Rambam writes in Hilchos Tshuva, even if a person is on the deathbed, they have the ability to perform tshuva. So also just so we think this dramatic case, Avram's been sentenced to death. Avram will be again being let out, but the possibility of the movement to tshuva is still open literally until the moment that he is executed. Such is the power of tshuva, the ability to affect change within oneself and within one's life, literally until your last breath. That's the power of tshuva. What's lesson number 2? So he says, oh, he's about tshuva. He's about tshuva. Then what should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Stay the execution. Send it back home. So what else do you see? They'll say just because a person does tshuva doesn't necessarily mean that you can improve the effects of all of your actions. Sometimes you do things in life, you also do things in life. You behave a certain way, especially for a protracted amount of time. You can't simply undo that. And this is the incredible dialectic of tshuva. And what itself could really undo everything, right? Like Rabbi Rothschild says, that you do the highest level of tshuva, even zidonos, naras, even your intentional awareness can become like mitzvahs. That is true in the spiritual realm. In the physical realm, sometimes the things that I do cannot be done. There are realities of our actions, realities of our circumstances. You see this all the time, like in human relationships. So, it could happen that we offend someone, we hurt someone. We see this happen a lot, especially in the context of marriage, where I do something that is terribly hurtful and destructive. And then what happens? The person says that, let's say it happens to me that the offending party is the husband. Let's say for argument's sake, right? For illustrative purposes only. So then what happens? The husband owns it and he understands that he was wrong. He understands self-esteem. He says, I'm sorry. Now it's interesting. Often the husband's expectation is, with that I'm sorry, what happens? That's right. I said I'm sorry. You make a little tear in the corner of my eye, right? I'm really sorry. And so it's interesting that sometimes the hypothetical things that totally everything that just like snaps back to what it was. Like everyone knows that wow, like not everything getting back to what it was. So also because again, our actions have consequences and our actions have reactions. When you hurt someone, they may even accept your apology, but it doesn't undo the pain. It's all there. There are constantly the most important source to live in life, and this is why again, living with mindfulness and living with attentiveness and contemplating about the facts and implications of our actions before we do as a reaction. And even though I realize the error in my ways and I want to pull it back, you can't pull it back. It stays. Avram may be about tshuva. Ever may be about tshuva. But what's going to happen if Avram becomes about tshuva? What's going to happen? What is the big? But the thing is, you can't undo it. In other words, that's it. You did something, and there's an irreversible set of consequences that you have set in motion. You are about tshuva, and in Shamayim, they will absolutely accept you with open arms as a great Baal tshuva. But we're still going to execute. Because in life, when we make certain decisions, there are irreversible consequences. I will say, how often do we do certain things, thinking in the back of our mind it's not a big deal, but just kind of dial it back afterwards. And you do it, dial it back. And I'm stuck with the consequences. Tshuva, always possible. But the undoing of the reactions or kinds of my actions often cannot be undone. Incredibly so. So we're hockey, but that's the case that I was talking about. It's not really setting up like it's not the son. It's Chaim if he hates or he curses his father because his father gave out tshuva. But if that's the case, I'm the tshuva hockey. Acher nami, then someone else should also go for hating and cursing Avram. So I'm Mari, but very interesting. When you Chaim. I love the life of a person offering another Jew, but all going to live. And this also goes back to the idea of death. Ultimately, in halacha, it's almost as if they're already dead. It's as if it's hard to really keep liability for someone who's dead. Right? A son is different obligation, right? The son is a son. Right? Son always has an influence over it again. Has nothing to do with whether or not your parent is a good parent. It's incredibly important, right? In other words, my parent is a good parent, not a good parent, doesn't make a difference. I'm obligated to go ahead and have cover for them. So with parents, we thought there's something about Avram is convicted that a son still has an obligation to honor his parent, but by everyone else, Avram is considered to be dead. It's hard to generate liability for a dead guy. How can you even know that? If that's the case against the son, shall be example of Samuel's it's interesting, I will say. So Allah for myself, we'll get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of Kibbut Abba'im that are in effect in us, as we're going to see, for example. One is, now, again, you can hit your parent after they're dead because there's no prohibition of hitting a corpse. Right? But the Maisa, you can't curse your parent after they're dead. So, for example, right, the kala of the emo applies even after the death of a parent. So you see from where it's fascinating. Even if you look at Avram as a dead man, right, because he was sentenced to death, even so, cursing him is right. Instead of cursing him, it's still be prohibited because you can't curse your dead parent as well. So I'll say, by the way, there's a lot to say about this, about the concept of kibbut, even after death. It transcends that death, right? This is why halacha, once again, this is one of the interesting ideas. Saint Kaddish is one of the forms of kibbut avai. There's a lot to discuss. Let's say a parent says to their child, I don't want you to say Kaddish for me after I die. A crazy case like that. The parent says, so is a child obligated to go ahead and honor that request, or can they dispense with that request? You get a lot of shyness like this in halacha about when a parent asks for something, that runs contrary to halacha. Okay, but already got to that point over here. Is that the application, the fact that it's a shayla indicates to us that kibbut avai extends even beyond death. So okay, very interesting conversation. Bottom line was, remember, how did this all start? What was the shayla? Like, Avram was good, right? Avram, Yitzchak works for David, his father is chayiv, ultimately, again, for Malchus or for Klala, can the son go ahead and administer that particular prohibition, right? Or ultimately, again, which is a similar case, right? Avram is being let out to death, as is Yitzchak, the son, chayiv, if he curses him. So one thing we certainly established, certainly cursing him is chayiv for, right? Because the Maisa, cursing your parent after they're dead is also a liability. So certainly when he's actually physically breathing. So my idea was about looking for the day of Ishmael. What called Ina Ben Nasa Shef Allah Kosa with the Kamalog. So what's like general halakha Maisa, a son is not allowed to curse and hate his father, even if the son is doing so in the capacity of an agent of basin. That's the halakha. Can't curse or inch as agent of basin with one exception. Chutz mi basis. Shahari Amatorah, Osechmo, Philosophical, with one exception. What's the one exception? If Avram the father was involved in inciting worship of Zara, then we and hit him personally carry out the punishment of Bezin, which makes sense also because we've seen once somebody is inciting others to worship of Zara, we definitely throw the book at them in a general sense. Okay, so I'll say, so by the way, that is kind of a fault. As brought down in Shekhinah. Again, so this was actually with Richmond Aleph does listen to this, so they can go say, very close to the Gemara says, two halachos over here. So, let's say one's parents were not Mishushem Kibbutz, right? Over Avera. So listen to this. I feel them making very clear about Hariga, even if they're literally being let out to be executed. You're not permitted to hit your parents, you're not permitted to curse them. And he calls someone called them Potter. Now, interesting enough, the strong consequence, if you hit them or if you curse them, you're Potter. That's why you Potter, because technically speaking, they're dead already. Right? And also, Tshuva, So it's fascinating. So one parents, right? So let's say Yitzchak, right? Yitzchak's father Avram is being led out to be killed. First, that clearly indicates that he's a Rasha. Even though he's a Rasha, Yitzchak still can't hit him. Yitzchak still can't curse him. If Yitzchak does hit a person, Yitzchak is technically Qatar because he hit and cursed a dead person. Okay, listen to this. Now it says, however, if Avram did Shuvah and then Yitzchak subsequently hit a person, Yitzchak is chayiv for hitting and cursing his parent. Incredible. Rabbi shows it. Alright. Even though he's being right, even though I have to be killed, nevertheless, about Shuvah is about Shuvah. And again, Rabbi Rothschild confidence that son Yitzchak should not be in Egypt amazing to carry out lawless or to carry out legally excommunication. Incredible. Okay, let's go back there. Mishnah. I finished that. So we actually moved to this already in the last surah. When you it is actually beginning of the paragraph. If a person hates his father or mother, he is not chayiv unless of course he causes him pain. So you have to keep the chabura. זה חומר במקלו ובמקל, שמקלו לאחר ניסה חייב, והמקל לאחר ניסה פטר. Furthermore, say, even though we normally meet hitting and cursing parents together, there's a stringency that cursing or hitting, namely, that hitting you're only chayiv when the parent is alive. Cursing I'm chayiv even when the parent is dead. Okay, incredible. Says the Gemara, let's analyze. So we'll say, so very important. What this means is, right, he's talking to his father, like God fast, keeps it alive. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean injury. Not good, but it's not a decent level of life. It's only liability for strength of the parent when you cause a couple. Says in the top of it, so what's the Pasuk says? Most you must kill. So there's redundancy in the Pasuk, right? The beginning of the Pasuk says, a man will curse his mother and his father. Most you must. He is put to death. Why? He has cursed his mother and father. So why do you say the same thing twice? Which the Gemara says the second ability for cursing was even after the parent died, not allowed to curse them. Listen to this. I would have holy of the Chayv again, the Chayv and the Kalo. Since Rabosai, the Torah goes ahead and equates hitting and cursing. Therefore, just like striking a parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So to cursing the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So Rabosai says, therefore, I give the Pasuk extra phrase. Teaching there's liability for cursing parents even once they furthermore owned. There was a couple of Kalvachomer. So the Gemara says, so it said furthermore again, when it comes to Makkah, when it comes to hitting someone, so what does it mean? What's the difference is like this? No matter whether a Jew ultimately again is living in conformance with the dictates of Jewish life or not, there's liability for hitting him. There's liability for striking any other Jew. So the Gemara says, right, yet again, there's not liability for striking someone after they're dead. So when it comes to the Kalal, interestingly enough, the din of the Kalal is only for a Jew who lives in accordance with the dictates of Jewish law. But if somebody is not what we call an Amchal, then Halacha said there's no liability going ahead and cursing them. Certainly there should be no liability after that. Kamabomar, Aviv B'imo Kilal, Lachanisa. So was I getting extra face other than that what? There's liability for cursing the parent even after their death. Alright, so let's analyze. So I'm here for that I said like Aviv B'imo. So we're going to see this in the price in just a moment. That old phrase of Aviv B'imo kilo is extra. Because the Pasuk already said before in the earlier part of the lesson that you can't curse your parents. What do I do with that last phrase? Aviv imo kilo. Parent, there's going to be liability. So there's other of Yoshia, my name, Rabbi Yoshia, holds that phrase is not extra. What is there to say? What are we talking about? Here we go. Sandra. Ish ish. The pasuk says ish ish. Again, Lashon the pasuk is ish ish. Asher es aviv. Why do you need ish ish? Why not just say ish? Why ish ish? Matam ish ish. Rabbos bas tumtum v'androgynous. Teach you that even if the father is a tumtum and androgynous, ultimately again there's still liability for the child for cursing the parent. Asher yikala as aviv b'bezimo, who will curse his mother and his father. Amy ela aviv imo. I only know that there's liability if you curse both your mother and your father. Aviv shalom imo. Imo shalom aviv imo. How do I know that there's liability even if I curse my father without my mother without my father? Which the Gemara says, Minari. Talomar aviv imo kilo. The pasuk then goes on to say, aviv imo kilo. Aviv kilo. Imo kilo. The Rabbi Rothschild. So what's this? You see what's happening over here? So Rabbi Rothschild says like this. Rabbi Rothschild uses that last phrase. When you look at the beginning of the pasuk says like this. Ki ish ish asher kalo es aviv ve'es imo. So what that makes it sound like from the reading of that pasuk is there's only liability when you curse both of your parents. Rabbi Rothschild says therefore the end of the pasuk says aviv ve'imo kilo to teach me that what? There's liability even if you curse both of your parents independently. That's what Yoshi uses that phrase for. Rabbi Yonasan says, Rabbi Yonasan says, no, that's not how we read this. Whenever the pasuk creates anything, the assumption over here is that even people mentioned together are still reckoned separately, unless the Torah places them exclusively. What we know that also is very true. Not really. The color of it, most the pasuk says ultimately again from the color of the most humans speak up. When we find in the rabbis about the androgynous, that's learned that to teach me. Also the androgynous, they think about the first one. Secondly, ish. Learn it out from ish. The rhetoric question of the other. For us just talking to me like a Roman Hebrew. Listening, Homer ben Makia, meaning the color. I said, why not highlight the idea that there's a kura that Makia is over the color, and also Sheb Makia, second one, Sheb Makia also Boshua Ba'amko, by Makia was a guy for any Jew. Whether the Jews Amkor, not Amkor, Masha came in the color, ultimately again, but that's different than the color. And because by the color, you only try for person the Jews Ba'amko, Hasabar, Makshin and Hakal, you go ahead and ultimately again, we compare or right, we compare the halacha of Hakal to Kodah. That just like Hakal, you're paying for going ahead and taking a juice or Kodah. Lema, honey tonight. So it's this time like this other term. What's this or what? Tani Hada, very interesting case over here. Kusi Ata Mitzvah Hakal. So Yata Mitzvah Kilrasa. Kusi. Now let's say now, again, remember, we're going to get into Kusi in general. Kusi in Shas is used in one of two ways. Sometimes Kusi just means a guy. That's what it means, just means a guy. Whereas Kusi is the same thing as Akron, right? Other times when Kusi refers to Israel, are the Kusim. Who are the Kusim? Right? Remember in the Shabbat, that's what we talk about short, exiled 10 tribes. So you had a good strategy. What was the strategy? His military strategy was whenever you conquer a people, the first thing you do is uproot them from their natural homeland and you sell them somewhere else. So that's probable that they will go ahead and rebel. So when you exile the 10 tribes who would be put in their place, the Kusim, where are the Kusim from? Kusa, Kusim were all devils, all right? It was an outbreak of violence, and they converted. There's a whole shayla about their conversion. If you hit a Kusi, you're chayiv. If you curse a Kusi, you're not chayiv. That's not right. So, ultimately by Kusi, you're not chayiv for either hitting him or for cursing him. Now the Gemara says, Savuah, including Homo, Kusim, Gere, MSA, and was the assumption of making these. Everyone assumes that the Kusim were the legitimate Gere. if that's the case, so I love that. So the Mars, one of the reasons that we compare hitting someone to cursing someone with Mars and therefore get his liability. When Mars suffer, well, not shooting like call them. Another being says, no, you treat them separately. First thing Mars says, well, not true. Equally, but everyone agrees. Well, not shooting like call blah. We do not go ahead and compare hitting to cursing. So what's the about it? Here, summer recent Gary idols, and they're saying Mars Gary arrive outside. Mars summer recent Gary MSA. Mars summer recent Gary arrives. What's the method? So we'll say the focus only is what for the resource they Gary Arios means that's Arios from time, right? They converted from here. Turning out well. So what's the which our answers are shrugging out vacation vacation or rather what do you see today? What is my focus? The focus ultimately is do we compare Hakah to Klala or not? That is the fundamental focus. So as I said, just halach l'maisa, just so we understand the takeaways from here. So halach l'maisa, what we ask it is that Hakah and Kala are treated differently. Right? That for example, it is a din of cursing one's parent, or there's a prohibition of cursing one's parent even after their death. But halach l'maisa again, Hakah, right, striking does not apply after death. Right, close out after death. Okay. Sorry if we're a little bit fast on that last piece. We'll take over the Mishnah tomorrow. The staff. We'll say it is a source of guilt for the other person. One of their shut down by everyone. So there's this ritual. Today's topic is being out. So actually, Yoshi sitting. Should not come to the big question. So everybody again can see how you himself and therefore the Gemara says that it's Rashi points out that we have a high class for us to bring Hamon, but they'll block the other one. So I say a lot of these like what we bring so important words are important words as well as circumcised and the break and keep some is not circumcised is to keep some face or but according to what we're saying, right? Because someone yeah, you're having this but also circumcised state. Yeah. We're talking about over here where this his brothers and not he is allowed remember again second line, 84, 89. Sit in the Mikdash, you say, ולא יחלל את מקדש אלוהים. Because the Pasuk says that should not be God. The Pasuk says that we put God. Actually, specifically, Aaron cannot be the Mikdash, and he should not profane the Mikdash. Even though Aaron had experienced such a kind of loss, says, blessed to continue to serve as but if someone else were to serve as a Kohen, temple service. So here you see the fact that the Kohen has to serve as a Kohen slash Halal indicates to us that the Kohen may not serve. You know, one of the things you're saying is season concepts. And one of those concepts is not season, right? We're not like difference. You cannot use it for consideration. Interesting. Okay, no shaking on next. I don't know that the point does get really sitting that he's a violation of the it says, involved by the Toshvat, La'abod U'Lishares. Pasuk says, Hashem chose the Kohen to go ahead and serve. Hashem chose the Kohen amongst all of the tribes, La'abod, to stand and to serve. What do you see here? La'abid La'achar V'Lomish. The Dafka, all the sacrificial service, and so it has to become standing and not sitting. Sits. During the Avodah, the Kabbalah Kohen is a violation of how will we establish the Kohen? So we're going to get what's the point of Kohen does there? Regularly, so that he says, the Kohen say that's hard, it's a lot, so that's everyone's. Right, what's the next logic that he says, he has all these titles, so what's his logic? He said, Ala Parochas, Lo Yom. Pasuk says, and again, you should not come to the Parochas. The rest of the Pasuk is, Lo Yechalel Nes Mikdashi, Kenesh Mikdashi. You should not present like a Mikdashi of Chilul. So the Gemara said, Yom Echad, Chilul, Chilul, Shuma, make it zero Shabbat, from Talmud to Shuma. Just like it says, not like a just like Shuma. If you have a Talmud to Shuma, it's kind to be Shuma. It's kind of the same. So, the Avodah, he's also kind of the same. That's what he's actually Shabbat, Chilul, from Shuma to Balmud. And the other Chilul starts to say again. But it also says Chilul by Nosa. Nosa is a few parts. So we should say Shabbat, Balmud, and Nosa is just the Nosa is few parts. So too Balmud is few parts. Which the Gemara says, well, all the parts have parts. The star of the Shuma of the Shekhinah is also for Balmud. Shuma of the Kamis of the Shekhinah, Psul HaGuf, and Psul HaGuf. That's where we're getting Shuma and what is basically like God, what the sometimes more that she can use so much so it's more sense to learn how physical disqualification from physical disqualification. Just the opposite. You also have another one. You should learn from those why. Should be then they go and those. Again, I'm not coming out to go on and off the rush. Number two, again, it's all taking place inside. Hello, rather than from hello, rather than kids. We're going to learn how. Ultimately, yesterday and Sunday as well. So this is Rabbi. So Rabbi's logical mechanism. So again, different ways to learn how different possibilities learning it out. But the life self we're not so trying to figure out the middle. So again, it's only different possibilities of relation. Boom, a little bit about boom. Boom. He says he's not controlling the apple. He says ultimately again, this into this higher himself. That's the logic. I'll just tell you. Rabbi says I come there. What's next? Come on, hate true. See, Shabbat, hate means true. It says hate. Ultimately, it says hate by true. However, makes it just like by true. All the cases of true are employed is coming and taking all cases of true. So just like by true, there's a reconciliation. After so to over here, like this is the intentional love with reconciliation. And say no. Say no, but one of them. I'm going to crop all the love of it. I want to say again, once again, when is there? Where is there? Reconciliation. That would be the case ultimately. I get to go to every hand intentionally. Was the other one says, come on. But the nice and that is once again, Alright, so let's just go back to the Mishnah. These are Shishimish when they question. So I'm going to say this was Shabbos is God, right? So Mishnah said this is the end of the holidays of the days. These are Shishimish when they question. For that, intentionally, right? He serves and makes a connection. We keep on the connect. There's a comment on the creation. The Kiva says, that's translation. If you come and say it's me, so the Mishnah, nice. So again, this is the one that kind of maybe small right? That's a lot of Hashem. You almost supposed to say right so I just want to say this. One hand it says Zorak Hari. So this is talking about Then we run the second pasuk. What's the second pasuk? So again, this section talking about this Korach. But again, in any event, we run towards another pasuk, and it says, "Whoever comes close to the Mishnah Hashem goes." Allah Avon Edisha. Just like by that second pasuk is talking about Edisha. For example, here, look at Allah Allah Kashi's very close to Tosos. Allah Avon Edisha, right? Because I say that I'm usually like the swift again, this is by the followers of Torah who were killed recently. And I can tell you what it was. It says by those Numbers, and it says, so they were killed. Just like by Korah, they go back and after the Ishmael, so 20 years, this Ishmael. Therefore, again, this will be Shmuel Rayon, and if at that point, as the amount of this question is called the Peace Edition, I have a keyword case. Damar Khan Bazar Kari Mas, and Damar Bakalon, Adobe Hamu, or Chobri Hakamu, Yumas. So, what's it giving today? It says by the way, because the Adobe says by the dog, this is the false prophet. False prophet is who try to go ahead and get parts of worship. So Pasuk says, "Who must fight it as well?" Therefore, just like by the dog, false prophet, Allah about the skill. After the skill, just like the false prophet is filled with skill, so to the sound because the others also filled with skill. Yochel the Luriya, the says, "No, Allah the Chemek, Yochel the Luriya is words. This will come to keep up. That First time. It says, no, it's better to Jim Shabbat between Sar. I don't think we have a scholar, right? Because we both formulated as opposed to the Sar and the Rocky. The only bit is a question of that. I remember again, usually the false prophet gets out of the you can see is that somebody is doing themselves for them, not as so therefore, the Shmuel will say, better tell you, ordinary people from ordinary people. So Sar, from the Torah, Sar from the Rocky. Which the person in Akiva came and she did in the fact of the Akiva says, well, maybe it's not wasn't. Once you guys trying to worship idolatry, even if I had no blessings, there's no more ordinary person. Very, very, very difficult. Verses like this. So this is like a same concern. Then the status. Yes, basically. Now, but actually, the false prophet itself is my focus. Yoke, Rabbi says, Rabbi Yoke says, so what's going on there? Which the Gemara says, what's the focus? The Gemara says, my good Rabbi Yoke, my good Rabbi Yoke, and the good Rabbi Shimon. They're arguing that they're not focused. They're not focused. Rabbi Yoke, Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbi Samuel, Rabbi Shimon, yeah, Skilo. Rabbi tries to idolatry would be school, sure, says no, so the says, I honor to know that you keep over the we have a record that keep up also says, so you said that he was always, and now you try to convince people from idolatry, ultimately this is all by skill. Yeah, to keep us on record, we should always say that it's a few times. Straight to it, if I did that yet. There's enough focus on making this to get into one kind of very people holes that the whole stuff of this high schema. One of them said that they keep a hole that is high in the Now, we see that the Shimon Valley in the Kiva, Rice and Ramon Valley in the okay, our mission reflects the view of Rabbi Shimon's understanding of the Kiva, and the Rice reflects the Ramon's view of the Kiva. So it was like, how about the Rice? I don't know this last piece of here, last piece. None of us do like that. It is a sound goes ahead and does the condition of the a lot of my soul is kind of so was like Contra walk people in the something now begin other days with other days nowadays 84 was like you wish even if not so now these individuals get spoke last regulation over it. Spoke last regulation over it, right? Walk around that, try to put the rope from the heads, and ultimately try to again, we'll get more into this later on. So who gets fucked more about the actual gets kind of when is there kind of glide over? I'm not getting one person gets this one what makes the definition of this one? Sucking money out of the daisy. So we're going to talk about this. We have a situation of the daisy. There's a certain way. There's a particular church who's in minority. They're going to work to figure out what happens if you have a judge who refuses to go to the that's called sucking like this is so yeah, sure. False prophet, which again, you just read up Isaac what we just learned before. It's not just about this one, it's about the prophesies in the truth. All the issues, so as some of these worship. So many basketball, so it's never again. This last case is interesting. It's not a basketball we're talking about this case. A lot of the race of a basketball visible journey is given of straight. What happens if Ruffle, right? We call Ruffle the basketball. Witnesses show up, individuals show up, and they play the Ruffle. So they're trying to make the Ruffle line, which is now to the other two of this configuration. In basketball, we're going to see Ruffle why? So the client is saying that she didn't go with us. With us. So we have also see how generally again, so even some of the simple actually simple. A lot of guys are just like they want to get first from home. So situation. So we see it, we'll see this morning tomorrow. But we'll discuss the idea that we're going to pursue it. And it's only the last time of self-defense. The able soldiers don't get straight around, but they get together. Same idea, same thing with man, it's a military capacity. And that was straight as we rather than it gets okay, also that's how it is. So how do we go? It's like really one strikes that I'm walking on next to the penalty. That's a strike that's very good. He said, not the 100 success if you found it in the day. Only someone who goes stand, Ava Alaka. In general, it's actually just in general, whenever the 20 gives you 100 specific type of technology and default is kind of see that before. The default is kind of I versus a law. I can cover it with what's happening. I don't know, maybe when it says not get other people more students, which are really hard to do that because of this we did that. Or it's like this, get their hair, that's what it's enough little thing for which what it says. It's not like couple decided on the there's the problem. The problem is that the first time the person was obviously the US consumption of Canada is considered more ingredient form of that. What I was going to say is if you kill a scout first, regular electric color, you execute a sound more powerful head is more powerful than that. If you kill your parrot, you hide the parrot, you like it, you look to make a problem from the person or something. Because one second, when you kill my fennec cow, now that's fine if you understand fennec control is a more ingredient form of that. However, the fennec cover right there. But if you say that fennec is more common, and that is what this ella, those are just like another here. Says what I know, how success is really the mother of the code, you're confident. Scam unqualified that for his hand. Or trying to figure out what is moving hit. Hit that we can injure them, hit that we can kill them. I don't think it's safe. Not get issued on base, most students. We said open a button code, not open my numbers. So once it's very interesting, look at other cases where the person said, notice the issues in Russia for reasons. Right? Knocking the shows, the man hits the skull and the other person dies. Then the hitter is put to death. Or open a code, it's called an animosity. Right? The other way around. I almost had to die for 2 days. You see that there's a qualifier, positive status, and who they get shit up and they should be done. So this qualifier, which indicates that's why. Shnamina, or they have to have cross number of this qualifier. Who they get shit be done. The standards were just as who they shit that is hitting without that. Hitting without that. Incredible. So the words sit down, okay, sit down, let me have all yours as well. Sit down, just move these first one. Everybody knows first one, show trying to figure out who's live on tonight. First case, the person gets his father or his mother. Where do I not from? Not get public people most of us. The person gets his father or mother. It's not talking about killing them. Because if it's killing them, it would have said not get by others. In fact, it just says not get, it's just hitting with bullshit. And what's the love of most of us? When Torah gives you an unqualified definition that automatically means connect. So if you did this first word to make sure interesting enough to go on one hand it says not Ishmael is no serious. It's someone God. When it says right? Komake nefesh, here it says so. It says Komake Ishmael is when it says Komake nefesh, a person, they could do that. Why do you want what's so what's the message? Because of what Komake Ishmael is, even though it would have just said Komake Ishmael, kill Ishmael. If you kill an animal, how would it look like this? How about Ish, the bad bits with the top on the how would it look like this? Wedding life as a kid, when a man is liable to a whole bunch of business. So it makes perfect sense. But the Lord, the child not liable, right? The child's not kind of business. Therefore, it's like the Lord will not give a flesh. Therefore, it's a no for my never in that. I versus this was a would have just said, I would have thought like this. How about me, huh? I'm feeling this fun. I'm feeling like sure. I would have loved it to fetus. Right? Whether this is a neural, right? Or a fetus that is not yet completely viable. Or maybe it's born after a month. So I would have thought I need to kill it. That's not viable or fetus neural. Or maybe one. Because says, therefore it's sweet. So it was a different localized people. So just enough. So Malki Nefesh teaches me I'm tiny for going ahead, killing all body concepts, right? In other words, teach the different. Really, I need both, right? Because if we just said Malki Nefesh, for just adults, therefore it's just Nefesh. But if we just said Nefesh, I would love anyone. Even from my partial unity, if the verses we can do that. Because of the Ema, Afadabu, other things. We're not comparisons. I'm established. I love myself. A person goes ahead and gets his hands on social media. Maybe I should be like, but he is a different parent from going close to usual. Where it says, just the act of hitting, there should be a level. But one second, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I actually asked him, if you make your mother a father, you're not tied to the cause of injury. So you experience. A person says, smacks his parent, there's no injury. Oh, right, there's no food. So, I said, I do so. I do so because of Kabul. Which was not your other dramatic sisters. If you're there over there, not your other just because anyone's parents. Maybe that they had to that, maybe just means if you get them that ritual. How do you know that one of the Bible that hitting one's parent has to cause bodily harm? How do we know that? It's very interesting. Look at the person says, not your other market, or not your behavior. Once the judge proposes, only the person, I'm not going to believe it. Just like when people do that, oh, there's only liability causing this issue. Yeah, because you get the positive. If you go and slap a cow, or it's weird, like a light saw, I give there's no penalty for monetary compensation. Just like not giving it, only fighting the juxtaposition, not the other way also, only fighting to strike the person. If you cause Siva, versus not the aim on the Quran. Siva, Nefesh, not the other. So that is only by only to strike one's parents before it causes it. So it's interesting, but not the important. So the person that's the only here is that some person strikes their parent, obviously not. But now that unless a person strikes them, it causes some kind of injury. So let's get that here. So the reason was, if that's the case, we're talking about the animal. It should only liable for injury as much as to a person. That's the case. If you show up on it, let's say I go over to the place and I go to this place. Because there's no physical root. How can I move over to the place? Because they have a high level, so of course I'm going to be high. Why? Because at the end of the day, I actively diminish the value of it, right? The strength of the animal. So see from everything my animal is because it's just what hello. And you know, even the nefesh behema, the ha'im nami efisha ba'amal. So if that's the case, I don't really need nefesh. I don't really need nefesh behema. It says nefesh, right? The nefesh muscle, right? The words. Not the nefesh behema. So I don't really need nefesh behema to teach me that I have to go through actual life because I have one nefesh. Even if you don't cause it, to clearly do something that's substitute. So if I don't even have to go to teach you that I don't enjoy many lots. The Hakinami of Hisha Abanu Hayif, today you bring them in Nefesh. So use it for Nefesh. Use it for Nefesh. So therefore, why don't you thank it? So therefore, once they turn out just enough that they never go to this out, ultimately, and then it's for Nefesh. Like, they will teach me, even by a person, only high if I teach you. Like, only if I get that marriage, I'm only high if and it's some kind of other person is not a definite. So that's definition of able. The location of therefore, what is the English? Maka'ima, Maka'ala. So what is the juxtaposition of injury and the person injury? What does that teach me? The first thing the Gemara says is, if he decided to make his the fish with the really top of the days. What's the really good things that we actually have this important part of the same things. Come on, let's start having this show the game show. I'm not going to go for it. So what's the great thing? So let's get something like this. Let's get you know the community. I love when I see people saying rates actually financial. Make this like this. Even if you do something to show you, if it's the kind of act that Andrew done it, you see that you will be exempt from financial liability. Even if you do it to show you, you're exempt from financial. Okay? And they were learning out from that foundation. You might say, that's fine, but we thought it might be this thing, how to make this go. That's how they hold it, like how to make this go. And remind them less they can make this go. Occasionally. But if you don't hold on the context, they don't. Most many reject that concept. They say the expenditure for monetary compensation is when you are liable for that penalty. But if you did something to show you that you're not liable for that, you are liable to that. So if you reject that rule, then what do you do in package? Not some person. So remember again, just so understand. We're just trying to figure out that we have a positive juxtaposes injuring a person, injuring a family. So what do I need then? Which we want to do is not give a halo to referral hunter, not give other referral. Just like what happens if I got great at the future, I'm trying to help them. And I end up injuring it. So if I injure the animal, I'll try to kill it. There's no liability. So you learn that justice. It's the same thing. If I end up, if I'm trying to help someone, I end up vulnerable for that. That's the justification. So we want to say, vulnerable. Then, listen to this case. Then, how should that case be done? Let's listen to this. Let's say, right, we have a father, sorry, that was okay. He's both of them. So now, it's what was his father. What's the agency? If the son injures his father, like Troy went to his high family, if the son's intention is not to injure his father, just the opposite. His intention is to help. So he's still out to do this. So the Gemara says, but Master Umar Master says, yes, it's coming. Why? Again, you see another kid in distress, especially if that kid is your father. Of the child, of course, you should know. But think about it, not get adult and not get a alright, think about it, that says the justification, or it says not get adult, not get a justification. Not getting a little foot, just a person trying to help the person, not get adult. So it's just someone trying to work on person. So we'll say, interesting. Both of these opinions are agreed. They think that son is limited to life, but not in this time. It was a broad injury. This is the injury is from this one, is that therefore is going to right. That's what I'm saying. Just finish up. This kind of just you should know. This is more of a but this is a fast. John's 34 characters. So we go ahead. One children. His child. Essentially, the purpose of the injury is ultimately for is a child allowed to now, both of the opinions mentioned here, the answer is yes, it's just a child. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. You have to second opinion is after the haggash. That is not the other one. Listen to this. Listen now. Go shove it the way the Mishnah is. So now, we're down about this. Right, so God gets the word. Was an injury. I bring up, go shove it the way the mitzvah like son. So see it get married to son of a we're not allowed to sell. We're going to be thinking of a boy. Why not? The Macaulay, God is shaking us this way. Do it, that's the show. Do it for us. It's the last of the world. Get it. wasn't injury, dog. So this is fascinating. So to make it about it, you're not allowing your children to help you in school, they're not super bored because of the concern that it was. One second. The author, if that's the concern, that someone may end up injuring someone who's trying to help them infection with someone, and no one else should be able to organize the world victims. The author out here now, someone else should also not be permitted to take out this world, which because of what it out there, she can ask love. No, she can ask him. Here's what it happens. If someone else is trying to write someone else trying to take out this son is an accident. So let's say so just so here's this fascinating tension. So on one hand, when you learn asks, is his son allowed for ascension? Quote unquote, to injure his father for the purpose of healing, especially when he wasn't blood. First two opinions, yes, we have to look at them, and which we can knock out and yet again, you see God not allowing his son to take out his blood. Marriage of not allowing his son to take blood. So again, we're going to split it very well. How do you decide? Is it that we understand that it's considered that even if the son is trying to help, that Allah for the race again, the son is not allowed to do anything to a parent which could potentially result in injury to the parent, or they just need one on themselves, because is there a distinction between where it's only the son is able to do it versus other people to do it, so that in there is a show of attraction. The takeaway about just one of the comments, and we have solidified the first time which we think that clearly if a son, a child, was striking and causes physical injury, I love growing son, the punishments, and it was stuff on the today, and you see one person on Wednesday. I will say it is exhausting your phone. I'm sorry that I'm not going to be there because it's recorded as a chef, not by yeah. The foreigners are everyone share the chef. So but it's just like the last team is virtually. Thank you to our sponsors who are listed in the description on the channel as well as on the podcast. Today's topic is $8 for your nutrition on Gimbal Days 83. We are so actually, we are talking about oral. Two lines of thought. About oral only there's again, list people first given the list of the hundred who are highly institutionalized or just say circumstances which generate liability of this condition. The condition of the criminal is quite utilized in the model. So if you let's get look at oral. Looks like Yoshi sitting. So the model is both real pieces of Yoshi and it doesn't see violation of law and not substitution. It says the US law because of the Constitution is what I would oral view. For which we know that if it's having less the idea as an oral, that it is only allowed in the Constitution. It's not representing our functioning of the law. So the truth is, this is not explicit which the total standard is the question here is if not put this in the total shutting explicitly setting the total. Actually, it has open music about that. It has open music, it has open what it has to say. So then it made our oral rate reality for the oral also or your push. So it has to says open the okay, so oral rate on surface size part. Oral boss. This means literally physically on the big push to serve. So ultimately, again, here we see now again, obviously, this is not a one I saw. There's not going to get this possible from Nami. And therefore, again, when the Gemara says that it's a lot, what it means is, Rashi points out that here, the eyeglass, hold up, you bring Allah, little walk, so when you say alive, so for important words of work, but uncircumcised state is a layer of life. We're talking about a plus his bride as a result of this support. Such a is allowed for a culture circumcised is not allowed to circumcise. Where did you learn that from? Good. Next, only bring in only. This is someone that was one mushroom only and alcohol. Now, for our purposes, again, only is period of time. I'm also going to call it only right now. It's a lot. It says, no, very well. Second, top 80 for $80. Sim, the big flash, I would call it. Once it says, actually specifically by how it happened, I don't count the big rush, and you should not fulfill the big rush of his God. Now, what is told, people aren't had experience such a county loss, does not mean you have to be so the Mark actually something very important. Mark says, how out there showing us a what you see here is not the God, but to continue to service him. But if someone else were to service him, they would in fact fade from the service. So very seriously, the fact that the Bible has this serve as an order slash model indicates to us that other people may not serve the master. The day of the Chiluk. So now we'll say, so where the words going right now, and it's therefore Kohen doesn't serve the state of Ahios, it's a violation of law, prohibition. Let's take a second. Maybe we should consider Shabbat. We're getting back to yesterday's daf. So remember again, on one hand it says, by Ahios it says Hillel, and by Shmuel it says Hillel. So we should say, just like what the Kohen is coming, it's Shmuel, it's Chayiv, it's Shamayim. So something Kohen Abel was the Abel. יש לו זו חי ביסודי שמיים. אמר say just like identify codes, it's true. Just like but again, the cases of coming code is true as just like by true is misconception. So to again, only to be misconception, person wants big statement, right? There's a lot of colors. First of all, to some extent, the prohibition for a coding, it's inferred. The fact that the bubble is not allowed to be in English has to serve even in the state of Ahios tells us that regular coin can't serve in the state. So it's not even sin, it's inferred. So this is something that is not after inference. But there's a principle called Abraham Nachlaudi, the Mintos of Exertion, which is the part of spouses and principle. What's the principle? Anything that is learned out of the inference itself turned out. Rothschild is saying is, in order to improve this, you cannot use it for example. Interesting. Okay. No shaking up. Next. I don't know that if I like that easy violation. It says, Hashem shows the Torah to go ahead and serve. Hashem shows the Torah. During the Avodah, and Avodah is a violation. Next, we're going to publish the Torah. So what happens when publish the Torah goes together? Regular so that it says the Torah. I'm say that's hard. So I can do that because of that logic that it says the bottom of the not moving the lunch board does the other is right. So what's his logic? He said, Akala Baruchas Lo Yomo. The Pasuk says, and again, according to the you should not come to the Baruchas. The rest of the Pasuk is the Lo Yechalel as Mikdoshi Kerish Mikdoshi. You should not prefer any expression of Chilul. So the Gemara says, Yod and Chol, Chilul and Shuma, make it zero Shabbat from Balabot to Shuma, just like it says not like that. So just like by Shuma, if you have anybody who's Shuma, it's kind of Shema, after the Nissan, so Balabot plus the Avodah, he's also kind of Nissan. That's what he's watching. Zero Shabbat, Chilul from Shuma to Balabot. Say, yeah, it's like I don't know. Like, show up here just like those are skin cards. So do dolphins. Where it says mountain police, where I found home. She came so on both things, so on both. Because we're going to get the conflict between trauma and alcoholism. In both cases, it's modified code. I found both by themselves as a correlation in the case of trauma again. Alcoholism tonic and trauma. So it makes more sense to learn out physical qualification than physical qualification. Andrago, which is the opposite. No sound a little bit. No, you should learn from those so far. She came Kodesh. Then he go with the West. Because again, that's not coming out. Number one, the word Kodesh. Number two, again, it's all taking place inside of the bush. And furthermore, again, it's the word Osari. Ella, Kamesh. Ella, Kamesh, Shimesh. So Ella, Kame, Ella, Kame, Shimesh, Suha, Goku, Suha, Goku, Kodesh, Agrava. He knows about the Villa. She came Kodesh, Villa, Hello, nice again. Hello, just Shimish. Back in his medical, back in his case, that's what she gives. You're going to learn how, all of them, they get from the Shimish. And this is Shimish, that's the toy who's coming, does the echo. This is like, yeah, this yesterday and Sunday as well. So the universe is element, how much Shimish, Psulakov, Psulakov. It's Kodesh, they go for no sorry. Okay, so this is so that is one. So again, different ways to work. That makes sense. So again, a couple of responsibilities to relate. Now, a lot of other broad. Go a little bit about what Pasik says. Go. Pasik says. It says ultimately again, this individual is himself, not about. Okay, that's the logic. That's the logic. So it's going to be like that. Is it individual? What about the case? Was it's never 100% focus again? The word is like focus is not. It's not. Decide how you found focus. Hold on. It's a lot more nice. Again, what focus is. Right? So it's not just tell you. Just tell you. Just like my true love, so I can see intentional love or dissemination of love. You know, I want to from love, from love, once again, when is there, where is there dissemination, right? That will be the case when you get one book and intentionally let's get all this. Come on, I said that is once again, that's the thing. I guess there's a way my sources go back to the show. Zarsha Shimish Malekos. So I'm going to say this was Shabbos is death, right? So we should have said this was the end of the holiday days. Zarsha Shimish Malekos. That point intentionally, right? Serves the basic function. Keep on the correct. But only condition keep its recognition. Say it's be subdivision, like that, right? So then, my focus is still on the condition. So what's that? Kind of, Rabbi Rothschild, What it says, Lazar Kari. So this is talking about then the word was the second one. What's the second one? So Kari on Mishkan Hashem Yamos. So again, this section talking about that. This Korach. And again, today the word was another puzzle, and it says whoever comes close to Mishkan Hashem Yamos. Allah just like by the second puzzle. So they would have put this in the Shema. So you just look at the Shema again, their Shema. It says by now, those Yabos, Nazara Kari, and it says, I have this Korah, Kari, Kari, of Mishkan Hashem, so they were killed. Mala just like my Korah, after the Shema, so Tony here is this nation. Therefore, again, this nation was Naya, that is a bad point of the always the Russian is built with this nation. I have Hebrew kills him. Damar Kanazara Kari, the Damar Mahalon, the Hadabi Haku, Obey Pakaloma, Humas. So, what's the Unix name of the organization? It says by the Haku, the Yabot, and it says by the this false prophet. False prophet, which was tried to go ahead and get cause of worship. So the sound was there. I was also filled with skill. Yochel the Nuri or Yochel the Nuri said, no, Mama Halon the Chemet, I'm happy. And Yochel the Nuri is this room that we keep on about the death before the false prophet. But Shakir says it's skill. And Yochel the Nuri that's Chemet. Either way, what we're going to do is we're going to say a Shabbat between false prophet, right between the false prophet, and non-prophet. So again, according to the Ikeda, it's going to result in the Sibah, and according to the Yochel, it's going to result in the Sibah. So the question, by the way, I'd like to get for you to show again. So first of all, the first one that was and not yet, right? That the Shema is making see a Shabbat, but Hazara Kari us. Is compared to the followers of God. Just like the first part of the distribution, so to again, Sarah, that was the others also put distribution. And yet, even the speaker, even compares Sarah to the false prophet, just like the false prophet. So it's God, so to the Sarah, so it says, what's the record? So I don't know if you want to show it. Let's say, first white line on the bottom, 8 and you keep a summer code, Yumas. Then you done it, Yumas, oh. This is like this. Never if they're making zero Shabbat, I think it's zero Shabbat. Two identical words. So the word is Yumas. It's by Zar, and it says Yumas by the false prophet. Is that someone is good himself as a guy, but I wasn't a man. So therefore, you should always say that it's all right. When you're people from ordinary, it's Zar, and it's Korah, after Zar from the north, which the rest of the Akiva, even she did have to bring up a head of the Akiva says, well, maybe it's what he wants to do. But once he kind of trying to convince him to worship idolatry, he looked at head of the Akiva. It's right. You want to like this? So, us safe in certain degree. It's like identity and your status cannot see this. Identity and your status is fundamentally other. So what you are so right looking at the key. So by the way now, okay, so now we understand we have a fundamental difference ultimately between the Yishmael and the now, but the actual false prophet itself is the focus that your people and your Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi Yochanan says, so what's going on here? Which the word says, what's in that focus? The word says, Michael, Yochanan, the Michael, Rabbi Akiva, and the Put is Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi. They're arguing that the Yamah focus is the focus of Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon, and the Samuel, Rabbi Shib, Skilo. If the Rabbi tries to be the Bush idolatry, we still Skilo. Rabbi Shimon says, no, Chenek. So the Gemara says, also says, so you just said, and now you try to convince me that idolatry ultimately is still less skill. They have to keep us on record, and we should not say that it's a few straight to right and not even that yet. Truth is, there's my focus on making a seven. Two different one kind of Akiva holds that the false prophet is high skill. The one of them said that Akiva holds that he's high feminine. That's Nisim Rabbi Shimon Rabbi. Meaning Rabbi Akiva, Raisa Rabbon about Rabbi Akiva. Okay, our mission reflects the view of Rabbi Shimon's understanding of Rabbi Akiva. And the Raisa reflects the Rabbon's view of Rabbi Akiva. So what's that? The local Raisa, I would use this last piece over here, last piece. Now my past is like the that if a center goes ahead, so it's kind of some engagement. What's like Hadron of Love able in a Soften, Mazel Tov. What's like now we begin on the base, we on the base. It's like new Mishnah. Okay, so now what we're really doing is we're really on Hashem. Through the different various misos case. So you might have Mishnah that says, these are the individuals that get chemicals. So we're going to spoke us regulation a little bit. Spoke us regulation a little bit. Like again, off of the neck, kind of overlook on the heads, and also strangling the portion. Again, we'll get more into this later on. So we must say, so who gets chemical? Okay, we'll talk more about the actual. Who gets chemical? I'm not getting on. I want a person's father. They definition is kidnap someone. Sucking mommy out the base. So we're going to call it sucking mommy out the base. This is something that is the best thing in the situation with the base. There's a certain there's a particular judge in my yard. The way that works is I hear out the problem. What happens if you have a judge who refuses to yield to the judge? That's called a something by this situation. So again, let's put it down. Again, more about that later. Rabbi Rothschild, false prophet, which again, you just read up as the word just learned before. And ultimately killed it. Now, it's not the Shem of all this stuff. It's one of the practices in the name of idolatry. All of the Shem so may pass on. Alright, so also remember again, this last piece is interesting. So that's how I remember when I had the skills. I love how I saw a hospital physical jury is given the punishment of straight. What happens if Ruffle, right? We call Ruffle the hospital. Witnesses show up, witnesses show up, and they bring them up to the next experience and Ruffle is able to swim. Now to get the two of this illumination, they pass nice Ruffle. Why? Because at the time we said that she didn't go to us. You want to explore us. So now let's say that generally again, so we get her sick of the punishment. Same thing. And a lot of ways, just like they want to take her straight up. So they should get straight up. When they see it, they'll see this. It's going to be self-defense. They even think about pleasure gets okay, but also what's that? So how do you know? There's one kids, right? One strikes their father or their mother, and a law writes some penalties. That's the striking one's parent. Where do you know this? It says, you must. It says, if I'm going to go to stand, Avon Elephant. In general, it's actually very interesting. In general, whenever the Torah gives an unqualified Torah 11 verses that it doesn't give it specific default. It's going to be able to default is going to be. And the verse is Amo, I can constantly go. What's that? You know, maybe where it says not no more students. It's a lot of people that maybe so in case we get them and you kill them. In other words, a person get their parent and kill them. That's what has enough penalty to which the Gemara says, Sign like Kotel, not the sign of the thing. So here's the problem. The problem is that person puts his heart aside. You know, it's not like a something like that. It's considered to be more what I was going to say is, if you kill a scout person, a regular person, you execute a sound more cover from the head, more cover from the death, the kind of planet, directly from the person, what does that mean? Including from a mechanic cow. Now that's fine if you understand that mechanic in general is a more weakened form of death. However, the mechanic is more regular. But if you say mechanic is more common than what is the antecedent Allah, this is so just from the here. Says what you know, once it says, your mother and father, because the stamp unqualified death penalty is fair. Or trying to figure out what does it mean to hit them? You hit them and you injure them, or you hit them and you kill them? Which gives us a very interesting penalty that say, not get ish amaze most humans. We said, okay, anybody called the other Hayamos. So what's it's very interesting. Look at other cases where the person is hitting. And notice the intriguing Russian of the Torah uses. Right? Knocking the show is a man hits a skull and the other person dies, then the hitter is put to death. Or the Evaiko, it's sort of animosity, right? The other friend, Hayamos actually dies. You know it's possible. So you see that there's a qualifier. As it says, and Ruben hit Shimon, and what happened? Shimon died. So there's a qualifier, which indicates to us well. Shmamino, the fact that there needs to be a qualifier, Ruben hit Shimon and Shimon died, indicates to us that the stand case, where it just says Ruben hit Shimon, what does that mean? That means hitting without death. Hitting without death. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so now what I have over here is this one. So now, just look at this first one. Remember, notice I figure out who the Bible is. First case, person hits his father or his mother. Where did that come from? Not give other people most you must. Person hits his father or mother. It's not talking about killing them. Because if it was killing them, it would have said, not give adults. The fact that it just says, not give, is just hitting with an injury. And what's that look on both of us? When Torah keeps it on other by definition, it automatically means connect. So we've proven this first line of the show. Incredible. And by the way, it was in the words of the Mikvah, not Jewish. They feel the Mikvah from Makkah Nefesh. But interestingly enough, the Torah says it seems to be two Mikvah in the city. On one hand, it says not Jewish, but it's also it's someone who died. No Mikvah for that. But it says the from Makkah Nefesh. Right? The Torah says the from Makkah Nefesh, right? Here it says so. Suppose it says if you kill a Nefesh, so it says. It says, Maki Ishva, Ish man, and it says, Maki Nefesh, kill a person, they put to death. Why do you both those two? So what's the emphasis from the symbol? Because Maki Ishva means, if I would have just said, Maki Ishva, kill that Ishva is a never. If you kill a man, you have how to vote like this. How about you know, Ish, in fact, it's within, talk about how to vote like this. When are you liable for killing someone to a man? Because a man is liable to a whole bunch of instances. So it makes perfect sense. Cut the law. If you kill a child, you're not liable. You're not liable, right? The child's not kind of instance. And a foreign person is not followed from my kind of flesh. But there is no problem. Never is nefesh. Anyway. So the child that was invited, I was if I would have just said, I would have felt this funny, I feel like slow. I would have thought that even if you kill a fetus, right? Like for a fetus that is not yet viable, or maybe it was born after 1 month. Such that the baby born to be born. So I would have thought that you would be high killing a fetus that's not proven to be viable, or a fetus in utero, or maybe one of the born. The Gemara says, therefore it's the therefore I get my localized and gold. So it just moved up. So Chamak and Nefesh teaches me I'm hiding it from going ahead and killing all of the viable things, right? In other words, it's different. Really, I need both, right? Because if we would have just said Maki, it would have just adults. Therefore, it's still not. I will for anybody from here is not viable. Way back to the county establish, I love myself. A person knows that his business is showing these tiny pieces of culture. Maybe I should be viable, even if I live in a Zimar says, just act in pity, they should be able to. 1 second, I'm going to leave it. You're not entitled to cause the insurance. See, it's very interesting. The person, let's say, starts his character. There's no insurance. There's no registration for it. So, again, I'm not high do so. Only high do if he causes a hurrah. Which was correct. Not your other Umakis. How do you know this? If you understand what the character, not your other just because of anyone's parents, maybe every high connect, maybe just hit them without an injury. How do you know that in order to be liable, that's not for anyone's parents cause bodily harm? How do you know that? It's very interesting. I'm going to put it once it says, not your other Umakis, once it just proposes one of the person, and I'm not going to hang out on the vehicle. Just like if you figure out all his only liability is causing injury, you have to cause injury. If you go and you stop a cat, all right, it's weird. You're not fighting. There's no penalty for monetary compensation. Just not getting able to only fight causing injury. So you're not going to also fight this person if you cause injury. See, well, Gemara says, not making the aim of the other one. Sigma, Nefesh, not your other. So to and it's only by ability to strike one's parents before the positive. So those are the three point of view. So the words of this here, that sound strikes the parent, obviously bad, but not a death penalty unless a person strike them or something. So let's look at it, so there is one example. If that's the case, we're talking about the animal. It's your only valuable is the injury animal, not because it's a opposing. If that's the case, let's say I go over to the main example. Both of these animals are a whole load of stones. So I'm not physically injuring the animal, I'm diminishing its strength. You're telling me that there's no liability because there's no physical load. How can I be able to fight it? You're going to say, I will say, of course I'm going to fight it. Why? Because at the end of the day, I actively diminished the value of the right, the strength of the animal. So this is really hello, the Nefesh behavior. The Nefesh plus the ways, not the Nefesh behavior. So I don't really I don't need Nefesh behavior to teach me that I have to cause emotion. Why? Because my emotion is, even if you don't cause emotion, but you clearly do something that's subject to diminishes the power of you're going to be fighting. So if I don't need Nefesh behavior to teach you that animal injury, very much. If today you bring them with Nefesh, so use it for Nefesh. Use it for Nefesh. So therefore, why don't you package? Therefore, once it turns out interestingly enough that the way we're learning this out, ultimately again it's from Nefesh Behema. Right? The Maki Nefesh they will teach me that even by a person, I'm only high if I hit my parents, I'm only high if I actually bodily harm. If a person just hits or slaps and there's no subsequent bodily harm from that, then Allah the person is not a death penalty. So that's the case. So then already the hackish between Nefesh Behema or Maki Other is motion. Right. Maki Nefesh. Sorry. Maki Other Maki Behema. Right? So what if there happens in custom juxtaposes injury with animal injury in person? So what does that juxtaposition teach me? The same. Also, this is fascinating. I'm sorry, allocation of it. So therefore, what is the hekish? Maki behema, maki other. So what is the injury in a person? What is that? The first thing Gemara says is we actually had this before we say Kamal, I gave you some show the game. I'm not going to look at so what's the great choose of make this get stuff like this. Make this get like you know what from community make choose. All of my students and generates capital liability or exemption financial liability. But to make this go like this, even if you do something to show them, if it's the kind of act that had you done it, the basic would be exempt from financial liability. Even if you do it to show it, you're exempt from financial. Okay, and they were learning out from that condition. Gemara says that's fine, but then we call them not the mistake. That's fine if you hold like from the mistake. Unless they come to make this skill, that is when you are liable to death penalty. But if you did something to show it and they were not liable to death, you are liable to death. If you reject that then what do you do in the package? Or it says, well, remember again, just so instead, trying to figure out that we have a possible position to treat a person in the kind of. So what do I need that? So we're going to reference to this. I'm not going to aim a little for under. I'm not going to other little for. The things I do is make sure that I'm trying to help it. And I end up injuring it. So if I injure the animal, I'll have to try to do it. So where the judgment is the same thing. If I end up, if I'm trying to help someone, I end up blowing away with that injury. That's the position. So you must have blowing away. Then in this case, then now she got these no go on. Let's say right there, where we were on it. So the master of your house says yes, it's permitted. Why? Again, you see another kid in distress, especially if that kid is your father. What's the shame? Of course you should help. But think about it, not get other not get the him. Right? But think about it, says the juxtaposition, or it says not get other not get the juxtaposition. Just one. Now I'm not getting another book, just like if you injured animal. Of course, I'm trying to help the person who is getting not get other, you're a book. So if you injure someone, so they will say, if or agree, they mean that the son is permitted to go and help anyone this time. It was a quote unquote future. This is the injuries for medicinal purposes, therefore is going to be incredible. Incredible. So I was like, just this language, just so you should know, we'll put this more on Wednesday, but this simply is a fascinating story. Because again, let's say again, the son is a doctor, he wants to treat his father, so you have to treat his father. Or again, a son or child is a nurse and wants to draw a clock. Or just even after nurse, the child is caring for a parent, right? And loves to go ahead because it has blood sugar like this. Is the child allowed to do these things for a parent, knowing that essentially they're with a quote unquote injury purpose? The injury is ultimately for full is a child allowed to do it? Now, both of the opinions mention this. Yes, it's just the Shiloh. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. The after second opinion is the Hakesh, the Hakesh which is not the other one that came up. Listen to this. You must allow or show it with the mission of a seed. So around, we're not allowing the sun to overspoil the host. Right? So throughout that still very, do not let the sun overspoil. Why? It's going to cause injury. I bring up, go shove it with Ray, the mid stuff like himself. So soon again, married to son of Rabbi, we're not allowed to sell. They'll be open up a boy. Why not? The Mahamalay, how the shit you got specific. If you do it, that's the shalom. Do it, or it's the last of the world, cover up the world, together. Where do you go? That's the sun. That's the too aggressive, because of the injury, you make that money, you will give out their children from it. It's going to relax the royal, because the concern that it can cause them. Because what's that? If that's the concern, that someone may end up injuring someone who is right into the sun. And no one else should be able to organize the world. Someone else should also not be permitted to take out this world organize the world, which we must let it go. I care, Shigegasla. No, Shigegasla. Here's the big difference. If someone else is trying to make something, else can't take out this world, it's what we do. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's an accidental lot. The sun, if you guys didn't, is an accidental. So those things, what you say is fascinating, and one head, and you might ask, is the sun allowed to eventually, quote unquote, injure his father for the purpose of healing, not special but first two opinions, yes, we have to live up to the book, and Christian could not get him, and yet again, you see God not allowing the sun to take out his ability, and average God not allowing the sun to last the point. So again, we're gonna stop over at this one before we go in the message for tomorrow. But unlike the Shiva's, what is this? How do you reconcile it? Is it that the Mamish Homer is concerned that even if the sun is trying to go, now look for the race again, the sun is not allowed to do anything to a parent, which could potentially result in injury to the parent, or they just be more masculine themselves. Is there a distinction between only the sun is available to do it versus other people to do it? Is that here to show you the attractions? Takeaway, but just before we understand, we have solidified the first definition of gaming, that really, if the sun, child, does strike it and causes physical injury, now look, the punishment is if it was a summer like today, then we'd say one person on Wednesday. Good morning, is this was spot. I should feel good that when we start on that person, very much fun. So I just want to thank all of our sponsors. Sponsorship info, check in the description on the YouTube video as well as we'll say with that, let us read out about 14 untalked bottom of the dots. So additional that's not forward, according to shoes. So that's the meaning. Additional. So what's the is kindness and nation or just applies to the relation of going to she is probably did the other also what's that? You have to go ahead and take this time to get outside of the courtyard and also we know that bugs. So you see these are items of the tiny with hiding shining. The shop takes it in the shining. And again, if you look at the consumption, that only does get all the things they want. It's hiding this issue. Look at the hands of heaven. And we know the political charge of the shop why do the great make the one thing? This guy is something down. Whereas the Chaim dissemination. After the Gemara says, "Eat the one of actual, but on the maker of the story is such a thing for an infraction. 12% recover, and we're going to make a person Chaim. So it wasn't easy, but it's not Chaim do something being shown. Is that true? Is that true? And then Hashem says, "Recover, we know exactly how much things from such a thing can go on the case." But now, we show up on the show, and it's not this was already wrong. So again, just when it's Shabbos staff, if somebody went ahead and violated the prohibition multiple times, and it's how you mark the facility after a certain number of times, you put it in the keep up, and you put it in the cell. Remember, again, the cell. You put it in the cell, nice. On the contrary, there's a different case. If you were to bring back days, there were days in this individual. Nothing. So here's the case where 5% of the person is utter, and yet you still take a lot of awareness. Versus remember, I'm going to give you a racial issue. The calculus shall thesis is done. You have to find the time. And you find that case. What case about this is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of parts, which is saying, violated the same parties prohibition multiple times. Parties do because they such a person is deserving. As I said, so we just expedite the process of alcohol, going back to the store. So what about the case of the also Shabbos and Mishnah? What about the guy who steals the shards as soon as he gets it? So again, Mishnah said, you're not talking about the individual. How about you know? So again, see, here's the example. If you bring the guy to make the shards, what would you do? How do you get a case of that? They got to just let him on. And yet again, he kills the guy or cannot that's what he's saying. And even in the case of someone's technically exempt by a control by things, he will still go by control. He'll still go ahead and do it. No. I'm going to give you the short sense. Pero avisa por el cómo lo van a hacer por las condiciones. Pero en el case is different because we're the next one of us who will be able to source this discussion. Then I don't know how that's not going to say. What about the guy who purchases the source? So again, also, I know important things. Here's an example. If you bring him to court, don't do anything. You can't still kill this guy, right? I can't make you kill this guy. And I don't say, you have to post it as slow. The next thing the body has a shape. The execution of the movie find that case. As it creates that such individuals act to the person that they hold. That's how we can do it in a secret fashion. I have all those acquisitions. These all acquisitions. It does. Maybe it's a lot. But the nice cannot help you. Here's an example that anyway, which people are saying, no, remember, I'm creating God with God. That's where remember getting asked the question to Rob, not giving the answer, and the dream, so I'm sticking the dream. And therefore, they will say, go ahead and kill someone who went ahead and follow. This is, again, based on that positive interpretation of that concept. Also, so or in history, it's not a concept. So so remember, this was the question that the Achot asked for the Shishis. Now the Shishis responded that Shishis said the answer is obviously no. The answer must be no. So the words said, look for my son. I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the Mishnah said, if one does get into a state of tumult, I look for my son. If you think, even to death. Now, from perspective, is such a person is kind of inspiration. So then again, apparently, those actors, is not kind of inspiration. And at the end of the day, have to kill someone who will finish part of the actors. There's not enough. Cases where, no, you have cases like that, where someone technically is still seen that they can be lying and kill them. Okay? say liable to death, liable to death at the hands of the criminal. Okay, the rebels right here. The rebels that they said, no, there's a question. There you go. That's it. And don't say, I'm more well, I'm more base, I'm more safe. I'm aware I'm being a migration of the service issue. That's what it is. Don't take. So this is talking about different aspects of cover. So the person goes there, the rest of the head, the sea technique in these cases. Pouring oil on the let's not say. Pour a little, open up the again is mixing the flour with the oil. Process. Certain waffles, they got crushed. So they have the crushing process, Korea, and salt. Native is creating a fun, Turkish bringing the milk of close. So what's how that essential or one was the left of that one on the actual show for itself, or a make the rest of the works, or one of the ranges and candles of oil of the rock. The comments, or what takes the heat, and everything. Not a cattle coming from us, or one goes sees the blood these things over the other was Potter, the Inhale on his Potter, and ultimately again, now time. What is this talking about? So since you take a look at the last Rashi over here, Rashi said, what's the Asa Atlas over here? Is it a person? So again, so if a person case where oil of it is the broke up pieces and salt to the weight of close. Arrange the bread on the shofar, arrange the candle to the lights of the rock, to the mitzvah, receive the sacrificial blood. If you did any of these things outside of the base of English, you are potter. You are potter. Now this is very of shooting books. What shooting books? Now I check the parents and that's it. Now the person over here, so they apparently it only applies to certain types of sacrifices. Mother, that's actually on a base of this name to be actually mother. So a kind place of a children. You know, if you find what was the Shiva, slaughtering of sacrifice. السيف أشر يشفى معلن السيف أشر يعلن الله سوري يسرى من الشهر على الخطاني ليش أقرأ الله إبن بحر باسرة سيسرى any sacrificial rite that has other sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not hiding including that influence. Essentially, what we do with hybrid after this including sacrificial rites. So, for example, that would be shkita, slaughtering an animal, right? Shrika, sprinkling the blood. So these are final rites, final action that will have a corresponding follow-up action. So because of that, that's what makes me blush. You are content. Okay, so what's I saying? You are staying high up on the end, top of taking home. So you're not hiding. What are you not? What we should solve is so what, for example, let's say away did it anymore than these happens. All these things. So we're not going to get it outside. We're not kind of normally there's a piece of so again, if any of these things were done, documents, and I love what I see now, what we should do, simply if the coin did it, then he was in the state of two, he wasn't going to be higher, what we should have done, right? Similarly, the coin actually has a crash, like the coin has to do the other way, practically is big investments. Failure for yourself, and then you next to the dollar, again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just mentioned. Although we show the rough ones here, also get the rough ones. Hold up, one we have to go and wash his hands. Failure gives results in life. Again, he will wash his hands and things that will run outside. There's no life. Okay, very interesting. Rashi comes out over here. Look at Rashi. What we should Soros, Zar Shahasa Atlas Right, Zar, and then for the bigger pieces, side piece of brush, same idea of what we should do up, how you come into Shimish, the Zaros, the Shimish, the Tuma, the Frantica. Same idea that again, before you have talked about the So the God that you do, so the Gemara says it's always not there, kind of. The interesting what you see from this is that it would not follow. If you were to go ahead and take the power of burn it outside of its flush, that there would be like a kind of production going on here. The Hadiya Avoda Shein Akaya Kaya Mishim or my Kaya practice. So again, so now the question is 2 years ago. So what do you see? That if Chloe were to go ahead and run it on there, it wasn't looking too well. Ultimately, I get it this week of the books. But if it's within, there would be it. So what do you see? Again, we're looking at the first sample. That if a Kohen does sleep too well, is he finding resubmission? Goes ahead and not it's actually it's a lot. I was sad last month. So they're going to say things like that. So that would be my mission of Allah. Rashi says over here, Alexander, how did I keep on back to the sorrows? They went out with what we were fighting on inside of us. You should remember. We make all of these things together. It's busy now. So I said, God does this in school. See, actually had the same. Well, you'll see. Well, it'll get Yosef, Yosef. Listen up to that, where it says, Yosef, so apparently again, my Yosef, yes, there's not even a lot of which verses is actually about as far as where you know that there's a lot to go ahead and hopefully oil and mix it up to Lamar, no shit, you will go and get covered. Plus it says, be holy and do not that's right. So the says, you're right, that's what we do. Okay, interesting. So the Torah is so, is a little bit of a prohibition against something that's going or you will be someone. Basically, the English, Esau, Rice says in the word, these are the people who are fighting Esau, Tomei, Shishimish. Then, listen, I call it noise Tomei, ultimately, again, it does the Apocalypse fighting Esau, they Shammai, which deals with in a so, sense why mission says see everything today is like you just said, whatever you're doing today, what's based on? There's no based on liability. They can take it out and make it up. Now, what's their license to do so? Because since this car is high in this condition, so now essentially there's something very interesting. Another information that a lot of rights appears that when they come to sacrificial rights and service outside of the same flesh, this comes to grow here. Is that it's going to be spelled in so this service that is nothing there are services that are at the self doesn't have a follow machine. So interesting enough, so the difference on the side is right here. For all the buffaloes. Tamam. Okay, so since now we're going to go back and the rest of the afternoon, go back and dissect the price which just made. They're going to show you so probably right so this kind of then whenever we see so right. So we're going to show you so that's how first it goes and it's how it's quite good. So first it goes so Rashi says okay, what's here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and eventually this then we go back and explain how we don't do it. Number one, number two, calling condition of calling this game. Shuma, which is ritual important. Next one, coming, Shuma, which is ritual. Zarsha has a Shuma, and now coming is Shuma also is a nation. Zarsha Shirish is right now going to see this. All of the again. Never again, North is more organized beforehand, but once again, this seems to be the definitive that the Holy does get hold of the state control. It's highly Swedish. No situation. It's fully requires head of because they have all high position. Next, with the screwed up, color is not very warm of the next, it was a color. The color is black. Next, so require simple part of the second. They have had this like has not yet developed its necessary colors. Those projectiles develop is an induction is highly failure to do something differently, the other is kind of association. Studiate influence, right? Experience of let's say the 20 plus get what it's I'd rather work for it. How long? There's a lot. There's a lot. Rashi points out that it's Rashi says, Shemis the Hamam the only Shishimish, the Shishimish Pusha, the Kohen will keep going. Also, besides the public situation today, it's just portfolio. So, and again, it's very that's it. Point which is fun. Is that Also, this was his now that now it's like seconds. Number one, both of them. The first person who's behind lineup, first guy who's lineup, supposed to know where is that numbers when you should go to those. I know the process of release. I don't know this. I know this. This is a little as much as sure, yeah, people love my shit. So literally it says, do not perfect the consecrated items of it as well, that will raise to future tense. You must not see it in the trouble possible. First, without focus, you go into have priorities. What's the definition of focus? It's what you have priorities for it. Othello. So it says over here, do not go ahead and do not go ahead and definitely. So you must building. Well, actually, what was describe that? Building. Hello, this is hello profane by Chambas Mishmar people in this world. Okay, this is here from the root. So it says hello by Chumba. It says hello by saying, look at me so. Like if someone is not allowed to Chumba, there's a sound. They're put to death. So Sarah Shelby Hill teach us that hello is also dissemination. Incredible. One second, hold on. The name of people, no sorry. Why don't you make it so? No sorry. So let's go, no sorry. It's a separation. Word past it. So why don't you say, the luck you also no sorry. So why don't they make Sarah Shelby and say, how about the Christ? No sorry. It's part of my house. Separation. Why would you say that Genesis like Osiris? That was starting which was the more sex and from Osiris. Why is J.K. True? So, number one, she wasn't applying for stars. So, she doesn't like the stars. Have like the stars next. Shrug. Both of these cases, it is a way to remedy status. Like Rashi says, Rashi says, 6 lines of Shubha, it's stars, 6 lines of Shubha, said Shubha, open value, also one for the art, the shots that are about to get a whole book, protected these no star, cannot when no star, there's heterobox, when you are allowed to use personal offers. First off, both apply to those, right? So both had plural Russian code, both apply to those, both people who know either people or those are the person is also exists. And therefore it makes more sense to pair say Shabbat between Teva and Shabbat than between Teva and those. Those are also shares many commonalities. So again, those are inherent. Muscle up. When I said I'm going to go to the present difference of test, why not compare so all of them are inherently valid or inherently compromised. Please furthermore, able to enter, furthermore again, able to enter, if there can be remedy, right? You can't remedy also. You can't remedy, however, like cases, right? She says, make it simple like all the currencies that exist. Right, but one of the more similarities between Hebel and Shimon than the other between Hebel and Moshe. Therefore, they can say a shuttle would not make it between Hebel and Shimon. Hebel and Shimon and Hebel and Moshe. Again, that would mean that just like Shimon is right, so to again the consumption of Hebel will also be consumption, right? Not like Moshe, which is a you know, Vita says, if you look it up, you look it up. This reason we refer to where do you go when the phone is coming? I said, yeah, so blessed. What do you see here? On the page was like 83B. Frat position well as well. This excludes Truma, which is already free. What's an example of which is already free? That's Truma. So again, there's a lot of ways so we see that consumption of Truma condition. That's a atomic point assumes Truma. So hold on is higher solution. So remember, so on list we're just going for a list. Like what we are assembling our deliverables that fall to this category, all to the ability solution. Good, let's go like this. Exaction was a true. Now we need this solution. So that which is really enough said, that code is true. It's obvious. I'm going to have to run off. I'm seeing that. Name of Bible, say what all sound of your confession, and he has shown connection. No non-poetry. So it goes like so again, and the classic, using the classic word says, Shamas Bishop Israel hate who they sue. So Esau juxtaposed to a Zar true. So why did you say therefore the Zar true should be a hate which had not come up? Which the Gemara says, if Sigai, there was an interruption. This interruption actually says, if they sue go, the way goes up. Pasuk doesn't flow, right? The Pasuk begins over the discussion of the Sukkot, and then it says, so it doesn't flow directly, because it doesn't flow directly, but juxtaposition then it's a Kishmi, and it's that way the stream is going to be connected. Okay? So it's basically this Kasha, being able to show Lisa, these are the people who are high up Lisa, Zara, or Elasa Truma, and I'm calling these Truma. So it's pretty expensive that not calling these streams being high. So which person will know as Lisa, Raka, so bring up again. You know, I said that the parents says, Rab is a type, and Rab is people who talk. Okay, it doesn't matter. It happens to be, and in this listing, a lot of the recently has to be that sound is true, but this high is finished. Okay, let's go like that. You know, Kamish Shimish. Kamish Shimish. Almost right? Goes and does a whole of this conditions hiding. So the point is that think about how they did it close. So what's this? This is exact situation we had before. The name of the condition should be so high with all the phone this time, and you could get all the reason brush that is hiding. So he said, and I'm going to out of the alcohol. He does really quite shape the name, so he flew as shame punch. Okay. So the boss is starting these things. They should be careful. That's what they should be careful. Touching up the weight stuff. Not just the pain of my thinking. Whereas it was, hey, you know this, feel a little feel it. Wow. So you got to really get to your show. Feel the truth. So, not going to be so. Just like the consumption of Truma is basically Shemani. So again, the person who's coming does the opposite. It's kind of easy. He says, give me 1 second, see the same because I got the floor. The day of the kilo meals. One of the zero shot of kilo meals. And I'm going to go say, rather, I want price, not price. Consumption of those is paid price. So one of these things is kilo, it says kilo by no side, and it says kilo by. Or those three does the other. Just like those service price. So if you discover, does that hold? Come on. Here's my example. Stop wrong. It makes more sense to work out from true and lie. Where it's just pieces giving up both bases of true as well as true. Have to do again with control, tonic, all those things come up. Big fun, because they both contribute. Both had a plural washing up. So both coin was coming as the other, and a coin was coming. Shapes the other. First of all, then there are disqualifications. Like both of them are the Asian and both given the if you look at also both share also true, the legal conception, true, right? The Kohen is coming, this kind of Shemayim. So too, the Kohen is coming, and as the Avodah is also carrying the salvation. Incredible. Our also like the Toyo Shishimish, next to the Lord. Toyo, you're in this one, doesn't live day by day, but it still requires next time. If he does get this way does the Avodah, it's kind of miscegenation. It says, you know, where do you know this? He signed the Siman Omer, was the first one, right? Rabbi is the Toyo, shit, about all the point is it's Toyo. You went to the some go down. I know that his older you know, benign. I know my devotion to you that really hallelujah. It says, be punished to your God. Not you are sent out to see. So I'm like, if I can make this possible to teach me, then I Cohen who does the today, I don't know this so forget about is also kind of solution. Incredible. But first we got again, like I said last week, this has to start charges. Right, and Cohen has to wear the necklace and how to represent both failure to do so. Right? He doesn't get both, he doesn't both, and he still doesn't get both. He's hiding himself being Shammai. He says, I mean, no, from where we know this from? All right, I know for those who want to be that I can act. Plus it says, you shall put the belt, you should burn. You shall burn them with right happening without the blood of the Lord. Especially Aleim, he would say, Aleim, when their clothing is a common, then their Kuda is a common. So those are essentially fasting. Right? Because the Lashon, you have to read the Kishu press the process. That's the Huskies. If I got to do something, right, you should put a belt on it. I'm not I saw Mohammed with the gospel lectures, word lectures. When is the thing that theirs? They wear it for. If they're not wearing it clothing, but I love the rest of the things I know is that there's the new because the love for the said that I believe that he's awesome. Again, in this case, had this mission. Where it says, so how do we sort it? Because Cohen is to this, Cohen does get over. So to a point that does over particles of clothing is kind of resell edition. So remember, it's actually shoots from this. Remember that for myself, the hand clothing does the Avodah is was a unique that the Una best of the such a just comprise the next two things. There's make Kedusha, so make Kedusha every single day, every single Jew has Kedusha. Like, you don't have to do anything. You're born a Jew, or you can put it in Yiddishkeit. If you're Jewish, you have Kedusha. And that's beautiful. A fantastic foundation. The next step, I like what big button, what line is on the borders. That it represents something. I take from the other people aside, and I think you put it right. You know, they say that clothes, they can that. Those are very much tied up in a person's life. So the spiritual might be blooded, but the actions I engage in my actions. What big blooded, what am I going to wear? And if you don't have the blood, you don't have the blood, all you're left with is your innate kedusha. If all you have is your innate kedusha, you're a sour, you're like a baby, your spiritual baby. Baby comes into this world, yeah. Baby's holy, it's beautiful, fantastic, baby will absolutely nothing. So how's the baby holy? Because every kid has an innate kedusha. Like life, successful living is all about what clothing are going to wear. What are your nice clothes? What are your clothes? What are your something that's stuck up? And every single thing that you do in life is another bag, is another garment that you put on. And clothes, manish, make clothes make you interesting. If you're thinking about it, one is an example that there is such specificity regarding the clothing of the God. Such specificity. So, all levels, if I can look at that, this is because people are very taken by that student. One thing about the mission is we're all dressed up. But I think my first was beautiful. It wasn't different. What it means you will die. Don't wash your hands and feet. You will one more piece. Through a roche. I'm sorry. Shtiya yain, we said yain shake out. The point trying to find it yet. Dog. Chinese dish of something more. Through a roche. What about so Shtiya yain, we said shake out. The policy is explicit. Or it says, do not drink wine. Beverage. Through a roche. How do we know that? Rosham, what do you got? So Torah says in one hand, you can't go ahead and shave his head, but you also can't let his hair grow long. So there's a juxtaposition. Why? And then his hair. This is from Lord, parents letting his hair go. Just like drinking like road, just like watching the issue of which says so, why is it? But other people love what is it? So it's a solution because that's going to be a challenge. Go ahead. Don't control the seatbelt. So what happens? Every day, the person who watches his hands, that's his feet take you where you want. The hands represent the healthy accomplishments. Whoever says, I'm in a power. At the point was ahead and just the flush is my wash away. It's the way I success in this role. I got proof it's here. I got proof it comes. I can't why can't it? So those basic level, you should have some fruits and some nice day. So what's the purpose of things? That is very basic. What is it? One, and the gang is about why do you go ahead and make it control? Like that's you know, shop is you know, part of all this such a close proximity. Your choice should be if you want this or this. That's the first question. There should be no exclusivity as to your it's like tremendous idea. We need one different kinds of life. Yeah, that's what we can do. That's the nature of it. Like we saw the person on the body, the edge off, so there's me wanting to amplify, bro. This is but when you have such a this is driving control. Just know we're all in happiness. Believing happiness, know that this will fix happiness, will come from money, this will fix happiness. It's happiness will come from you. That's what come from the day. Today, when I come to inside, can't be there with you in person. The second one is this was partnership with the Rothschild and Rabbi Rothschild, but very much what I think. So I also want to thank all of our sponsors. This sponsorship info will be listed again as a show in the description or YouTube video as well as the podcast. Let us about 14 months. case, Vatnan, Misha, so again, we just want to check this is that if somebody went ahead and violated the prohibition multiple times, and his height mounted so after a certain number of times, you put him in the key box, like this, remember, again, the cell gets smaller, you can sit down, you can't stretch out, you put him in the cell, and ultimately, again, feed him a little bit of bread with water and coffee, and he dies. So he was on a contrary, but I got the other, here's a different case. If you were to bring the guy's face and the face of this individual, nothing. So here's the case of Rabbi Rothschild, who said the person is there, and we still take the Lord for our hands. Whereas it's not a Uriah. So remember, I'm going to give you a shortish, but not just a short pieces of skin, the God will find to cover. No, everybody define that case. What case among this is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of parts, which is a violated the same party's prohibition multiple times. The parties execute the person. Such a person is deserving of that. So we just expedite the process of the going about so what about the case if you also Shabbos is mission? What about the guy who steals the Shabbos a service utensil? So again, it's not broken. It doesn't show individual. How about you know? So again, here's example. If you bring the guy to being interested in Shabbos, you have to get or canoeing to kill the guy. So you see that even in a case where someone is technically examined by a control, he will still go by a control. Will still go ahead and kill him. Because I'm going to give you the insurance as you know, people as a collision. Remember, they based it on us. We're going to go to the house, so it's supposed to basically touch, and then you need to trust that Shabbos. I don't know how that's like for saying, what about the guy who versus his source? So again, also, I'm going to pose an example. If you bring him to court, anything, you still kill this guy, right? I can't make you kill this guy. But I don't say, you have to post it as slow, the next thing you're already session. That's a case, remember, when you find that case, it has to be curious that such individuals actually perceive that they don't know. That's what we can deal with such a situation. I love all those abuses. What about these all those abuses? And what about managers? Again, remember, it does if you bring the guy phased in, okay, maybe it's a lot. But when I saw, so here's an example where anyway, here's the example. No, remember, how are you going to have a Sunday to activate around the cards? That's where, remember, again, it has the questions around between the soul, passing in the dream, and therefore, again, this idea that you can go ahead and kill someone who went ahead and fall, this is, again, based on the constant interpretation of that concept. Also, as you saw, a lot of mentions. Or in case scenarios of conscious process. So again, so just to keep track of our basic fundamental question. When does the Avodah state of visual is Chaim just something Shemayim or not? So remember, this was the question. And the Avodah asked for Rav Shishis. Now Rav Shishis responded. Rav Shishis said the answer is obviously no. But the answer was no. So he said no. I'm sorry. The answer was yes, because the Mishnah said that the point was the ultimate state of Tubal, then Halot and Maisa, you take Uma are allowed to take him out, even to death. Now, perspective, the only way that would be permitted is if such a person was which now is where no, the case. Pour oil over the milk, mix the milk, broke up the pieces of the milk, added salt to the milk, wait the milk, butter and close. Arrange the bread on the shofar, or arrange the candles or the lights that will go up. Fill the mitzvah, receive the sacrificial blood. If you did any of these things outside the base of the Mikdash, you are potter. You are potter. That is what shrutikos? You never have the shechta part outside of the base of the Mikdash. So the parent only applies to certain types of service that doesn't apply to most. That's actually on a base of these two actions. The kind is our shofit. Same Asher Yishkat, Malet, Sif, Asher Yam, Ola, Suri, Suri, Shabbat, Bahamani, the Yesh Akara, Oda, Imit the Breakfast. So this is very interesting. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not happy if you're doing that both ways. Essentially, the time you so for example, the shkita, slaughter, right? Sprinkling it. So these are final rites, final actions that will have a corresponding follow-up action. So because that you have something in the Mikdash, you are positive. Okay, so what's this thing? So you're not tired. Nobody should sauce. So what, for example, let's say a Kohen didn't do one of these aforementioned acts outside of this, like we poured oil over it, all these things. So the now Kohen did it outside, we have to kind of remember what it is. There's this result. So again, if any of these things were done, simply if the Kohen did it, and he was in a state of tumor, he also wouldn't be high. Very interesting. Similarly, she's massive partial. The Kohen has to do again with the investments. Failure to do respect validates again, this doesn't apply to the list that we mentioned before. And also, again, a lot of Rabbi's work from Kohen would have to wash his hands and failure to produce results in life and again, he didn't wash his hands and feet for any of these things that were done outside. There's nobody. Okay, very interesting. Rashi comes out over here. Look at Rashi. Soros. Zarsha also Achas Man. Same idea of the Shultuma. Holy Kamish Shimish, Zaras and Shimish Tuma. Same idea that again, there's no Tuma, there's no plus of the God. So the Gemara says it's always. Not here, kind of interesting enough, what we can see from this is that if you were to do that, if you were to go ahead and take the power and burn it outside this bush, that there would be life. Here, the Havia Aboga Nama, Shane Akara Aboga, Kaya Mishu Tuma, the Mike Kaya Lamisa. So again, so now the residents switching gears for that if Kohen were to go and offer a ultimate mistake, but if it's him, there would be see what you see. That if a Kohen the state too long, is a now if the conscious reflection is the Shemai, so that's the answer to the original question of the that's the initiation. Kohen does this thing of is he Chayu Misa B'Shachar the answer seems to be, or essentially where I love Misa, don't we see the end of the Kohen goes ahead and offers up a proper mistake to his head. Misa Lo, Ba'as Hara. It's not an issue, it's actually it's a lot. It's a lot of I versus it was Zagnabi Ba'as Hara. So you're going to say that Zagan Kohen does this, that's what everything might have come up. Rashi says over here, Zagnami, under that keynote of Akbar, the Soros, Demonami, remember, grouping all of these things together. So you're telling me now business also only for that can be saying the Hazara goodness. The Muslim says explicitly that he engages in sacrificial service against the proper sacrificial service. You got this verse is right. What can he sell on the piece of? They're not treated the same. They're not treated the same. They flow, much the difference of your flow. You don't say well, don't say interesting purpose that over again, you don't say you don't say it's important to all of this mixed up. Also not about you don't say so I don't think again I don't say I guess you're not going to plus it says Behomi and do not says you're right, that's only okay, interesting. So there's no biblical prohibition against some of those but that's not basically these are the people who are saw Tomei Shish. And it's was coming was ultimately because the Avodas Chaim Isa Day Shabbat, which Gemara says in a finale it's recognition. So as they say, Allah saw here's the conclusion that Allah said if a person when he does the Avodah state of Tamam is Chaim Isa Day Shabbat. Now by the way, if we take that approach, so it's interesting to take that approach, so then it makes sense why the Mishnah says only Shishish to Tumah, 8.5 times a year instead of 8. So you can't bring the days, right? Like the Mishnah said, but if you bring the days, well, where is the days? It's the days of liability of like what can you do? Sleep also, what's not Zara? They can take it out and make it back. Now, what's the like, because since this calling is Shamayim, Allah saw take it out, essentially pretty incredible. I was supposed to also point out that there's very interesting another information that a lot of the mice appears when they come to the sacrificial rites and service outside of this flesh. This brings me over here, and my hospital here is that it's what's called an avodah tamah, only including service. So this service that is nothing that follows after this by shita. There are services that follow after the shita itself is a self. It's interesting. Just as an aside, what does it mean? For shooting for us, for all the upwards, okay. So since now we're going to go back and do that way, exactly right. Says we'll move on. The English so the public we saw here this time today. Today we saw right. So the English so hopefully that's not too long. First it goes in what's probably this right. First it goes in right. So Rashi says over here, Rashi says what's the going to do? We're gonna eventually head back and explain how to teach them. Number one, number two, we're going to tell you Shema Shuma. We're going to use Kane. It's Shuma, which is richer in the and so Kane is Shuma, which is Shuma. Zarsha was Shuma, and now we're going to use Shuma also is Shuma. Zar Shishish, Zar, right? That one serves in basically the again, because also it's called release again. Again, you are just going on place for it. But once they get to 6 feet into 50, because the control of purity is highly Swedish. It's fully So most of the time, this requires head of church. Something for because they all know high next with this calling not really all of the very good investments. Next, the physical camera, the Korean is lacking because he's coming different types of Torah required one, right? Well, among this someone may have had time on the big one and not get the one necessary problems. So the person that does get one using Bush, he's kind failure to do so. Therefore, the devil on watch as he is kind of celebration. Create the friends, right? So my Troy so Orel, Yoshi, all three of these things, Orel, Yoshi, I rather want example here, that's he was the case of Orel, she says, Shani circumcised the color. So we're in a situation today, you know, it's peculiar. So, you know, and again, obviously genetic. So, let's say a toy and which is fun, because that can be steal up, but it's kind of like, so again, novel lesson. That's what's not ready for peace. Rabbi says, this additionally, hold on, that's it. Okay, again, we'll see all this thing on the basic thing, that's a simple additionally so that's a act of purpose. What makes it travel? Get ready over this race, this solution. I'm saying no, that's how it's subject. Once it's kind of that's a whole now it's that sentence. Number one, first person. And Vila. First definition of engagement of Vila is person that's underlying purpose. So let's develop very example. Like, numbers what the sugar was in its days. You know, it's not much. Maybe some, like, all the things. Sure, yeah, people will not share. Do not prevent or consecrate items on the Israel that will raise to action future tense. You must not see it in trouble possibly. First, about focus on things. Don't have items. What's the definition of focus for 45 times? So then, hold that up. So it says over here, do not go ahead and it's not good. It's so the rest is describe Hello, it says hello by Tell, and it says hello profane by Shuma. Shabbos Mishmar people is okay. They said here hello. So it says hello by Shuma. It says hello by Tell, and he's saying, I love you so. So just like in some whether it's a sound, it's not Shuma or a call. They're putting that. So Zera Shabbat Hill teaches that Tevel is also dissemination. I university once I came over the neighbor people no sir, no sir, no sir. Seven should be left over past Smart so Russia also no sir. So I think it's Zera Shabbat probably not the place no sir. It's actually past. No place. So I would say the genus like both sides, but it's so good. Now let's go. Here's the resident points. The one these four sets of top, then temple from both sides. Why is this? She came true. Who's the arms? Does arms. Right, she will level one right. Temple was on one. Next, her drug. Remedy status, right? You got 6 like that. Shubot, simple that Shubot, said Shubot, will let us go. Those are like the shots that are like, technically speaking, those are when these personal numbers. Second station, or is that LA's which one? No, I hello. True, those are wash by Tevel those singular people Shua Kuzars, Shua, Rabbi, heroes, people, heroes. Take a look. First of all, more than like the book has total Russian people, both applying the codes. Either people, those are applying to teleport control. So therefore, again, because these are 2.6, well, therefore it makes no sense to compare between Tab the Truma and Teleport also. Which was like, not good. It's like, those are also shaking muscle, shaking muscle over the shaking muscle over. Those are those are is a super result is inherently valid. Right? Those are inherently valid. Inherently valid. Questions about Shubha. Muscle on both muscle since just enough Shubha, like there's never going to be fun about Shubha itself is inherently otherwise I'm not going to so the person therefore suggests why not compare those this furthermore, Ava Hunter, okay, furthermore again, Ava Hunter, well, you're keeping that big, right? You can't have any close, well, you can't have any color, true, like the case of true, like the point is coming, not up to it, so again, don't be good yourself. Now she says over here, further, it's the same action. The notes are able to counter the I'll be true engagement counter the okay? So the process is what the resident is. You're making it separate all the comparisons that exist between Tevel and True. The terms of the comparisons that exist between Tevel and also as well. Which the process is right, but what similarities between the True and the other Tevel and also. Therefore, making it not making between 10 of them. It's like so to again